Chapter 1 This daughter is worth $1,000,000 in gold. At the moment, it is pouring outside the window. Lu Zhengyang is a little dumbfounded as he looks at the ceiling above his head, which is dripping with rain. What the hell is going on? Have I time traveled? Isn't time traveling an exclusive benefit only available to losers? I myself am a billionaire, and I can play with celebrity supercars at will. Oh, my god. Why did you make me time travel for no reason? At the same time, Lu Zhengyang's mind copied the memories of another Lu Zhengyang, an ordinary scumbag. The memories were so clear that Lu Zhengyang had to face the harsh reality that he really had time traveled. Before time traveling, Lu Zhengyang was a business tycoon and naturally had a certain heroic quality. Now he was calm and collected, getting up and looking around his home. Lu Zhengyang pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. The luxury home, the fancy car, and the beautiful women had all gone. At that moment, the dilapidated door was suddenly pushed open. Dad! You're awake! A petite and cute little girl with 2 pigtails ran over quickly. Did I become a father as soon as I crossed over? Before Lu Zhengyang could come to his senses. How can you be a parent, and you didn't even know it was raining so hard and come pick up your child? A cold female voice rang out from the doorway. He looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a young woman dressed simply, with a good-looking face and figure, standing outside the door, holding the hand of another little girl. I'm sorry. Lu Zhengyang just wanted to explain, but suddenly remembered that the owner of this body got drunk again last night and only woke up now. For a moment, he was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. Auntie Hu. Thank you for taking me home, but don't you dare talk about my dad like that. Lu Zhengyang knew that the little girl was called Xiao Adwomi, the biological daughter of this body. Xiao Adwomi pouted her cute little mouth, obviously a little angry. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Zhengyang's heart was moved, and suddenly he felt that he was also very happy to have such a daughter through time travel. You little girl, your father is like this, and you still protect him. He is my father. If I don't protect him, who will? Xiao Adwomi's soft and mellow voice came out, with a look of taking it for granted. Okay. You're amazing. Since you've safely delivered her home, then Auntie and Xiaotian will go home. With that, he took Xiaotian's hand and turned to leave. Indeed, a daughter is her father's little lover from a past life. Ms. Hu, thank you for bringing Duomi back. It's raining so heavily outside, why don't you stay for dinner before you go? Lu Zhengyang came back to his senses and strode to the door, smiling. Humph. No need. Just be nicer to Duomi in the future. Hu Wei gave Lu Zhengyang a cold glance, her disgust undisguised. It seems that this body's reputation as a scumbag is well known. Okay, I will definitely be good to Duomi in the future. Lu Zhengyang nodded with a bitter smile. Humph. That's more like it. Such a sensible child, and she actually suffers because of you. The parents' meeting at school is at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Don't be late. Hu Wei sighed, took her daughter's umbrella, and walked into the rain. From beginning to end, she never gave Lu Zhengyang a good look. Lu Zhengyang stood in the doorway, staring blankly at the receding backs of Hu Wei and her son. His heart was filled with frustration. You said you could time travel, so you did. But why did you end up in the body of a useless brat? You're ambitious but incompetent, you drink and gamble. You're the standard kind of person who can't do anything right and leaves nothing to chance. Dad, you must be hungry. I'll go cook for you. A clear child's voice interrupted Lu Zhengyang's thoughts. He turned around. He saw that Xiao Adwomi had already put down his school bag and carried a small stool into the simple kitchen. Lu Zhengyang followed him, looking at the figure standing on the small stool, busily working with skill. Lu Zhengyang's eyes couldn't help but become a little moist. The previous Lu Zhengyang really wasn't anything. But starting today, since I have taken over this body, I will never let him continue to be so degenerate and incompetent. Lu Zhengyang strode into the kitchen. He picked Duomi up from the stool in one go. Dad, stop messing around, I still have to cook. Lu Zhengyang crouched down and patted Duomi's shoulder, smiling and saying. Duomi, from now on, let Dad do these things for you. Lu Zhengyang's voice was actually a little choked up. Really? You can cook? Little Duo looked at Lu Zhengyang with big eyes, a little suspicious. Yes. Dad not only can, but also does it very well. Lu Zhengyang nodded firmly. Back then, he was a foodie and was very interested in cooking, so he hired a few Michelin chefs to teach him how to cook. Okay, then I'll go do my homework? Go ahead. You can eat later. Lu Zhengyang then began to get busy. To be honest, the family was really poor. After searching for a long time, Lu Zhengyang only found a small handful of noodles and an egg left in the chest of drawers. He had to make a bowl of egg noodles for Xiao Adwomi. Wow, it smells good. Dad, you're amazing, you even managed to fry the egg into the shape of a heart. Xiao Adwomi looked at the noodles in the bowl, and a flash of surprise and admiration crossed her eyes. Good, eat quickly. Domino was obviously hungry, and the noodles Lu Zhengyang had made were indeed delicious. Judging by the way he looked at them, he would have been happy to drink the soup as well. Dad, why aren't you eating? Your noodles are delicious. Domino was a little curious as she watched Lu Zhengyang staring at her blankly. Ah, it's okay, you eat, Dad's not hungry. As long as you like it, Dad will cook it for you every day. Lu Zhengyang smiled and patted Domino's head, telling a white lie. There is no more food in the house. But Dad, I'm full. Xiao Adwomi, however, understandingly pushed the half-eaten noodles over. How could she not know that there was no more food in the house, when she cooked so often? Good boy. Dad's not hungry, you're growing, you need to eat more. Tears once again blurred Lu Zhengyang's eyes. Tell the truth. In the past, Lu Zhengyang, who used to dominate the shopping malls, was very cold-blooded, and no matter how hard things got, he would not let his heart fluctuate unnecessarily. But today, he almost cried twice. Dad, let's eat together, otherwise I won't eat if you don't. Domi sat on Lu Zhengyang's lap and handed him another pair of chopsticks. Okay, Dad will eat with you. Lu Zhengyang blinked and hugged Domi. The father and daughter ate the half bowl of noodles, taking one mouthful after the other. Dad, I have a surprise for you. After finishing the noodles, little Domi leaned mysteriously into Lu Zhengyang's ear. What's the surprise? Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lu Zhengyang was already full of joy at this daughter who had fallen from the sky. Ta-da! Look, what is this? Saying this, little Domi pulled 100 yuan out of her pocket. Huh? Where did you get the money? Lu Zhengyang was a little surprised. My mother came to visit me today. There was a charity donation at school, so she paid 200 yuan for me and gave me 100 yuan for living expenses. Your mother gave you that? Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but be stunned, and his mind flashed back to his wife, Zhang Shuiqin. The absolute campus beauty in college. There were countless people after her, like the stars in the sky. To be honest, Lu Zhengyang had seen many beautiful women before, whether they were first-tier actresses or international supermodels. But compared to them, Zhang Shuiqin was in no way inferior, and she even had an extra touch of innocence. She was like a pure white lotus flower, sweet and refined. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Shuiqin rejected everyone and finally chose Lu Zhengyang, who came from a poor family. Everyone felt sorry for Zhang Shuiqin. In fact, poverty is not terrible, but Lu Zhengyang did nothing all day long, except drinking and playing cards. When he ran out of money, he would ask Zhang Shuiqin for it, and if she refused, he would make a scene and smash things. Some time ago, Zhang Shuiqin finally couldn't stand it anymore and moved out to live on her own. Dad, what's wrong? Huh? I'm fine. Lu Zhengyang pulled back from his thoughts. Dad, here's some money for you to drink with, but can you please not get drunk? Mom's not here, and Duomi will be scared if you get drunk. Duomi handed the money over and said weakly. Those innocent little eyes kept pounding on Lu Zhengyang's heart. Lu Zhengyang hugged his little Duomi tightly and said, Dad swears. Dad will never drink again, and never play cards again. From now on, Dad will earn a good living to support the family, and raise Duomi like a princess. From now on, no matter what Duomi asks for, Dad will satisfy you. Really? No matter what the request, Dad will say yes? Really? Lu Zhengyang nodded solemnly. From that moment on, he had truly accepted his new identity. Because he felt that even his previous trillion-dollar fortune was not comparable to his current angelic baby daughter. One can earn $1 trillion. But there is only one daughter. I miss Mommy, she hasn't come back to live with us for a long time, can you bring her back, Daddy? Little Duomi's eyes were red. Okay. Dad promises you, in a week at most, Dad will bring Mom back. Looking at the tears of longing in his precious daughter's eyes, Lu Zhengyang's heart almost melted. Dad! You're so good, kisses. Little Duomi instantly stopped crying and smiled, hopped down and ran off to do her homework. Lu Zhengyang was left staring at the 100 yuan in his hand. In the end, he accepted the 100 yuan. Because he didn't have a single penny on him, as the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without any rice. Even if he was very capable, if he didn't have any capital, how could he make any money? Now, this 100 yuan is his capital. In the future, he will take over this body and make billions of wealth for Xiao Adwomi and for this family. Chapter 2 Daddy's first step to making money. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang got up early and went to the bustling vegetable market. He spent 10 yuan and bought some eggs, vegetables and flour. Although he was really broke, he couldn't let his child suffer. After returning home, he went into the kitchen and after a while, a delicious-smelling omelette was freshly baked. It must be said that Lu Zhengyang's cooking skills are really good, and even such an ordinary combination is full of color, fragrance and taste. At this time, Xiao Adwomi also woke up. After washing up, she also praised the food. Looking at his precious daughter's happy eyes narrowed into a slit. Lu Zhengyang's heart was about to melt. Are you full? Yes. Xiao Adwomi gestured with her fingers as if she still wasn't full. Let's go, it's almost time, Dad will take you to school. Take me to school? Xiao Adwomi's mouth opened wide, looking at Lu Zhengyang in disbelief. Then she looked at Lu Zhengyang weakly. Dad, you're suddenly being so nice to me, do you want to sell me? Dad, Duomi is a good girl, I won't cause you any trouble, please don't sell me, okay? Wow. When he got to the end of his words, little Duomi couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Silly child. You are Daddy's favorite, how could I ever sell you? Lu Zhengyang's eyes immediately reddened, and he crouched down to hug little Duomi into his arms. In Lu Zhengyang's opinion, whether rich or poor, a father cooking breakfast for his daughter and seeing her off to school is the most basic kind of parent-child companionship. But in Duomi's case, it shows just how much of a jerk the previous owner was. Dad really won't sell me, will you? Then why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Duomi stopped crying and asked in a baby voice. I'm sorry, Duomi, I owe you so much. But don't worry, I'll make it all up to you. I'll make you the happiest princess in the world. I promise. But Daddy, I don't want to be a princess. I just want you to stay by my side, and it would be best if Mummy could be there too. The child's words were innocent, but they expressed the greatest wish in her heart. Don't worry, Daddy will make it happen. Lu Zhengyang gave his daughter a gentle kiss on the top of her head. Father and daughter walked hand in hand to school. Bye, Daddy. Don't forget to come to the parents' meeting this afternoon. Don't worry, Daddy won't forget. After seeing his daughter safely enter the school, Lu Zhengyang turned and walked to a lottery shop not far away. He had thought about it all night. If there was no human manipulation, the lottery's winning rate was actually closely related to probability theory. Before the journey, Lu Zhengyang, who could be called an all-round business genius, had studied it for a while. He had even accurately predicted the winning numbers of several draws of the double happiness lottery. Now Lu Zhengyang only had 90 yuan to work with, and if he wanted to double it quickly, the only way was to gamble, or buy lottery tickets. Boss, give me a piece of paper and a pen. Okay. The middle-aged boss smiled and handed him the pen and paper, but his eyes were numb with indifference. Every day, people like this who think they can figure out the lottery's rules come into the store, do some calculations and drawings, thinking they can get rich overnight. But in the end, all their money goes down the drain, and they end up taking advantage of us. After receiving the paper, Lu Zhengyang sat down on a bench and began to quickly calculate against the past 3 speed lottery results. Why choose the quick draw? Because it's an instant lottery, with draws every 10 minutes. The prizes are small, but the draws are quick and the prizes are easy to claim. As Lu Zhengyang was writing and calculating on the blank sheet of paper. Hey, it's old Lu. What's up? Instead of hanging out in the tea house and playing cards with us, you're in the lottery store, betting on the future? A teasing voice suddenly sounded. Lu Zhengyang's brows creased involuntarily. He looked up and saw 3 of his former friends, Wang Mozi, Li Ergu and Lu Shang, walk in. The 3 of them were idle types, and their greatest pleasure in life was playing cards with Lu Zhengyang. Not because Lu Zhengyang had good cards, but because Lu Zhengyang was a bad player. Playing cards with Lu Zhengyang was like playing cards with an ATM machine who wouldn't like it? I say, Lao Lu, if you have the spare cash to buy lottery tickets, you might as well come to the tea house and play a few rounds with us. Wang Matzi came up smiling. You buying lottery tickets is like throwing money into the water, and you won't even hear it make a sound. You might as well play cards with us, even if you lose, at least you'll have experienced the process. Li Ergua agreed. Yes, it's getting late, and we just happen to be missing one person, so let's get going. Lu Sheng urged, and was about to pull Lu Zhengyang up. Pop. Lu Zhengyang opened Lu Sheng's hand and stood up. I've quit gambling, so please don't come looking for me in the future. Quit gambling? You? Haha, we've heard that 100 times, if not 80. Wang Matzi and the others burst out laughing. In the past, whenever Lu Zhengyang lost money, he would say he was going to quit gambling, but then what happened? He just comes back obediently whenever he has a little money. Lu Zhengyang paid no attention to the three men and went straight to the boss. For 79, buy $90 worth. Okay. The boss was just about to write out the ticket. Wait. Li Erga walked up and said, Lu, you have money, but you can't waste it like this. You can't possibly win the lottery, can you? He even looked as if he was feeling sorry for you. How could I not feel heartbroken? As long as the money is in Lu Zhengyang's pocket, isn't it the same as his own? Just play a few rounds of cards and win. Don't you like to gamble? How about this, let's gamble right now. If I win this time, you guys will never ask me to play cards again. Lu Zhengyang turned back and looked at Wang Matzi and the other two men with a smile on his face. What if you lose? Then I'll be there whenever you guys want to play cards. Okay. Deal. Wang Matzi and the other two didn't even think about it, and they agreed right away. In a few minutes, the winning result for this lottery draw came out. Wang Matzi and the other two were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes as they watched the three numbers 479 appear on the TV. Hey young man, I can't tell that you're quite a deep-pocketed one. Here's the prize money of 1,800, keep it. The boss opened the drawer and counted out 1,800 yuan bills and handed them to Lu Zhengyang. Ha? 1,800? Wang Matzi and the other two couldn't help but gasp. This money came too easily, didn't it? Now that you've lost, can you go? Lu Zhengyang looked at the three of them with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. The three of them looked at each other, and after a moment of eye contact, Wang Matzi spoke up. Hey, Lu, you're so lucky. From now on, we won't call you to play cards, but now that you've made so much money all at once, and since we're such good friends, shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Yes. I know a new restaurant that's really good, why don't we go there? Before Lu Zhengyang could say anything, Lu Sheng, who was standing nearby, started pushing him anxiously. That's not right. I don't remember our relationship being that close. When I used to lose money to you guys, I never saw you buy me even a bowl of noodles, did I? What, now that I've made a little money, you want to take advantage of me? Sorry. I won't spend a single penny on you. Excuse me, I still need to keep buying lottery tickets. Lu Zhengyang shrugged, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Lu Zhengyang, you're unbelievable, I never thought you'd be so unprincipled. Li Erga was a little upset. Young man, please don't tarnish the word loyalty. The lottery store owner on the side couldn't bear to watch anymore and couldn't help but mockingly speak up. What do you want, old man? Wang Matzi and the other two stared at the boss fiercely. What's going on? You three little brats, do you want to hit me? Come on, I'm just short of money these days, if you dare to touch me, I'll just lie on the ground and not get up. The boss is also an old hand, and with one sentence, he made the three of them too scared to even fart. Lu Zhengyang didn't care about them and handed the boss 1,800 yuan directly. Buy all 666 for me. Split it into 20 lottery tickets. Young man. Let's quit while we're ahead. You've already made so much today. Come back tomorrow. This leopard number just came out a while ago. Although the odds are high, the risk is also high. After what just happened, the boss had developed a slight fondness for Lu Zhengyang. I say, you old fool, that's funny, someone wants to do business with you, and you're actually not happy about it? That's right. It's only 1,800 yuan. It's no big deal if you lose, but what if you win? You can't stop someone else's dream of getting rich. Wang Matzi and the other two started talking sarcastically. The boss seemed to want to persuade him some more. It's fine. Go ahead and buy it. It's a gamble, but a bike is a bike. Lu Zhengyang smiled confidently. Sigh. Okay. The boss sighed, obviously not optimistic about the number Lu Zhengyang bought. The three men from Wang Matsi leaned against the door and did not leave. They wanted to wait and see Lu Zhengyang's show. Finally, the lottery was about to start. The three men from Wang Matsi looked excitedly at the three numbers on the TV that were scrolling rapidly. They prayed in their hearts, not 6. Not 6. However, their prayers did not work. The three bright red numbers on the TV directly dumbfounded the three of them. This is fake, right? Wang Matsi exclaimed. Young man, you are really something. You actually won again. The boss was also stunned. It's just luck. Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile, opened his phone, and let the boss claim the prize. The boss didn't hesitate, and directly transferred 216,000 yuan. The three people next to Wang Matsi still looked at each other in disbelief. When did winning money from the lottery become so easy? In less than 30 minutes, 90 yuan had become 216,000 yuan. At this time, Lu Zhengyang was already ready to stop. After all, the lottery, in addition to probability, is also affected by other factors. If you make too much money at once, these other factors will intervene. But since he had 200,000 yuan, Lu Zhengyang had the capital to take a chance in the stock market. Lu Zhengyang walked out of the lottery shop, and the three of them immediately gave chase, trotting after him. Hey, hey, hey! What else do you want? Lu Zhengyang suppressed the disgust in his heart and asked lightly. Chapter 3 A Small Test of Strength. Hey, Lu! My handsome Lu! Wang Matsi and the other two lowered their heads. You're so good at buying lottery tickets, you must have a secret. No secret, just luck. Lu Zhengyang's answer made the three of them roll their eyes. Luck? You can say it's luck if you win once, but winning twice in a row, and one of the numbers is the leopard number, do you really think we're stupid? Hey, Lu, you've got it all wrong. We don't want your lottery ticket secret, we just want you to tell us a set of numbers. Lu, we've known each other for so many years, you eat the meat, you have to let us have some soup, right? We're not greedy, just tell us a set of numbers. If you won't tell us, we'll just come to your house for dinner every day. The three of them were like gum. Lu Zhengyang didn't want to pay any attention to them, but their last slightly threatening remark had offended his bottom line. How dare you threaten me? I can give you a set of numbers, but I can't guarantee that they will win. Whether they win or not is none of my business. And please don't harass me again in the future. No problem. We promise not to bother you in the future. The three of them vowed. Remember, 234. After saying that, Lu Zhengyang walked away. There were only 3 minutes left until the lottery draw for this period. The three of them quickly took out all the money they had on them and in their phones and bought lottery tickets. Immediately, the three of them gathered excitedly under the TV. The lottery draw started. The first number came out. It was 2. It really was 2. The three of them yelled excitedly. Without even waiting for the lottery results to be announced, the three of them confidently came to the boss. Old man, give us our prize. It's a 3-digit number, 40 times the amount. Ha ha ha. What prize? What 3-digit number? The boss was a little confused. Isn't the winning number 234? Wang Matsi and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Who told you it was 234? Could you please take a closer look? The boss pointed at the TV. The three of them looked back. The bright red 250 seemed to be mocking them mercilessly. My secret stash of money. After leaving the lottery store, Lu Zhengyang went to the stock exchange and opened an account for himself. However, he was in no hurry to buy stocks, because there was actually another way to play with stocks leverage. Lu Zhengyang had just found a regular financial company online, Delhi Investment Company, where Lu Zhengyang could multiply his principal tenfold. After opening an account, just as Lu Zhengyang was about to leave the stock exchange, he saw a group of stock investors, like a group of stars surrounding the moon, surrounding a rather arrogant-looking young man in the middle. Jian Shuahao? Seeing this young man, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but be stunned. This is his wife's younger brother. He used to hear Jiang Shuochen say that he seems to be a stock trader. He has a very agile mind and a keen gaze. He seems to have a small reputation in the industry, and people have given him the nickname Little Prince of Stock Trading. Lu Zhengyang shook his head. This title is too flashy. In his previous life, he used a capital of 100,000 yuan to make a profit of more than 10 million yuan in the stock market in less than half a year just for fun, but he did not reveal his identity, let alone be so flamboyant. When talent is displayed in public, it will be destroyed by the wind. This truth is the same everywhere. Lu Zhengyang was not going to go up and say hello. After all, this body was too trashy before, and this younger brother-in-law had not beaten him up less. Prince, will the Capitaland Group continue to rise? I've been eyeing this stock for a long time. It's definitely going to close up today. I've already bought the whole lot. Jiang Shuihao's mouth curled up in a confident smile. Shit. If the prince has bought the whole lot, what are we waiting for? Over 100 retail investors in the hall bought the whole lot. Capitaland Group? Lu Zhengyang's brows furrowed slightly. He had researched this stock last night, but Lu Zhengyang was not optimistic about it. Although the preliminary data was very good, and the stock opened high and closed high today, it will definitely be capped. But Lu Zhengyang knew that this was just a deliberate move by the market makers to attract retail investors. Tomorrow's opening price will definitely be capped. With a large order capping the price, his brother-in-law and these retail investors will not be able to cut their losses even if they want to. Having thought about this, Lu Zhengyang still walked up to him. After all, he is his brother-in-law, and he is not bad to Xiao Adwomi. Whenever he has time, he will buy delicious food to see her. Xiao Hao. He turned around and looked again to identify the source of the voice. Jiang Shuihao frowned, and the disgust in his eyes was undisguised. Lu Zhengyang? Why are you here? Lu Zhengyang didn't care about Jiang Shuihao's attitude at the moment. Oh, it's nothing, I just want to remind you that I've studied this Capitaland Group, and it will drop at least 3 trading boards starting tomorrow. If you want to cut your losses, when the market opens tomorrow morning, take advantage of the fact that the market makers aren't suppressing the price heavily, and get out quickly. What did you say? How do I speculate in stocks? Do I need you, a loser, to teach me? Jiang Shuihao's disdain grew even stronger. Exactly. When has our little prince ever lost money speculating in stocks? Do you need to teach him? We've all made at least 50% just by following the little prince's stock picks. Who the hell are you to come here and tell us what to do? Exactly. Don't you dare look in the mirror and see what you look like? A group of retail investors laughed in shame. That's all I have to say, so mind your own business. Lu Zhengyang wasn't angry. They were all adults, and they had said everything that needed to be said. It was his business how to make a decision. After he finished speaking, Lu Zhengyang turned and left. What the hell? Looking at Lu Zhengyang's back, Jiang Shuihao couldn't help but spit lightly. Little Prince, who is he? I don't know him. Jiang Shuihao had no face to admit that he had such a scumbag of a brother-in-law. Then everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the stock price curve of the Capital Group. It's going up. It's going up. It's closed. Wow. 200,000 lots of closed orders? I've made less than 5 points again. Haha, I was quicker and made 6 points. Long live the little prince. The entire stock exchange was filled with the sound of joyful laughter. Even Jiang Shuihao couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. How could the stocks he liked be bad? When he arrived at Delhi Investment Company, what Lu Zhengyang didn't expect was that he was greeted by an able and beautiful manager. She was wearing a custom-made professional suit, with matte black high heels, and she was sitting in the boss's chair, looking so noble and elegant. Mr. Lu. Hasn't anyone told you that it's very rude to keep staring at a lady? Ma Feifei adjusted her black-rimmed glasses with no lenses and a flash of disgust crossed her eyes. Sorry, I just think that Manager Ma would look even more radiant if she took off her glasses. Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile, without a trace of evil intent in his eyes. It's rude to directly comment on someone's appearance. Go ahead, what business do you want to discuss? Looking at Lu Zhengyang's pure gaze and unassuming attitude, Ma Feifei was a little surprised. Because if she had been thinking in pure thoughts, even the thickest-skinned man would have blushed a little at her words. I want to raise capital to speculate in stocks. Lu Zhengyang got straight to the point. How much capital do you have? Ma Feifei also got down to work. 200,000 yuan. But I need 10 times leverage. No problem with that, but I need to let you know in advance that the daily interest rate is 2%, and the commission is 13%. If your stock loses more than 7 points, we will directly force a liquidation of your position, unless you make a margin call. No problem. That's it. When will the money arrive? Lu Zhengyang asked, because he wanted to buy a stock before the market closed today. After signing the contract, the money will arrive within 10 minutes. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and sign it. After taking the contract and confirming that it was correct, Lu Zhengyang quickly signed his name. A formal company is really efficient. In less than 10 minutes, 2 million yuan had been transferred to Lu Zhengyang's account. Lu Zhengyang didn't hesitate and bought all of Feishu Electronics shares. He had studied the stock market overnight while Xiao Adwomi was asleep. He discovered that although Feishu Electronics had experienced several consecutive price drops, there had actually been a short-term investor who had been secretly buying up shares in small quantities over the past few days. After careful calculation, as of today, the short-term investor's stock reserves should be saturated. He believes that from the moment the market closes today, Feishu Electronics will play 3 consecutive world-beating stocks. Because this is also a trick he is used to using subconsciously when playing the stock market, huge fluctuations in price will be enough to attract a large number of retail investors. It will be convenient for a later rally. Happy cooperation. After doing all this, Lu Zhengyang left the office without hesitation. It's already 2:40, and I promised Xiao Adwomi that I wouldn't be late for the parents' meeting. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's hurriedly departing back, Ma Feifei was a little dumbfounded. In the past, all the clients she received were leering at her. Even after the transaction was completed, they all liked to stay and get close to her. She had never met anyone like Lu Zhengyang who just left like that. Could it be that her charm has declined? Ma Feifei picked up the mirror in confusion. She was still as young and beautiful as before. For some reason, Ma Feifei tried taking off her black-rimmed glasses. Then she looked in the mirror again. She did look better without the glasses. She had to admit, although Lu Zhengyang didn't dress well, he did have good taste. Ma Feifei muttered to herself. Then, for some reason, she subconsciously opened Lu Zhengyang's account to see how he would handle the funds. Because of the contract, Ma Feifei had the right to monitor Lu Zhengyang's stock account. But this glance was not important, and it immediately startled Ma Feifei. This guy. Why did he have to buy Shufei Electronics when he could have bought any other stock? It had already dropped several times. I guess this guy will have to close out his position forcibly tomorrow. Ma Feifei couldn't help but sigh. She stared at the green stock for several minutes, and it seemed that the stock had been frozen, not moving at all. She looked at the time, and it was already 2 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. There were only 10 seconds left before the stock market closed. It seemed that there was no hope at all. But in the next second, the green line shot straight up like a rocket. In just 2 seconds, it had gone from green to red. And the rate of increase didn't slow down at all. 3 o'clock sharp. Ma Feifei stared at the computer screen, unable to believe what she was seeing, and covered her mouth in disbelief. Because the share price of Shufei Electronics was firmly nailed to the trading limit board. The Sky and Earth board. A rare phenomenon in the stock market, a sky-high limit, had actually been verified by her own eyes. Why had Lu Zhengyang bought just this one stock? And it had made him 20 points in one day. Luck? Or strength? Ma Feifei couldn't help but become intensely interested in Lu Zhengyang. Of course, Lu Zhengyang had no idea that a beautiful woman had developed a strong curiosity about him. At that moment, he had already arrived in the classroom, sitting properly next to Xiao Adwomi in preparation for the parent-teacher meeting. Chapter 4 Love has no price. Dad, you actually came to the parent-teacher meeting today, and you're not even late. I'm so happy. Dom's big, intelligent eyes were filled with joy. Sweetheart, from now on, I'll always be on time for your parent-teacher meetings. Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile and gently stroked Dom's little head. At that moment, a teacher with glasses and thin upper and lower lips, wearing high heels, walked in. Just about to speak. Sorry, I got held up at work. Hu Wei, the mother of Xiao Adwomi's best friend Xiaotian, hurried to the door. Really? You're late for such an important meeting as the parents' meeting. How can you be a parent? The teacher rolled her eyes. Sorry, teacher, it won't happen again. Hu Wei looked apologetic. Humph. Come in. To be honest, Hu Wei is indeed very beautiful. Her skin is as white as snow, her black hair is casually tied up, and although the clothes she is wearing are slightly worn, they cannot hide her proud figure. However, there is a hint of sadness hidden in the depths of her bright big eyes, making her whole person seem a bit dull and lifeless. The reason is none other than the fact that her husband passed away in an accident a few years ago, and she has not remarried for the sake of her daughter. She has to support 4 elderly people on both sides of the family, as well as take care of her child's studies and health. In order to support the family, she has to work hard. But even so, her life is still very difficult. Along the way, Hu Wei attracted the attention of many male parents, but she ignored them and went straight to sit next to her daughter Xiaotian. Lu Zhangyang also looked over and gave a kind smile. After all, it was Hu Wei who sent Duomi home last night. However, Hu Wei gave Lu Zhangyang a faint glance, without responding, and her eyes still carried contempt. Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but smile wryly. Seeing his identity as a scumbag, he couldn't shake it off for a while. All right. Everyone is here, so please be quiet, the meeting is about to start. The teacher lightly patted the podium. The classroom quickly quieted down. Before the meeting, I still feel the need to remind some parents that the parents' meeting is related to the children's learning and growth. It is a very important meeting. Some people should not use being busy at work as an excuse for being late or even not coming to the parents' meeting. After all, everyone was notified of the time of the parents' meeting a long time ago. After saying this, the teacher gave Hu Wei a strange look. The other parents couldn't help but look over. Hu Wei's pretty face instantly turned red, and she lowered her head in confusion. Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but frown, feeling that the teacher had gone a bit too far. Okay, I won't go on about irrelevant matters, let's begin the meeting. The teacher took a sip of water as if nothing had happened, and continued, this meeting is mainly about our charitable donation for the disabled and the visit with the student representatives to show our support. As he spoke, the teacher took out a form and began to read it aloud. Ma Xingyu donated 3,000 yuan. Please give Ma Xingyu a round of applause. A young boy quickly stood up, full of pride and joy, accepting the applause from everyone. The male parent sitting next to him adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and bowed to the crowd. He said modestly, it's just a little money, not much, no big deal. However, undisguised smugness shone in his eyes. Next, the teacher announced the second and third places. Although the amounts donated were not as much as Ma Xingyu's, they were both over 1,000 yuan, and the teacher also asked everyone to give them encouragement with applause. However, the amount of donations then plummeted, and the teacher hastily finished reading it out without encouraging the children with applause. Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but frown, feeling that the teacher's actions were inappropriate. Not only was Xiao Duomi feeling down, but the other children who didn't get the applause were also feeling a bit down, and the introverted Xiaotian was on the verge of tears. Hu Wei couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart as she looked at the appearance of her precious daughter, and then she stood up. Teacher. Can I ask a question? Hu Wei looked a little short of breath. Long-term life pressures and the strange looks of those around her had made her gradually become self-deprecating. Then today, for the sake of her daughter, she mustered up the courage to stand up to the teacher. Go ahead and ask. The teacher gave her a faint look. I want to ask, why were only the top 3 children applauded and encouraged, while the other children did not? They all gave their love for the public good, so isn't this a bit unfair? Hearing this, the teacher pushed her glasses up her nose and looked at Hu Wei askance. You must be Hu Xiaotian's parent, right? Yes, I am. Hu Wei nodded. Ha! I haven't even finished talking to you yet and you're already asking me questions. There were only a few donations this year, and how much did your family donate? Only 20 yuan. You should know that not only does the class rank, but the entire grade also ranks. If it weren't for Ma Xingyu and the other 2 students, our class would have ranked at the bottom. Where would that put the face of your homeroom teacher? Isn't it only right that I give them a little special attention? Don't you have any sense of collective honor? The teacher spoke with conviction. Upon hearing this, the faces of several parents who had made larger donations beamed with a sense of superiority. Those who had made smaller donations, on the other hand, looked embarrassed and guilty. Faced with the teacher's rebuke, Hu Wei froze for a moment, not knowing whether to stand or sit. Hu Xiaotian's tears fell even more, and she began to sob softly. Lu Zhangyang could no longer bear to watch, stood up, and said aloud, Teacher, I feel that you seem to have a somewhat biased understanding of compassion. In fact, donating money and goods are all forms of expressing compassion. Individuals have different abilities, and as long as they have done their best, they are all worthy of respect. Not to mention 10 yuan, even if it's just a penny, it should be respected. Moreover, giving love is a voluntary act, purely out of personal will. Ranking it as high or low will change the nature of the love and charity money, discourage the enthusiasm of those who give, and make love lose its original meaning. There is no substantial difference between a $1 donation and a $1 million donation. Those who have the means can donate $1 million, and those who don't can donate $1. We should give them the same applause, because love cannot be measured in money. Love is priceless, and love should not be ranked. These words were spoken with great eloquence, and Lu Zhengyang, without realizing it, revealed the air of authority he had cultivated in his previous life, stunning everyone. Silence. Deadly silence. Even the teacher was lost in thought. Had he really done something inappropriate? Well said. Love is priceless. Finally, a parent responded. Then came the sound of thunderous applause. Sit down. Don't just stand there. Lu Zhengyang turned around and gave Hu Wei a small smile. Ah. Thank you. Hu Wei came back to her senses and gave him a grateful look. It seems that this man is not the same as the one in the rumors. He doesn't seem to be such a scumbag. After Hu Wei sat down, Lu Zhengyang was just about to sit down. An unharmonious voice suddenly sounded. What is this about love having no price? I think this is just an excuse for you incompetent parents to find for your own incompetence. Following the sound, I saw Ma Xingyu's father, looking around with contempt. It was as if he were superior to everyone else. Some people are like that, always trying to show off their superiority. But this time, his words offended everyone. What do you mean? A burly parent stood up angrily. I don't mean anything, I just think you people are pathetic. It's obvious that your own incompetence has caused your child's donation to rank low. Instead of looking for the reason in yourselves, you are blaming the teacher for not doing a proper job. This is really pathetic and laughable. Ma Xingyu's father looked at him with disdain. Humph. Calling us incompetent, as if you're so great? Of course I'm not great either, but I graduated from Harvard and now work as a manager in a foreign company, with an annual salary of 700,000 to 800,000 yuan. May I ask where you work? Ma Xingyu's father played with the keys to his Mercedes, inadvertently revealing his Rolex gold watch. I sell meat at the market. The parent's face turned red, and his momentum immediately weakened. Ha, just as I said. Ma Xingyu's father disdainfully shrugged, and then loudly said, Don't tell me that love has no price. Today's society is a money-based society. Nothing is bought and sold. Don't say that the teacher's ranking system is bad, but which test at school or interview at work doesn't rank you? I think it's very necessary to instill in children from an early age the idea of always striving to be number one. Only in this way will children have the possibility of entering Harvard University like me. At this moment, all the parents felt very suffocated in their hearts. They knew that Ma Xingyu's father was wrong, but they had no way to refute him, or were afraid to refute him. The butcher's face turned even more livid than usual. Judgy ourself correctly before you wave a offers. Lu Zhengyang suddenly blurted out a sentence in English. What does it mean? Parents who don't understand English felt baffled. It means that you must judge yourself correctly before you have the ability to judge others. Ma Xingyu's father translated it and then smirked at Lu Zhengyang, a little smug. What? You feel that you're amazing because you know a few words in English? I don't feel that I'm amazing, but I think since you graduated from Harvard, you know this quote very well. Lu Zhengyang smiled and shook his head. Haha, you're joking, why would I be familiar with this quote? Is it some sort of famous saying? That's right. This is one of Harvard's 25 golden sayings of success. I believe every Harvard graduate will remember this quote. Lu Zhengyang's voice was not loud, but he made sure that the entire classroom fell silent, and everyone subconsciously looked at Ma Xingyu's father. Chapter 5 When I See Injustice. How come I don't know this is one of Harvard's golden sentences? I might have graduated a long time ago and forgotten. What does all this have to do with you? Ma Xingyu's father's face turned red. After all, as a Harvard graduate, it would be a bit ridiculous if he didn't even know Harvard's famous golden sentences. Actually, it doesn't really matter, but I happen to be fortunate enough to attend Harvard University as well. Since we are both alumni, I naturally am a bit curious. Please don't be offended if I offended you. Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile and then asked, I don't know, what was your major? Business administration. Why? What a coincidence. I also studied business administration. In that case, you must know the department head, Professor Alice, right? Nonsense. Of course I know Professor Alice, and I know her very well. She even supervised my thesis. Ma Xingyu's father said matter-of-factly. Sorry, I just remembered incorrectly. Professor Alice is a Harvard psychology professor, and there is no professor named Alice at Harvard Business School. If you don't believe me, you can just search Baidu. Puff. Ha ha ha. When these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into laughter. Ma Xingyu's father's face instantly turned red like a monkey's butt. But he didn't dare to react, because the so-called Harvard University degree he had bought online was just a fake degree from a bogus university with the word Harvard in the title. Did Lu Zhengyang see through him from the very beginning? Why else would he have said that? Once he thought about it, he became even more wary of Lu Zhengyang. What he didn't know was that in Lu Zhengyang's previous life, he had indeed attended Harvard University and had obtained 8 master's degrees in one go. When he graduated, the then president of Harvard personally came forward to ask him to stay on at the university, and even reserved a professorship for him. But Lu Zhengyang refused. He still had a trillion-dollar family business to take care of, and studying was just his hobby. Professorship or no professorship, it was simply not important in his eyes. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand lightly, and the loud laughter that filled the entire classroom came to an abrupt end. Everyone subconsciously sat up straight and looked at Lu Zhengyang. At this moment, Lu Zhengyang's image became tall and mysterious in everyone's hearts. Even Hu Wei, who was sitting in the back, couldn't help but secretly look at Lu Zhengyang's back. Could it be that this scum really graduated from Harvard University? Just now Ma Xingyu's father said that it is now a money society, and I don't deny that. But money is not omnipotent, it cannot buy family love and friendship, and even less can it buy the precious love of children. Here, I would also like to advise everyone to be able to instill the correct values in their children and not to instill the idea of money being the most important thing too early. Blind vanity and worship of money could very well ruin the child's future. Money is the source of all evil. Its nature is simply to make transactions a little more convenient. After finishing speaking, Lu Zhengyang sat down. He left the time for reflection to the others. The entire classroom fell silent again, and everyone was chewing on Lu Zhengyang's words. Even Ma Xingyu's father began to reflect on whether his own approach to education had been wrong. After a long while, the teacher, who had been standing at the front of the classroom, suddenly spoke. Your words are worth 10 years of study. Mr. Lu has spoken very sensibly. I apologize to the students who did not receive the applause they deserved. The teacher bowed deeply to the children and then continued, please give a warm round of applause to all the students who have given of their love and support and encouragement. Love has no price. We must not let the stench of money corrupt the innocent love in the hearts of our children. With that, there was a loud round of applause. The children all smiled happily. Dad, you're amazing. I never thought the teacher would give us a round of applause. You're my hero. Domi gave Lu Zhengyang a big kiss. Yes. In the eyes of children, positive care and encouragement are even more important than $1 million. Duomi, your father is really awesome. The little sweetie sitting behind him had also stopped crying and was smiling. A glimmer of envy and longing shone in her eyes as she looked at Duomi. Yes. She also longed for a father who could shelter her from the wind and rain. The parent-teacher meeting ended successfully. Hu Wei was in a hurry to go to work and hurriedly took the little sweetie with her. When she walked past Lu Zhengyang, she unexpectedly smiled for the first time. Thank you. It's nothing. You should. Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile, and it seemed that his scumbag persona had already changed a little. After Hu Wei left, Lu Zhengyang carefully helped Xiao Adwomi pack her school bag. Then he took Xiao Adwomi's hand. Let's go home, Dad will cook a big meal for you. Yes. Dad is awesome. Duomi wants to eat meat. Then Dad will cook sweet and sour pork for you today, okay? Yes. Duomi loves sweet and sour pork the most. The two figures of a big one and a little one walked cheerfully towards the school gate. And just reached the school gate, Lu Zhengyang suddenly saw a group of people in front of him pointing and gesturing, as if something had happened. Lu Zhengyang frowned slightly and didn't want to get involved. He was about to leave. Wow! Mom! A loud sound of a child crying came. Dad, it seems like Xiao Tian is crying. Let's go take a look, shall we? Ha! Xiao Tian? Let's go! Lu Zhengyang did not hesitate. He took Xiaodu by the hand and pushed his way through the crowd. Hu Wei was sitting on the ground, her lower leg in her arms, her face full of pain. Her electric scooter was lying on its side, and a BMW was parked in front of it. It was obvious that she had been hit by a car. Xiaodu threw herself onto Hu Wei and started crying. Lu Zhengyang frowned slightly and walked quickly over to them. Are you okay? Where are you hurt? I'm fine, it's just my foot that hurts like hell. Here, let me take a look. Without waiting for Hu Wei to react, Lu Zhengyang gently rolled up Hu Wei's pant leg. First, a section of pale, jade-like calf appeared before his eyes. But when he rolled it up further, a large, red and swollen area caught his eye. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's careful manner, Hu Wei couldn't help but think of her late husband. If he were still alive, he would have treated me like this, right? It seems like you've hurt a bone. Hang in there, I'll call 120 for you. 120? No, that's not necessary. Hu Wei snapped out of her daze. At the mere mention of Lu Zhengyang taking her to the hospital, Hu Wei became anxious. She was just a part-time worker with no medical insurance or social security. If she went to the hospital, it would definitely put even more pressure on her already impoverished life. Nonsense. If you hurt a bone and don't go to the hospital, what if you have after effects later? You must go, just listen to me. After he finished talking, Lu Zhengyang dialed 120. Lu Zhengyang's tough attitude did not cause Hu Wei to feel disgusted, but instead, it made her heart fill with a warm current. Could it be that he really is the scumbag from the rumors? You rest here for a while, I'll go find them. After he finished talking, Lu Zhengyang turned and walked over to the BMW. At this time, the young man sitting in the driver's seat was obviously a little flustered. I hit someone. Why don't we go down and take a look? What the hell? It was just a minor collision. No one died, did they? Who do you think you are? Even if someone died, it's fine. The woman next to him, dressed up in a flashy outfit, rolled her eyes. But the young man obviously felt some sympathy. But what? Why bother with these lowlifes? The party Hu Xiao organized will start soon. Let's hurry up and go. Lu Zhengyang saw all of this. In fact, the young man driving the car is not bad at heart, but unfortunately, he has chosen an unthinking girlfriend. Are you going to settle this publicly or privately? Lu Zhengyang said lightly, playing with his mobile phone. What do you mean publicly or privately? Are you fucking crazy? It was this bitch who crossed the road without looking. There are no traffic lights here, she ran into our car on her own, so it's none of our business, isn't it? The female companion said with an unreasonable scowl. Don't you know this is a school zone? Regardless of whether there is a traffic light, you must slow down. If you continue to be so rude and unreasonable, I will call the police. Lu Zhengyang frowned. Call the police. Go ahead and do it. Do you know who my boyfriend's father is? What? Does his father seem like a big shot to you? Hey, if I tell you, you'll be scared to death. Have you heard of Wang Guichuan? Wang Guichuan? He's a big shot in Tiancheng. Lu Zhengyang's eyebrows shot up, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Hey, you're quite knowledgeable. What? Scared, aren't you? You wanted to call the police, didn't you? Call now, and I'll see if the police will dare to intervene when they arrive. His female companion sneered in disdain. I'll also give you a friendly reminder, if you still don't get out of the car to deal with this now, you'll be guilty of hit and run. Although the victim has not suffered fatal injuries, according to Article 13 of the Measures for the Expeditious Handling of Motor Vehicle Traffic Accidents Trial. For hit and run, the Traffic Management Department of the Public Security Organ shall, according to law, impose a fine of no more than 2,000 yuan on the driver, impose administrative detention of no more than 15 days, and record 12 points. Lu Zhengyang spoke with neither arrogance nor deference. Cut it out. Administrative detention and revocation of your license? Who the hell are you trying to fool? Let's go, honey, let's ignore this idiot. His female companion still looked disdainful. Lily, why don't we go down and deal with it? The young man on the side spoke weakly. Wan Yanlong, is it because you think that bitch is pretty that you're so concerned about her? The female companion, named Lily, immediately became angry. No, Lily, listen to me. I'm not listening. I'm putting my foot down here today. If you don't leave now, I'll break up with you right now. Are you leaving or not? Fine, I'll go. Okay? Wan Yanlong was full of helplessness. He turned the steering wheel, hit the gas, and the car sped away. What kind of people are these? Are you just going to let these people get away with this? Shoo! Keep your voice down, they have powerful connections. Seeing this scene, the crowd discussed it among themselves. Lu Zhengyang also calmly returned to Hu Wei's side. At this time, the ambulance had already arrived. Lu Zhengyang picked Hu Wei up in a princess carry. Don't worry, I'll make them both roll back here to apologize to you. Carefully placing Hu Wei on the stretcher, Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. Brother, don't brag, or you'll get burned. The onlookers on the side kindly reminded him. It's just a small matter, so don't get into trouble. Hu Wei couldn't help but feel a little worried. This is not about getting into trouble or not. I believe Yanxia is a place where the rule of law is upheld, and the victim deserves due respect and compensation. Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile, and his words resounded. Then he took the two children with him and got into the ambulance, and arrived at the hospital. Chapter 6 The Furious Wine Guh1 looked at the back of Lu Zhengyang as he rushed around the hospital. Hu Wei's eyes could not help but blur with tears. Since her husband's death, she had not felt cared for in a long time. If her husband had not died, she would definitely be very happy now, right? Unfortunately, when Lu Zhengyang came over after completing all the formalities, he saw Hu Wei's tearful and confused appearance and thought she was afraid of leaving any aftereffects. So he quickly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, it's just a bruise and a slight bone fracture. You'll be fine after a couple of days in hospital. There won't be any after effects." "Thank you. I'm fine, I don't need to be in hospital, I'll just go home and rest for a bit." Hu Wei wiped her eyes. She struggled to get up. The reason she didn't want to be hospitalized was partly money. The other reason was that Xiaotian would have no one to look after her. "Don't be silly. Listen to the doctor, you should be hospitalized." Lu Zhengyang pretended to be angry and pushed her back down. "Mom, just listen to your uncle." Xiaotian, who was standing nearby, felt sorry for her mother. "No way. If I'm in the hospital, who will take care of Xiaotian?" "Don't worry, let Xiaotian stay at our house for a couple of days, I'll take care of them." Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile and gently patted Xiaotian on the head. "Great. In that case, I can do my homework, play, and go to bed with Xiaotian." "Xiaotian, I'll tell you, my dad cooks really well." Zaya Duomi was, after all, just a child, and was overjoyed. "How can I let you do that?" Hu Wei hesitated. "What? You don't trust me?" Lu Zhengyang raised his eyebrows. "It's not just. There's no just buts about it, it's settled. You just rest and recover for the next 2 days, I'll take care of the kids." Lu Zhengyang gave Hu Wei a reassuring smile. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you. By the way, how much did you just pay in advance for me?" "I'll transfer it to you." "No need, it's just a little money. You used to help take care of Duomi all the time." "No way. Separate matters must be kept separate, even between close brothers. Give me the invoice." Hu Wei's face fell, and she stubbornly looked at Lu Zhengyang. She didn't want to owe Lu Zhengyang too much, for fear that she would get stuck. After all, Lu Zhengyang is a married man. Okay. Looking at Hu Wei's stubborn face, Lu Zhengyang helplessly took out the invoice. "What? You advanced 10,000 yuan for me?" Looking at the amount on the invoice, Hu Wei couldn't help exclaiming. All the money she had wasn't even enough for 3,000. "I used the best doctors and medicine at the hospital, and I also arranged a caregiver for you on the side." Lu Zhengyang felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose. "If you can help me cancel the nursing service and replace the medicine with something more normal, I will definitely pay you back the rest of the money in due course." Hu Wei's pretty face turned red. No wonder she was sleeping in a single room. "It's okay. I'm going out to make a phone call. I'm sure someone will pay for all your expenses." Lu Zhengyang waved his hand, told Duomi and Xiaotian not to run around, and then quickly walked out of the ward. At this time, in the city office, Wang Guichuan is going through some documents. Ding dong ding. His phone suddenly rings. He picks it up and sees that it's an unfamiliar number. Without thinking too much, he answers it directly. Hello? This is Wang Guichuan. Who is this? Your Honor Wang, hello, my name is Lu Zhengyang. A voice that is neither humble nor arrogant, but full of confidence, comes from the other end of the line. Lu Zhengyang? I don't think I know you. Wang Guichuan frowned slightly, as he didn't remember this person. Before Wang Guichuan could finish thinking, Lu Zhengyang continued to speak. It's fine if you don't know me, but I've sent you a video that concerns your career, so please watch it. If you don't deal with it properly, then I will definitely seek justice for the injured. That's all I have to say, I'll be waiting for your call. After saying this, Lu Zhengyang hung up. Wang Guichuan was left confused. What injured person? What justice? And it's also about my career? I, Wang Guichuan, ask myself if I have always acted with integrity. Although I cannot say that I am a clean official, I have always been dedicated to my work, behaved properly, and never broken the rules. But doubts are doubts. Wang Guichuan was still a little curious and opened his phone, and found that he had indeed received a video. He clicked to view it. It was a video of Wang Yanlong hitting someone and then leaving. Wang Guichuan's lungs nearly exploded with anger. When he saw Wang Yanlong's girlfriend, she shouted arrogantly, "Call the police? Go ahead and do it. Do you know who my boyfriend's father is?" At this point, Wang Guichuan was not just angry. This is the internet age. If this video goes viral, how big a public outcry will it cause? What will the people think then? That power gives you the right to ignore the law? This is like setting yourself on fire. At this moment, Wang Guichuan finally understood why Lu Zhengyang had just said that this video would affect his political career. How many officials have been brought down or even imprisoned because of their cheating children and brainless wives? Are there not many such things? The thought that tomorrow's news headline might be, Wang Guichuan's son ignores the law and causes a hit and run, made Wang Guichuan break out in a cold sweat. This matter must be handled properly. Wang Guichuan quickly picked up the phone and called back. At this time, Lu Zhengyang had already bought some fruit and returned to the ward. If I'm not wrong, the perpetrator should be here soon to deal with this matter. Lu Zhengyang smiled. No way? His father is Wang Guichuan. Hu Wei obviously didn't believe it. Auntie. Just trust my father, he's very capable. Little Duomi, who was standing nearby, blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Zhengyang with admiration. Haha, you're a good boy, Domi. You and Xiaotian, eat an apple to settle your stomach first. After I finish dealing with your aunt, I'll come home and cook you something nice, okay? Lu Zhengyang handed over 2 apples that he had peeled. Dad, I want sweet and sour pork, is that okay? Domi hadn't had meat for a long time. Domi asked carefully, afraid that his request was a bit too much and would make his father unhappy. I haven't had meat in a long time. Xiaotian, who was nibbling on an apple, added softly. Hearing this, Hu Wei, who was lying in bed, felt both embarrassed and sad. Since her husband passed away, life at home had become difficult. Now that the price of meat had risen so high, she rarely dared to buy it. Ha, you 2 little guys. Don't worry, Dad promises that you will have meat every day and fish soup every meal. Dad, you're so good. Little Duomi threw herself into Lu Zhengyang's arms and started to pout. Little Tian, who was standing nearby, looked a little envious. She also longed for a father who would care for her. At that moment, ding dong ding. Lu Zhengyang's phone suddenly rang. After looking at the caller ID, a smile appeared on the corner of Lu Zhengyang's mouth. Mr. Lu, my son was in the wrong in this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. When he answered the phone, Wang Guichuan's voice came over the line. It doesn't matter if I'm satisfied or not, what's important is that the injured person is satisfied. Lu Zhengyang responded indifferently. Yes, you're right. I don't know where the injured person is right now. We're at the First People's Hospital, orthopedics ward. The 2 kids haven't eaten yet, and I'm in a hurry to go home and cook for them, so please come over as soon as possible to take care of this. Okay. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Hu Wei asked curiously, "Who was that?" "Oh, it's Wang Guichuan. He should be here soon." Lu Zhangyang spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. "What? Wang Guichuan is really coming?" Hu Wei's eyes widened. "Huh? What's wrong?" Lu Zhangyang raised an eyebrow. He's a big shot who can make the heavens tremble with a single stamp of his foot, so how could he possibly bother with something like this himself? Hu Wei couldn't quite believe it. What's wrong with a big shot? Aren't big shots also human? Isn't it normal for a father to come and clean up after his son when the son has made a mess? Lu Zhangyang didn't react much. After all, he had met so many big shots last time. And he himself was a huge, awesome big shot. At this time, Wang Yanlong was at an orgy party in an upscale private villa with his girlfriend, Lily. They were having a great time. Ding dong dong. Wang Yanlong's phone rang. Upon picking it up, Wang Yanlong couldn't help but be startled. Why would his father call him at this hour? He didn't dare to be negligent and quickly picked up the phone. Before he could say anything, Wang Guichuan's roar came through. "I don't care what you're doing, be at the orthopedics ward of the First People's Hospital in 20 minutes. Bring your so-called girlfriend along. If you're late, I'll break your legs." After finishing, Wang Guichuan hung up the phone. Listening to the beep sound coming from the other end of the phone, Wang Yanlong was suddenly confused. What's wrong with Dad? Why is he suddenly so angry? Who is it? Lily asked curiously. It's my dad. He told us to go find him quickly. Your dad? Could it be that he knows about us? Lily was actually a little surprised. Since being with Wang Yanlong had never told his parents about them being together, and he had never brought himself to meet his parents. This time, Wang Yanlong's father actually volunteered to let Wang Yanlong take her to meet him. Is he trying to see what his future daughter-in-law looks like? The more Lily thought about it, the more excited she became. It was as if she could become Wang Yanlong's wife as long as she met his parents. So what are you waiting for? We can't let our father wait. After finishing talking, she hurriedly dragged Wang Yanlong away. She didn't notice at all that Wang Yanlong's face looked a little bad. Chapter 7 The Disgusting Huan Lily. In the hospital room. Do you think I should go to a barber shop and get a head wash or something? Hu Wei became visibly nervous when she learned that Wang Guichuan was coming. Come on, don't be so uptight. He's here to deal with the traffic accident, not to go on a blind date with you. Lu Zhangyang couldn't help rolling his eyes. How could I not be nervous? He's a big shot. Hu Wei gave Lu Zhangyang a cold stare. Before she could finish speaking. Day. A knock on the door sounded. Go ahead. Lu Zhangyang said indifferently. The ward door opened. Wang Guichuan walked in. Seeing that Wang Guichuan had actually come, Hu Wei was too nervous to say a word. However, Lu Zhangyang walked up to him with a composed manner and extended his right hand. Hello, Mr. Wang, I am Lu Zhangyang. His tone was calm and steady, not showing any signs of panic. This made Wang Guichuan shine with admiration. After all, his status was there for all to see, and most people would be nervous around him. Hello? Wang Guichuan also extended his right hand and shook hands with Lu Zhangyang. Then he turned his head and looked at Hu Wei, his eyes full of apology. Mrs. Lu. Wang Guichuan subconsciously thought that Lu Zhangyang and Hu Wei were husband and wife. Ah, I'm not his wife. Hu Wei's pretty face flushed red. She couldn't help but think to herself, if only he really was my husband. Huh? Wang Guichuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Lord Wang, you've got it wrong, she's the parent of one of my daughter's classmates. Her name is Hu Wei. Lu Zhangyang quickly spoke up to explain. I apologize for my rudeness. Miss Hu, I deeply apologize for my son's misdeeds. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Wang Guichuan looked solemn. At that moment, Wang Yanlong and Lily hurriedly pushed the door open. They hadn't even managed to stand firm when. Who the hell are you? Why are you hitting people? Do you know who my boyfriend is? His father is Wang Yanlong. Before he could react, Lily, who was behind him, jumped out. Before anyone could see her clearly, she pointed her finger at Wang Guichuan's nose and started shouting abuse at him. Why? Ha ha, Because I'm his father. Wang Guichuan's face turned ashen. From that video, he already knew that the reason his son had caused the hit and run was because of the brainless girl in front of him. You are. Lily, she was immediately dumbfounded, and then looked closely and realized that the person in front of her was indeed Wang Guichuan. She had just scolded Wang Guichuan? Listen to me, you brat, now immediately break up with this woman. Wang Guichuan simply ignored Lily. This kind of woman, talking to her feels like a loss of status. Dad. Lily just didn't see you clearly and didn't mean to scold you. Besides, I did the wrong thing by hitting and running today, so I should apologize and pay compensation. Please don't make things difficult for Lily. She and I are in a free relationship, so please don't interfere, okay? At this point, Wang Yanlong also roughly understood why his father had hastily called the two of them over. You little brat, I'll beat you to death. Seeing that Wang Yanlong actually defended Lily, Wang Guichuan's blood pressure soared. He raised his right hand high in the air and slapped Wang Yanlong hard again. Wang Yanlong did not dare to fight back, but he was a little dissatisfied and stubbornly stood there, waiting for the slap to fall. However, in the end, Wang Guichuan's slap did not land on Wang Yanlong. It was intercepted by Lu Zhengyang. Lord Wang, I shouldn't interfere in your family matters. But I don't think scolding is the right way to educate your son. It's likely to cause his rebelliousness. Why don't you let me talk to your son? We're similar in age, so we can communicate better. Lu Zhengyang smiled. Wang Guichuan just angrily pulled his hand back without saying a word, which was obviously a tacit consent. Come, little brother, come with me. Lu Zhengyang dragged Wang Yanlong out of the ward. They arrived at the stairwell. Thank you for holding back my dad just now, otherwise I think I would have gotten another good beating. Wang Yanlong gave a wry smile and handed a cigarette to Lu Zhengyang. Actually, I think your dad's intentions are good, but his approach to education is a bit off. But that's how the older generation is, they believe that only through discipline can a child become filial. Lu Zhengyang took the cigarette and gave a faint smile. What's so good about his intentions? Lily did do something wrong, but she and I were in a free relationship. My father is my father, but what right does he have to tell me to break up with Lily? It's the modern age, and there's no such thing as a parent's will or a matchmaker's word. Who I'm with is none of his business. Wang Yanlong took a deep drag on his cigarette, looking unconvinced. You make a lot of sense, but I have a question for you. Lu Zhengyang looked at Wang Yanlong with a smile. What is it? You said that if you weren't the son of Lord Wang, do you think Lily would be with you? This question suddenly stumped Wang Yanlong, and after struggling for a long time, he couldn't come up with an answer. Perhaps he already had an answer in his heart, but he just didn't want to say it. Little dragon, I don't know if you've heard the saying, choosing the wrong husband ruins a lifetime, but marrying an unvirtuous wife ruins 3 generations? Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Lily just has a bad temper, it shouldn't be that serious, right? Wang Yanlong weakly defended. Don't be in such a hurry to deny it, let me show you a video first. Lu Zhengyang handed over his phone, and the video was playing on it. You actually filmed the video? Wang Yanlong looked at Lu Zhengyang in some surprise. That's not the point, just watch the video first, as an outsider. Lu Zhengyang patted Wang Yanlong on the shoulder lightly. The video wasn't long, and Wang Yanlong quickly finished watching it. Lily really had gone too far. It was also my fault. If I had been more assertive and gotten out of the car to deal with it directly, none of this would have happened. I'm sorry. Wang Yanlong's face showed signs of guilt. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that you're not inherently bad, and Lord Wang is indeed considered a good official, I would choose to directly post this video online. Think about it, if I did that, what would happen next? Lu Zhengyang looked at Wang Yanlong. This is not acceptable. This is the internet age, and this will cause an explosion of public opinion. It will even implicate my father. At that time, my father will either be given a light punishment and have his career hindered, or he will lose his position and the career of his son will end. Having said that, Wang Yanlong's cold sweat came down. It seems that you are not stupid. I believe that Lily's arrogant and domineering personality was not formed in one day, and some things will come back to haunt you. This time, I met you, and I communicated with you privately first. If I meet someone who is willing to sacrifice themselves and dare to pull the emperor off his horse, this matter will not be so easy to solve. Lu Zhengyang smiled slightly and spoke. Brother Yang. You're right. I know what I should do. Wang Yanlong strongly agreed with Lu Zhengyang's words. It's good to understand, go back. Lu Zhengyang smiled slightly, just finishing a cigarette. The two turned around and returned to the ward. At this time, Lily cowered in the corner of the ward, looking very bad. Wang Guichuan was teasing the two children and didn't even look at Lily. Long. You're finally back. Seeing Wang Yanlong come in, Lily rushed over like a young wife. She wanted to hug Wang Yanlong, but Wang Yanlong missed a step and avoided her. Long. What's wrong? Lily couldn't help but be stunned. Huang Lily, I've thought about it, we're not suitable for each other, let's break up? Wang Yanlong said lightly. Long, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense, I'm serious. What? Long, is this how you treat me because of such a trivial matter? Is the relationship over the past 6 months as fragile as paper? Huang Lily's eyes were tearful, and anyone who didn't know would think she'd been bullied. Ha, you still think this is a trivial matter? Pathetic. Ridiculous. Wang Yanlong sneered disdainfully. He was completely disappointed in Huang Lily. Humph. Wang Yanlong, I never thought you could be so heartless. I was blind. If we're breaking up, you have to compensate me for the loss of half a year of my youth. You have to compensate me 1 million yuan. Otherwise, I'll go online and say that Wang City's son toyed with a young girl and abandoned her. Huang Lily saw that there was no way to salvage the situation, so she changed her face directly. You. At this moment, Wang Yanlong saw Huang Lily's true face. Wang Guichuan, who was standing nearby, was even more angry, and his blood pressure soared. Even Hu Wei, who was lying in the hospital bed, was shocked and opened her mouth wide. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen such shamelessness. What do you mean you and I? Let me tell you, Wang Yanlong. I, Huang Lily, am not that easy to please. Without 1 million, you want to dump me? No way. Seeing that Wang Yanlong was silent, Huang Lily became even more smug. Ms. Huang, a friendly reminder. Xiaolong and you are in a free relationship, so there is no such thing as a youth loss fee. And your current actions already constitute the crime of extortion. Article 274 of our criminal law stipulates that anyone who extorts public or private property, where the amount is large, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention or control where the amount is huge or there are other serious circumstances, the sentence shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. If you spread rumors online, congratulations, you'll get another charge of defamation. Article 246 of the criminal law, insult and defamation. Anyone who publicly insults another person by violence or other means, or fabricates facts to slander another person, if the circumstances are serious, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, control or deprivation of political rights. Even the internet is not a lawless place. So please consider how many years you'll go in for before doing these things. Lu Zhengyang, who was standing by, could no longer bear to watch and spoke up with reasons and evidence. You. This time it was Huang Lily's turn to be speechless, but as the saying goes, when a person is at his lowest, he is invincible. She gave her eyes a quick glance and said, the law requires evidence, and it's not just whatever you say. You have no evidence. Anyway, I have ways to make you sick. If you don't let me have a good time, I won't let you have a good time either. Chapter 8 Winning Wang Guichuan's recognition. Evidence? Is that what you're talking about? Lu Zhengyang gave a slight smile and took out his phone, playing the video of the scene just now. Without anything else, this video alone can convict you of extortion and blackmail. You and I don't have Huang Lily's momentum, which suddenly weakened. You can't just say there is no evidence when there is. Lu Zhengyang shook his phone and continued, and when you were with Xiaolong, you spent his money with abandon, didn't you? You must have received a lot of red envelopes, right? I would like to remind you once again that we can actually get all this back. For example, if you give your ex-girlfriend 100,000 yuan to buy a car, it is a conditional gift, the condition being that you give it to her as your girlfriend. I think you understand what I mean, don't you? Nowadays, we pay with our phones or send red envelopes. One advantage is that every purchase is traceable. If you continue to be a nuisance, you have to consider whether you can afford to return these things. Plop. After listening to Lu Zhengyang's words, Huang Lily directly collapsed on the ground. Kidding, when I was with Wang Yanlong, I received over 100,000 yuan in red envelopes alone, not to mention the designer handbags and cosmetics he bought for me. These things add up to at least several 100,000 yuan. Where would I get the money to pay him back? Long, I was wrong. Please let me go and don't make me pay you back, okay? Huang Lili crawled over to Wang Yanlong and hugged his thighs. Get out of here. I never want to see you again. Wang Yanlong had completely given up hope and pulled his leg away without even looking at her. Okay, I'll go right now. Huang Lili immediately rolled away. Wow, Daddy is so awesome, just a few words and he drove away that bad woman. After Huang Lili left, Xiao Duomi immediately threw herself into Lu Zhengyang's arms. Although she was young, she could tell the difference between good and bad. As long as you study hard, you can become as great as your father in the future. Lu Zhengyang petted Xiao Duomi's head affectionately. Little Lu, you really are a talent. You studied law? Wang Guichuan on the side became more and more interested in Lu Zhengyang. Lord Wang, you praise me too much, I just read some books about law in my spare time. Lu Zhengyang said modestly. In fact, in his previous life, he had obtained a master's degree in law from Harvard. Proficient in the laws of many countries. Dad. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I will definitely keep a sharp eye in the future and not hang out with those riffraff. Wang Yanlong walked up to Wang Guichuan and said sincerely. Humph. You're so big now and you still don't make me worry. If you were half as mature and stable as Lu, I would feel at ease. Wang Guichuan rolled his eyes. I know, I will definitely learn from brother Xiangyang in the future. Wang Yanlong nodded. Well, Ms. Hu was injured by you, so you will handle it from here. Wang Guichuan's face softened. Ms. Hu, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for Yang who woke me up today, I don't know how many stupid things I would have done in the future. I sincerely apologize to you. Wang Yanlong walked up to Hu Wei. He then asked Hu Wei for her payment code and directly transferred 100,000 yuan for the medical expenses. 100 million. This is too much. I'll pay for you. Hu Wei immediately screamed. It's fine. This is your medical expenses, mental damages, and lost wages. If it wasn't for Yang Gu today, the price I would have to pay would be far more than this. Wang Yanlong laughed. It's fine. Just keep it. Lu Zhengyang on the side gave a slight smile, indicating that Hu Wei should feel at ease and accept the money. It's getting late, Lu, why don't I treat you to a meal? Wang Guichuan was quite satisfied with how his son had handled the situation and laughed heartily as he stood up. Lord Wang, you're too kind. I would never dare decline an invitation from an elder, but I promised the two kids that I would go home and cook for them. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile as he patted the two kids' little heads. He didn't want to go back on his word to the kids. Oh? Wang Guichuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Usually, people who want to invite him to dinner are as common as carp swimming upstream, but he usually doesn't go. Unexpectedly, today I have to invite this kid Lu Zhengyang to dinner, and this kid actually refused? Wang Guichuan is increasingly impressed by this young man. Why don't you bring the kids along? Wang Guichuan once again extended an invitation. I don't want to eat at a restaurant. The food in restaurants is expensive and not delicious, and it's not healthy. Dad's cooking is the best. Before Lu Zhengyang could say anything, little Duomi tilted her little head and said in all seriousness. Oh? Your father's cooking is so good, better than the chefs in big restaurants? Wang Guichuan teased Xiao Duomi on purpose. Of course. My father's cooking is delicious. If you don't believe me, you can come to my house and try it. Xiao Duomi was full of pride. If Lord Wang and Xiaolong don't mind, you can come to my house for a little while and have some dinner. Xiao Duomi had said it, so Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to issue an invitation. It's not that I'm afraid of my cooking, it's just that the environment at home is really a bit poor. Fortunately, it's not raining today. I'll have to see how good Lu Zhengyang's cooking really is. Wang Guichuan laughed. I also want to try Yang's cooking. Wang Yanlong said with a smile. Although they have had little contact, he really admires Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang then arranged for Hu Wei's dinner and then led the group back to his home. As soon as they entered the door, Wang Guichuan was taken aback by the sight of the bare walls. Yang Gu, is this where you live? I happen to have an unused house, why don't you move in there? Wang Yanlong exclaimed even more. Ha, thanks for your kind offer. This place is a bit simple, but don't worry, in less than a month, I'll buy a warm new home for Duomi. Lu Zhengyang smiled, his face full of confidence. Then Lu Zhengyang told the two children to go do their homework first, and then made tea for the father and son, before going into the kitchen and getting busy. In a short while, a strong fragrance drifted from the kitchen. Longer, in today's society, not only do women need to be able to hold their own in the kitchen, but men also need to learn these things. In the future, when you have time, you should get close to Xiaolu and learn from him. Don't look at him like he's not rich, but he's much better than those friends you used to hang out with. Wang Guichuan took a sip of tea and spoke with deep concern. I know, father. Wang Yanlong, who had always liked to go against his father, rarely threw a tantrum. He was a million times convinced about Lu Zhengyang. If it weren't for him today, I don't know how I would have handled Huang Lily. It wasn't long before Lu Zhengyang brought the cooked dishes to the table. He beckoned the two children over. Looking at the table full of delicious-looking dishes, everyone's appetite was whetted. Little girl, it seems you weren't bragging. Just looking at these exquisite dishes, I can tell your father is a great cook. Wang Guichuan pinched Xiao Duomi's little face and teased. Of course. If you've tried the food my father eats, you'll think my father's cooking is even better. Little Duomi was like a proud little rooster. Come on, Lord Wang, this white wine is too fierce, and the beer is too cold. Why don't we drink some yellow wine to invigorate the blood? Lu Zhengyang took out a few bottles of high-quality yellow wine that he had bought while grocery shopping. Great! It's been a long time since I drank, so I'll drink a few cups today to celebrate. Wang Guichuan laughed heartily. During the meal, the two children were having a blast eating. Wang Guichuan, on the other hand, was chatting with Lu Zhengyang, testing him out. However, what shocked Wang Guichuan was that Lu Zhengyang seemed to be a living encyclopedia. No matter whether he was chatting with him about politics, economics or history, he could talk eloquently, grasp the main points, and also had his own unique opinions. This made Wang Guichuan like this young man more and more. By the way, Lu, do you have any views on the future development of Tiancheng? Wang Guichuan asked with a smile, taking a sip of his wine. I think the focus of Tiancheng's future development should be on two things. The first is industrial upgrading. The country is now advocating environmental protection and energy conservation, and green development. As environmental protection requirements become higher and higher, we should phase out some enterprises that are highly polluting and inefficient, and at the same time introduce some high-tech and service-oriented enterprises. The second is to vigorously develop the tourism industry. In fact, our Tiancheng has mountains and water, as well as many famous attractions and historical sites. If we expand publicity and build a reputation, these can attract countless tourists to come and play. Once there are more tourists, it will definitely promote the local economy and rapidly increase GDP. Lu Zhengyang gave a slight smile, and his words were well reasoned. Wang Guichuan was even more impressed. Because Lu Zhengyang's words were exactly the same as his own thoughts. However, he hadn't yet thought of a concrete plan. Then, in response to these 2 points, do you have any specific ideas, Lu? If you were me, what would you do? Wang Guichuan couldn't help but ask. Then I will venture to express my humble opinion. If there is anything lacking, please forgive me, Lord Wang. Lu Zhengyang made polite excuses. But go ahead and speak. Wang Guichuan waved his hand. If I were in your shoes, I would plan a high-tech industrial park in the northern suburbs of Tiancheng while demolishing and rebuilding the old city. This area is basically all wasteland, and land prices are very low, so in relative terms, the costs will be much lower. By then, as long as we ensure convenient transportation and offer preferential terms such as rent and tax exemptions, I believe that with Tiancheng's geographical location, the industrial park can be quickly established. As for tourism, the eastern suburbs of our Tiancheng, although relatively remote, are backed by mountains and adjacent to water, and they are also abundant in fruits such as pears and strawberries. If we build a large resort, I believe it will attract many tourists, and at that time it will also drive the development of the local economy, such as farm stays and fruit picking. Wang Guichuan nodded his head repeatedly after hearing these words. Wang Yanlong, who was standing next to him, was even more astonished. He knew that ordinary people were always nervous when speaking to their fathers, but Lu Zhengyang was as calm as water and could speak eloquently. What's more, Lu Zhengyang's words were deeply agreed with. Chapter 9 The Disobedient Hui. After the meal, Wang Guichuan couldn't help but say, Lu, you're really a talent. I wonder if you've ever thought about a career in politics. I'm used to being carefree and can't stand the rules and regulations in the officialdom, big and small. Lu Zhengyang politely declined. Lu Zhengyang said that his biggest goal in life was to be a qualified father. Once you enter the officialdom, it's like a deep sea, and there won't be any time for him to spend with his daughter. Domi is already 8 years old, and if I don't spend more time with her, she'll grow up. Wang Yanlong, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded once again. So many people are begging on their knees to get connected to their fathers, and now that his father has personally extended an olive branch, Yang has actually rejected it? This courage alone is awesome enough. Wang Yanlong secretly gave Lu Zhengyang a thumbs up. Sigh. When you ever get that idea, you must come to me. I'll be your guide. Wang Guichuan sighed with regret. Then he led Wang Yanlong away. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang got up early and made a delicious steak breakfast for Xiao Adwomi and Xiaotian. Uncle Lu, your cooking is delicious. I want to eat your food every day. Xiaotian looked at Lu Zhengyang with longing. Ha, if you like it, you can come over every day. Lu Zhengyang laughed and patted Xiaotian's head. Great. We can even do homework and play together. Little Duomi also shouted happily. Uncle Lu, you're so nice. Little Tian smiled, beaming with joy. After finishing eating, Lu Zhengyang sent the two children to study. Then he bought some fruit and went to the hospital to visit Hu Wei. However, as soon as he entered the ward, Lu Zhengyang noticed that Hu Wei was not in bed. Ha! Where is she? As he was wondering. Plop! Oops! A loud thud accompanied by Hu Wei's scream came from the toilet. Are you okay? Lu Zhengyang pulled open the toilet door and rushed in. Hu Wei was lying on the floor in a rather embarrassing position. Ah! Don't come in! Hu Wei's face turned red as Lu Zhengyang suddenly entered the room. Lu Zhengyang then realized that Hu Wei had been in the toilet and had fallen when getting up. It seemed that her pants were not pulled up properly. However, Lu Zhengyang did not back out, but instead walked up to Hu Wei and picked her up. Ah! Hu Wei couldn't help but scream again, and her whole body became a little stiff, her heart pounding non-stop. Since her husband had left, this was the first time she had been in such close contact with a man. Soon, Lu Zhengyang carried Hu Wei to the bed and helped her cover up. When she left Lu Zhengyang's warm embrace, a flash of lingering affection and reluctance, as well as a trace of loss, suddenly crossed Hu Wei's mind. Did you hurt yourself? Shall I call the doctor to come and check you over? Oh, no need. I just stubbed my toe. It's nothing serious. Hu Wei subconsciously shook her head. I'll hire a carer for you. What's wrong with this hospital? Am I wasting my money? Don't they even help you to the toilet? I'll go and have a word with them about this. Lu Zhengyang was a little annoyed. He was about to get up, but Hu Wei held him back. No, don't go. It's not the nurse's fault. I'm the one who cancelled the nurse. It costs 200 yuan a day, which is too expensive. Hu Wei said weakly. What? You cancelled the nurse? I said, why are you so generous? If you had a bad fall today, what would happen to Xiaotian? And didn't Xiaolong transfer 100,000 yuan to you yesterday? Lu Zhengyang's tone was quite stern. I was just thinking that I should be able to manage, right? The money for the carer can be saved and used to buy some delicious food for Xiaotian. Hu Wei lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. Sigh. Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but let out a sigh, picked up an apple and started to peel it. Hu Wei was also used to saving. Then he said, wait, I'll hire another carer for you. You're not allowed to cancel it until you're discharged from the hospital. Do you understand? Yes. Hu Wei nodded weakly. Her heart was warm. Here. Lu Zhengyang handed over the apple he had peeled. Thank you. As she took the apple, Hu Wei's nose felt a little bit sour. How long had it been since she had felt this kind of care? What's wrong? Don't you like apples? I'll peel you a peach then. Lu Zhengyang felt a little strange as he watched Hu Wei staring at the apple in her hands. Ah, no, I like apples. Hu Wei snapped out of it, gently bit into the apple, and secretly wiped away a tear. Then she changed the subject. Is Xiaotian a good boy? Has he caused you any trouble? He's a good boy, and he gets along with Duomi. I like him very much. Lu Zhengyang smiled. Then you've really caused me trouble. No trouble at all. You used to help me take care of Duomi all the time, didn't you? After chatting for a while, Lu Zhengyang looked at the clock and saw that Jiang Shuoqin should have already started work. After all, he had promised Duomi that he would bring Jiang Shuoqin home within a week. Today happened to be Valentine's Day, so it was the perfect time to meet his new wife. Lu Zhengyang got up to say goodbye. Hey, wait! Hu Wei suddenly stopped him. What's wrong? Lu Zhengyang stopped in his tracks, a little curious. Wang Yanlong gave me 100,000 yuan, didn't he? I was thinking that if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get 100,000 yuan either. So I think I should give you half. Hu Wei said. No need. You deserve the money, I don't want it. Lu Zhengyang refused without hesitation. But. No buts about it. I'm leaving now. Wait. Hu Wei was a little anxious. What's wrong? Then I have to give you the 10,000 yuan you advanced. If you don't take it, I'll be angry. Hu Wei looked stubborn. That's fine. Lu Zhengyang shrugged and nodded. This money is just right for Jiang Shuoqin to buy a gift. Save yourself from going to the lottery store again. After all, if the lottery wins a lot, there will be a lot of trouble, such as interviews with reporters, lottery players seeking advice, and charities coming to ask for donations. Lu Zhengyang doesn't want his peaceful life as a dad to be disrupted. After receiving the transfer, Lu Zhengyang said goodbye and was about to leave. Wait, I have one more thing I want you to help with. Hu Wei once again stopped Lu Zhengyang. What is it? Can you help me pull up my pants? My feet hurt, my back doesn't work, and the elastic band is chafing me a little. Hu Wei's pretty face was red as blood. Okay. Lu Zhengyang froze for a moment, then reached his hands under the quilt and gently completed the task. The whole time, Lu Zhengyang could feel Hu Wei's entire body trembling slightly. As they left the hospital, Lu Zhengyang looked at his phone and realized it was already 9 o'clock, and the stock market had opened. Without any surprises, Sufei Electronics opened at the limit. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhengyang sold all his stocks. Then he bought all the stocks at the limit price. After that, he took a taxi to the clothing store where Jiang Shuoqin worked, a mobile phone mall. Because he remembered, Jiang Shuoqin's phone had been used for several years, and the screen was broken in one corner. She had always wanted to change it, but she couldn't bear to do so. After all, she used to be a spendthrift, selling anything of value in the house to gamble and drink. Jiang Shuoqin spent all the money she had saved for a new phone on a small domino machine. Before long, they arrived at the mobile phone mall, and Lu Zhengyang started looking around. However, he didn't know that at this moment, in the office of Delhi Investment Company, Ma Feifei was once again curiously opening Lu Zhengyang's account. Sufei Electronics has actually opened at the limit. This guy has actually made 10 points today. And it's a large block order of hundreds of thousands of shares. This stock should keep rising. Ma Feifei couldn't help but marvel. I wonder if this guy is just lucky or if he's really good. She muttered to herself. Ma Feifei suddenly noticed that there had been some activity in Lu Zhengyang's account. But then, Ma Feifei's eyes widened. Because Lu Zhengyang had sold all of his shares. This guy is an idiot, right? This stock was clearly about to keep rising. No one else could get on the train in time, but he actually sold it all. Isn't this being mean to money? Ma Feifei almost couldn't help but call Lu Zhengyang and scold him. But then she thought, could it be that this guy has discovered an even better stock? But before she could finish thinking, Lu Zhengyang's account started operating again. She saw that Lu Zhengyang did not operate any other stocks, but instead continued to place an order to buy the limit down price across the board. And then there was no more movement. Does this guy know how to speculate in stocks? How could this stock possibly fall now? And he's thinking about a limit down? Could it be that he thinks yesterday's skyrocketing was like the cabbages growing on the roadside? That you can just casually come across it? Ma Feifei shook her head in disbelief. She was already certain in her heart that this guy Lu Zhengyang simply couldn't speculate in stocks, he was just a little lucky. She'd made herself think he was a stock market god. Lu Zhengyang was carrying his new mobile phone and walking towards the clothing store where Jiang Shuoqin worked. Suddenly, he noticed a teenager playing with a flying machine. Lu Zhengyang's eyes lit up and he quickly walked up to the teenager. Meanwhile, inside the store, Several female salespersons were gathered together, chatting away. Only Jiang Shuoqin was silently cleaning up. Oh no! It's so annoying, I have to work on the Qixi festival. Yes. I'm so annoyed too, but my boyfriend spent more than 2,000 yuan on a pair of earrings for me. Don't they look pretty? My husband also gave me a set of cosmetics worth more than 3,000 yuan. What's the big deal? My man bought me a mobile phone, though, which cost more than 5,000 yuan. Several people started comparing. Suddenly someone deliberately said to Jiang Shuoqin, Shuoqin, did your husband give you any gifts on Valentine's Day? Jiang Shuoqin couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. To be honest, which woman doesn't like romance? Which woman doesn't long for gifts? But when she thought about her husband, Jiang Shuoqin was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Hey, Feng, why did you ask Shuoqin if she was okay? Everyone knows that her husband is a scumbag. He's too busy gambling with his money to buy Shuoqin a gift. Exactly, Shuoqin, you should think about yourself too. You're so pretty, why hang yourself on a crooked tree? Get a divorce while you still can. The strange words of her colleagues made Jiang Shuoqin's fair face flush red. After all, I already have a child, and I believe he will change for the better. Jiang Shuoqin held back for a long time, but the words that came out even she herself didn't quite believe. Will he really turn over a new leaf? At that moment. Buzz buzz buzz. A flying object, hanging a beautifully wrapped gift box, slowly flew in. Chapter 10 This wife is really virtuous. What is this? Sending a gift to your girlfriend in a flying machine? How romantic. Who is it for? The sales assistants, curious and envious, started to gossip. Even Jiang Shuoqin felt a little envious, and began to speculate in her heart as to who the man was who was so romantic. The flying machine with the gift circled slowly around the store. It finally stopped in front of Jiang Shuoqin. Wow! Shuoqin, who was so thoughtful as to give you such a romantic gift? I don't know either. At this moment, Jiang Shuoqin was also confused. Hey, Shuoqin, you're not secretly seeing some rich guy behind our backs, are you? I'm not. Don't be ridiculous. Who cares who sent it? Let's see what it is first. Yes, Shuoqin, open it and take a look. At the urging of her colleagues, Jiang Shuoqin curiously opened the gift box, a brand new dark red mobile phone, lying quietly inside. Huawei Mate 30 RS Porsche 5G model. Doesn't this phone seem to cost 13,000 yuan? Shuoqin. Did that local tyrant give it to you? Shuoqin, you're so happy. A burst of exclamations sounded. I don't know who gave it to me either. Jiang Shuoqin shook her head. She had been admiring the phone, but when she heard that it cost 13,000 yuan, she quickly put it down. This is too expensive for her. She still doesn't know who gave it to her, so she can't just take it. At that moment. Dear wife, happy Valentine's Day. Do you like my gift? Lu Zhangyang strode in, holding a bouquet of roses. Why are you here? Jiang Shuoqin looked at Lu Zhangyang in disbelief. She never expected Lu Zhangyang to come and see her on Valentine's Day, let alone give her a gift. Today is Valentine's Day, isn't it normal for me to come and see my precious wife? Lu Zhangyang looked at his cheap wife with a smile on his face and found that she was even more beautiful and pure than he remembered. In his previous life, Lu Zhangyang had seen countless women, but he had never invested any emotions because he was so rich, and emotions were the most mysterious and incomprehensible thing in the world. Even someone as smart as him had difficulty telling whether these women loved him or his money. However, Jiang Shuoqin in front of him is different. Not only is she the mother of Xiao Adwomi, but she has never abandoned him even though he was such a jerk in the past. Even if she moves out now, it is to motivate him to return to the right path. Therefore, Lu Zhangyang feels that he should be nicer to this woman. After listening to Lu Zhangyang's words, Jiang Shuoqin's eyes reddened. This is the first time in so many years of marriage that she has heard such sweet words from Lu Zhangyang. Stunned, she accepted the rose from Lu Zhangyang's hands and gently smelled it. It really smelled good. However, Jiang Shuoqin then came to her senses, pointed at the brand new mobile phone and asked, "Did you give this to me?" "Yes." "Why? Don't you like it?" Lu Zhangyang was taken aback. "Get out here." Jiang Shuoqin's face suddenly turned pale. She then put down the rose, picked up the mobile phone, grabbed Lu Zhangyang's hand, and hurriedly pulled him out. Seeing Jiang Shuoqin's expression, which seemed to be a little angry, Lu Zhangyang was a little confused. Did I make a mistake somewhere? They arrived at an unoccupied hallway in the mall. What's going on? Jiang Shuoqin asked, taking out her phone. Well, it's Valentine's Day, isn't it? I definitely have to buy you a gift to make you happy. So I was thinking, haven't you always wanted to get a new phone? Lu Zhangyang froze for a moment. That's not what I mean. I mean, where did you get all that money? Tell me. Did you go and get a loan? Lu Zhangyang, even though you were a bit of a delinquent in the past and liked to gamble, you at least knew how to limit your losses and never borrowed money. But now? You actually went and borrowed money? Do you know what's going on at home? Once you start this, it'll just get bigger and bigger. What are we going to use to pay people back in the future? I know, you probably want to make me happy and get me to come home. But you can't go borrow money. In fact, I just want you to be well, and to be able to live a good life with me. Even if you don't want any gifts, I'll be very happy. Sob, sob, sob. Jiang Shuoqin became more and more agitated as she spoke, and at the end, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Lu Zhangyang then realized that it turned out that Jiang Shuoqin had misunderstood him. Honey, don't cry, actually I didn't borrow any money. Lu Zhangyang took out a tissue and gently wiped Jiang Shuoqin's tears. Really? Jiang Shuoqin raised her head, still a little disbelieving. It's even truer than real gold. Then where did you get so much money? I won it in the lottery. You can ask if you don't believe me. It's the one next to the Duomi school. Looking at Lu Zhangyang's honest eyes, Jiang Shuoqin knew that he wasn't lying to her. After some hesitation, Jiang Shuoqin handed her phone to Lu Zhangyang. You should return the phone. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Then let's go and get one you like. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's so expensive. It's over 10,000 yuan, that's enough to pay for a tutoring class. On hearing this, Lu Zhangyang felt a surge of emotion. He couldn't help but pick Jiang Shuoqin up in his arms and kiss her hard. Hey! What are you doing? What if someone sees us? Jiang Shuoqin pouted a little and gave Lu Zhangyang a little slap. Ha, so what if someone saw? It's only natural for a husband to kiss his wife, isn't it? Nonsense. Jiang Shuoqin pouted, but she didn't break free from Lu Zhangyang's embrace. Honey, we're not returning this phone, you can keep it. After all, it's a token of my love. But. There's no but. Don't worry, I promise you, I'll never gamble or drink again, I'll take good care of you and Duomi, I'll spoil you both and make you the two happiest women in the world. Are you serious? Jiang Shuoqin's eyes couldn't help but fill with tears again. I promise. Will you go home with me? Lu Zhangyang looked at Jiang Shuoqin affectionately. Yes. Jiang Shuoqin nodded. Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but feel happy. But not now. Jiang Shuoqin's next sentence left Lu Zhangyang completely confused. Why? Giggle, giggle, giggle. I'm not off yet, you can hang out here for a while, I'll go with you to pick up Domi. Seeing Lu Zhangyang's dumbfounded expression, Jiang Shuoqin couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Then, like a happy little girl, she skipped back into the store. With nothing to do, Lu Zhangyang just wandered around the mall. I still have a few thousand yuan on me, and it's Valentine's Day, should I go to the seafood market and cook a nice candlelight dinner? He was thinking about it. Lu Zhangyang? A clear female voice came from behind him. He turned around and saw a tall beauty walking quickly over. Manager Ma? Why are you here? Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but be startled. I didn't have much to do this afternoon, so I came out for some fresh air. By the way, Mr. Lu, I've looked at your stock account, and I'm not sure if I should say something? Ma Feifei remembered Lu Zhangyang's morning operation. What's wrong, is there a problem with my stock account? Lu Zhangyang said he was a bit confused. Your stock account is fine. But I think there's something wrong with your actions. Ma Feifei said lightly. What? Lu Zhangyang was a bit confused. Could it be that there are other stocks in the stock market that are more suitable for short-term profit-making than Xufei Electronics? In fact, I don't think you're suitable for stock speculation at all, because you don't understand stocks at all. Ma Feifei threw another bombshell. Lu Zhangyang was shocked. He's not suitable for stock speculation? Doesn't understand stocks? Are you kidding? In your previous life, the international financial giant Sofis threatened to wipe out the Chinese stock market. You transformed into the mysterious stock god and led thousands of retail investors in China to drive Sofis out of the market with no return. Until you traveled back in time, no country or consortium dared to stir up trouble in the Chinese stock market. Lu Zhengyang seemed a little reluctant to believe it. Ma Feifei spoke again. Don't be unconvinced, I have a basis for saying this. Oh? Lu Zhengyang's eyebrows shot up, and he couldn't help but smile. There happens to be a coffee shop in front of us, why don't we sit down and talk while I also happen to listen to Manager Ma's advice? Okay. Since he didn't have anything to do right now, Ma Feifei nodded. They arrived at the coffee shop and casually ordered 2 cups of coffee. I don't know why Manager Ma said I don't understand stocks. Lu Zhengyang squinted as he took a sip of coffee and asked with a smile. In fact, from the day you signed the contract and the 2 million yuan was credited to your account, you actually bought a single stock all at once. From this alone, I think you must be a complete novice. Because normal veterans will test the stock and not buy it all at once. After all, if the judgment is wrong and the stock price falls, there is still money to cover the position. If you operate like this, you are not leaving yourself any room. At the very least, you would invest in several stocks separately. After all, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You have to know that once it falls 7 points, your stock will be forced to close the position. Ma Feifei's analysis was well reasoned, and Lu Zhengyang listened with interest. So? I have to say you're really lucky. I never thought you'd accidentally pick Shufei Electronics and make 20 points on the first day. But I'm really disappointed with your actions this morning. Shufei Electronics is clearly a dark horse that's being manipulated by hot money. The stock price has been driven low enough now, and anyone can see that it will continue to rise. It's too late for people to get on the bandwagon, but you just sold everything. You say you sold it, so I won't say anything, but you actually hung the whole position on the limit down. Are you crazy about money? Are you going to Shufei Electronics and hit the ground again? This is simply impossible. Your luck can't keep being so good, so I advise you to take advantage of the money you've made so far and get out of the stock market. Your personality and skills are not suitable for survival in the stock market. Ma Feifei spoke again, full of enthusiasm. To be honest, she was actually well-intentioned as a financial manager. She had seen countless people lose their homes because of stock speculation. She didn't want Lu Zhengyang to be forced to close out his positions in the future. I really appreciate Manager Ma reminding me, I will definitely pay attention in the future. But you say I don't understand stocks, I kind of disagree with that. How about we make a bet? Lu Zhengyang didn't get angry, but instead laughed. Chapter 11 I'm a little confused about losing. A bet? What bet? Ma Feifei couldn't help but feel a little curious. If Shufei Electronics and so on really hit the floor, then you'll pay for this coffee. Lu Zhengyang looked at Ma Feifei with a smile. Okay. You're buying this coffee today. Ma Feifei didn't hesitate and nodded directly. That's not necessarily the case. Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, took out his phone, and looked at the time. It was already 1:55. In 5 minutes at most, a hot money should come for a roller coaster style wash. Manager Ma, you should open the stock software and check the stock price. In 5 minutes at most, Shufei Electronics will take a dive. If it doesn't change in 5 minutes, then you have to buy me pastries. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's confident face, Ma Feifei couldn't help but laugh. To be honest, she really didn't know where the confidence of this stock rookie Lu Zhengyang came from. Okay. But if I'm right, then you have to pay for the pastries too, okay? Lu Zhengyang nodded with a smile. Hey, you're thinking too much. Waiter, I'd like to order. Ma Feifei unceremoniously ordered a few desserts and slowly ate them. Hey. Lu Zhengyang, seeing that you've invited me for coffee and pastries, I'll be frank. You'd better listen to me and quit the stock market while you still have some money left. I'm afraid you'll lose everything. While eating the delicious dessert, Ma Feifei spoke again with earnest advice. However, before she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed that all the large orders for the Shufei Electronics cover plate on her phone had been withdrawn at the same time. Ma Feifei's heart suddenly jumped. However, before she could react, the stock price of Shufei Electronics plummeted like a cliff. In less than 3 seconds, it had gone from red to green. Another moment of confusion. the stock price had fallen to the limit. The large order of 150,000 shares had directly nailed the stock price to the limit again. How is this possible? Ma Feifei's dim sum in her hand fell to the ground, and her eyes were wide open, looking at Lu Zhangyang like she had seen a ghost. Hey, now, you're going to pay for the dim sum? Lu Zhangyang chuckled lightly. How did you do it? Ma Feifei would not be bothered by such petty money. She just could not believe that Lu Zhangyang's prediction was so accurate. If she did not know his background, Ma Feifei would definitely think that Lu Zhangyang was the manipulator behind the scenes. I said I guessed, do you believe it or not? Lu Zhangyang sipped his coffee and teased. Are you kidding? If you can guess all this, then you must be a god. Ma Feifei gave Lu Zhangyang a dirty look. You've guessed it all, okay, I'll be honest, I'm just a bit lucky. Lu Zhangyang shrugged his shoulders and laughed. He didn't want to tell anyone about his business, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. Lucky? How is that possible? Ma Feifei felt that Lu Zhangyang was teasing her. What's so impossible about it? To be honest, I made 200,000 yuan from stock speculation, and I won the lottery. If you don't believe me, why don't we make another bet? It's still early, and Lu Zhangyang doesn't mind teasing the beautiful Ma Feifei. What's the bet? What's the bet? You don't believe in my luck, do you? It's less than an hour until the stock market closes. Do you believe Shufei Electronics will soar again? You mean Shufei Electronics will have another skyrocketing? Ma Feifei looked at Lu Zhangyang like he was a fool. Lu Zhangyang, however, was not self-aware at all, and nodded seriously, saying, It's about right. Great. I'll bet with you. If you lose, you pay for all these coffee snacks today. Ma Feifei felt confident, after all, a large order of 150,000 shares was no joke. If you lose, you have to promise me one thing. Lu Zhangyang grinned evilly. No problem. It's settled. I really don't believe that your luck is that good. No matter how you buy stocks, they will always rise. Ma Feifei was arrogant at heart. She couldn't accept losing to a stock market novice again and again. So she agreed to the bet without hesitation. An hour passed in a flash. As the time to close the stock market drew near, Ma Feifei suddenly felt a little nervous as she watched Lu Zhangyang, who was still chatting away happily. She secretly checked the time. It was already 2:59 and 50 seconds p.m. There were only 10 seconds left. The stock price was still pinned at the bottom limit. Ma Feifei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any more changes now. After all, a situation like yesterday, where the stock price suddenly skyrocketed, was not something that could be predicted. However, before she could finish thinking, Ma Feifei's big eyes involuntarily widened again. Because the 150,000 hand-signed orders were suddenly all revoked. Subsequently, the stock price of Shufei Electronics soared like a rocket. This scene. Ma Feifei was so familiar with it. Because at the same time yesterday, she had witnessed it with her own eyes. Is the goddess of luck in your family? Ma Feifei was completely dumbfounded. Lu Zhangyang's luck was just too terrifying, wasn't it? In just 2 days, this guy has turned 2 million yuan into 3.168 million yuan. No. To be precise, this guy has only spent 200,000 yuan and made a profit of 1.168 million yuan. In just 2 days, his net worth has nearly increased sixfold. Hey, I'm sorry, Manager Ma, it looks like you've lost again. It's almost time, I have things to do, so I'll be going. As for the matter of you losing to me, I haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll come back to you when I have. Oh, and thanks for the coffee and snacks. After finishing the last drop of coffee, Lu Zhangyang stood up with a smile and left directly. Ma Feifei was left staring blankly at his back. She was more and more curious about him. Meanwhile, at the stock exchange, the little prince of stock trading, Zhang Shuihao, was hanging his head, staring blankly at the Green Kate Group. He looked completely incredulous. He had studied all the data on this stock and it should be going up. How could it be at the bottom? And it was so tightly capped, you couldn't even escape. Zhang Shuihao couldn't help but think back to the warning from his scumbag brother-in-law Lu Zhangyang yesterday. Because today's stock trend was exactly the same as what Lu Zhangyang had said yesterday. Could it be that he is a master stock trader who hides his talents? This thought just popped up in his mind. But Zhang Shuihao directly dismissed it. Lu Zhengyang is a scumbag who can't do anything right and wastes everything he eats. What does he know about stock speculation? Little Prince. Didn't you say that Capitaland would definitely rise? Yes. Little Prince. Why is this stock green like a grassland today, lying on the limit down board without moving? Yesterday we made 5 points on this stock, and today it fell 10 points, which is a loss of 5 points. Should we cut our losses? A group of retail investors looked at Jiang Shuihao with some resentment. Don't panic. I think this is a technical wash of the market by the banker, which should be a technical adjustment before the stretch. I have been paying attention to this stock for a long time, and I expect the stock price to rise rapidly starting tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and it may even hit the limit continuously. After some hesitation, Jiang Shuihao still firmly held his own ideas. Little did he know that this decision almost made him go bankrupt. Lu Zhengyang waited until Jiang Shuiqin finished work, then went to the school to pick up Duomi and Tian Tian. On the way, Lu Zhengyang told Jiang Shuiqin about Hu Wei's injury and the fact that Tian Tian would be sleeping at their house for a few days. Hu Wei is a single mother, and it's not easy for her. And before, when you weren't around, she helped take care of Duomi a lot. It's only right that she helped take care of Tian Tian now. Jiang Shuiqin didn't have a problem with this. They arrived at the school gate. Lu Zhengyang deliberately made Jiang Shuiqin hide to the side. Dad! Uncle Lu! As soon as they saw Lu Zhengyang, Zaya Duomi and Xiaotian immediately ran towards him. Ha, you two little guys, were you good at school today? Lu Zhengyang crouched down, opened his arms, and embraced the two cute children in his arms. I was good. The teacher praised me for listening carefully in class. Zaya Duomi looked a little smug. Wow, our little Dodo is so well behaved? Here, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. Mm. Lu Zhengyang gave Dodo a big kiss. Dodo was over the moon. Little Sweet saw this and looked at Lu Zhengyang with big eyes, and said weakly, Uncle Lu, I was well behaved today too, can you reward me too? Oh, so Little Sweet was well behaved too, she definitely deserves a reward. Mm. Lu Zhengyang also gave Hu Xiaotian a gentle kiss. This time, a sweet, satisfied smile flashed across Hu Xiaotian's face. It was as if she had been kissed by her own father. Little Domi, actually, Dad has another surprise for you today. What surprise? Little Domi was full of excitement and anticipation. Ding dong 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 ding. Jiang Shuiqin walked out of the corner, smiling from ear to ear as she looked at little Domi. Yeah. Mum. Domi was full of surprise. Then she ran all the way and threw herself into Jiang Shuiqin's arms. Mum, I've missed you so much. Please don't be angry with Dad, will you come home? Every night I've missed you so much, can we be a family again? Domi hugged Jiang Shuiqin's neck tightly, and couldn't help crying as she spoke. My dear. I miss you too. I won't go out to live anymore, and we'll live a good life as a family. Jiang Shuiqin also hugged Zaya Duomi tightly, and tears could not be held back. Alright, today is a happy day for our family to reunite, so don't cry, you too. How about I cook tonight and make you a sumptuous seafood dinner? Lu Zhengyang took Xiaotian's hand and walked up. Hearing this, Jiang Shuiqin couldn't help but be taken aback, and looked at Lu Zhengyang with some curiosity, saying, You can cook? You have to know that the old Lu Zhengyang was a standard male chauvinist, and always firmly believed that household chores such as laundry and cooking should be done by women, and he would never even touch them. Chapter 12 The warmth and conflict of the seafood market. Of course. Mom, I'll tell you, Dad's cooking is delicious. Domi hugged Jiang Shuiqin's neck, looking serious. Yes, Uncle Lu's cooking is great. Xiaotian, who was standing nearby, was afraid that Jiang Shuiqin wouldn't believe him, so he spoke up as well. When did you learn to cook? Jiang Shuiqin looked at Lu Zhengyang a little puzzled. I learned online while you were away. Cooking isn't hard, is it? Lu Zhengyang touched his nose and laughed. Not hard? Then I've never seen you cook before. Jiang Shuiqin gave Lu Zhengyang a reproachful look. But she was a little moved. Men are all big kids. It seems that the time I was away really stimulated him. My man is beginning to mature. I'm sorry, honey, from now on, I'll take over the cooking. I promise to keep you all healthy and happy. Lu Zhengyang laughed and put Jiang Shuochen in his arms. What a sight! I don't want to get fat, it doesn't look good. Jiang Shuochen's face flushed slightly as she gave him a little peck. How could that be? My wife is always the most beautiful. Before Jiang Shuochen knew it, Lu Zhengyang had secretly kissed her. Oh no! You're going to kill me, can't you see the kids are still here? Jiang Shuochen instantly blushed. Giggling, Xia Adwomi sweetly laughed. Then the two of them, accompanied by their two children, went to the seafood market. Wow, Xia Adwomi, look, that lobster is so big, it's almost as big as my arm. And, Duomi, look, this crab is really scary. When they arrived at the seafood market, the two children were as excited as if they had discovered a new continent, pointing and exclaiming. The family's previous living conditions were really quite touching. Not to mention seafood, even ordinary pork, fish and shrimp were luxuries for them. Seeing the excited faces of the two children, Lu Zhengyang's face revealed a faint smile. Perhaps sometimes, a plain life is truly a blessing? He was in the middle of feeling this way when Jiang Shuochen on the side secretly tugged him. What is it? Lu Zhengyang asked, turning back. Zhengyang, are we really buying all this seafood today? Of course. Your man keeps his word. He said he'd cook you a seafood feast today, and he will. But this is so expensive. Look at the lobsters, they cost over 200 yuan a pound. With a head this big, I'm afraid it costs over 1,000 yuan for one. For 200 yuan, I can buy a few pounds of crayfish. Ha, this is Australian lobster, it's different from crayfish. Lu Zhengyang explained with a smile. What's the difference, aren't they both lobsters? What's the situation in our family now? Let's save some money. Seeing such an expensive price, Jiang Shuochen obviously felt a little pain, and then she didn't wait for Lu Zhengyang to speak. She then went up and took the hands of the two children. Duomi, Xiaotian, today we won't eat seafood, I'll go buy some crayfish and make spicy crayfish for you, okay? Ha! Lu Zhengyang clearly saw a hint of disappointment in the eyes of the two children. But after a moment of hesitation, the two children, Xia Adwomi and Xiaotian, nodded understandingly. Xiaotian, things here are big and expensive. My mom said that the meat of big things is very old and we can't chew it. And the spicy crayfish my mom makes is also very delicious, so let's eat crayfish today. The sensible Xia Adwomi even explained a little to Xiaotian. Okay then. Xiaotian's peripheral vision secretly glanced at the lobsters and crabs in the fish tank. In fact, although her family was not wealthy 2 years ago, they could be considered well off. She had eaten all these things before and they were very delicious. But, hey! Little girl, if you don't have the money, just don't buy it. But you can't say my food isn't delicious. How could my lobster and crab meat be old? The proprietress on the side was a little unhappy when she heard this. That's right. If you can't afford it, don't come to the seafood market. An Australian lobster here costs thousands of dollars. Not affordable for people like you. At this time, a well-dressed fat man walked over, disdainfully glancing at the simple clothes of Lu Zhengyang and the others. Then, acting like a big spender, he shouted at the boss, "Boss, give me the Australian lobster." Okay. Boss, wait a minute. The boss's wife immediately started bustling around busily. Ah. Boss, I'm sorry, I was just being a kid. We'll leave now. Jiang Shuochen's face turned red, and she hurriedly apologized, dragging the two children and preparing to leave. Lu Zhengyang on the side couldn't bear to watch. This is too much of a look down one's nose. What do you mean you can't afford to spend? Although we lost a few million in the stock market, we still have a few thousand yuan in our phones. We can still afford a little seafood. Who says we can't buy it? Pick me an Australian lobster and an imperial crab. Lu Zhengyang walked up to the counter and shouted. Are you crazy? The imperial crab is even more expensive. That'll be 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Jiang Shuochen was suddenly shocked and quickly pulled Lu Zhengyang back, whispering in his ear. Honey, it's only a couple of $1,000, no big deal. Lu Zhengyang shrugged nonchalantly. He used to be a billionaire with a net worth of trillions of dollars. Not to mention a few $1,000s, even if tens of millions fell at his feet, he wouldn't even bother to bend down and pick it up. No big deal? Have you ever taken money from home before? Don't think that just because you won a little money in the lottery, you're going to heaven. Jiang Shuoqin couldn't help but give Lu Zhengyang a dirty look. Lu Zhengyang was not only stunned by her rebuke. It seems that in the past, this scum of a man would only take money from home to spend, and would never earn any money for the family. Listen to me, today is a very special day. Not only is it Valentine's Day, but it is also the day that our family can be reunited. More importantly, I promised Duomi and Xiao Tian that I would cook them a seafood feast today. Can you bear to let me go back on my word in front of the children? Lu Zhengyang grasped Jiang Shuoqin's small hand. Who told you to brag like that? Jiang Shuoqin glared at Lu Zhengyang and pretended to be angry. Hey, honey, don't worry, I'll definitely let you and the girls live a good life in the future. Lu Zhengyang smiled and patted his chest. He knew that his wife had already agreed. I've noticed that you haven't changed in any other way, except that you've become better at talking. Women are auditory creatures, and Jiang Shuoqin is no exception. I said, do you want to buy it or not? Seeing Lu Zhengyang and his wife whispering for a long time, he couldn't help but become impatient. Buy it. Lu Zhengyang's voice was full of energy. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Don't worry, you won't lose any money. Great. Wait a moment, boss. The proprietress immediately changed her face and busied herself with extreme enthusiasm. Cut it out. Playing the part of a fat man when you're really thin, I'm afraid that after this meal, you'll be able to live on wind and rain for the rest of the month. An eerie voice came from behind Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang frowned and turned around. It turned out to be the self-satisfied fat guy from earlier. Originally, Lu Zhengyang didn't want to deal with this guy. After all, in this society, there are many people who feel good about themselves and feel a little higher than others. But, I ignored you, and you still stepped on my nose? I can tolerate this, but I can't tolerate this. What do you mean? Lu Zhengyang turned around and looked coldly at the fat man. The charismatic aura of the previous life, which had been in a high position, involuntarily radiated out. The fat man couldn't help but be startled. He felt as if he had seen his own company's boss. No. This aura is far more powerful than his own company's boss. The fat man's cold sweat almost dripped down. At this time, Jiang Shuoqin couldn't help but be startled, feeling as if Lu Zhengyang had become a different person. After a few seconds, the fat man came back to his senses and realized that he had actually been fooled by a poor guy. He was furious. What do I mean? I'm just trying to warn you, poor people should live a poor life. Don't get carried away just because you've been paid a little money. I'm just being kind, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Poor? What, are you rich? Lu Zhengyang sneered. So. I work as a project manager at Dalong Construction Company, and I make about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan a month. The fat guy smirked with delight and took out the keys to his Audi, playing with them on purpose. Dalong Construction Company? Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, remembering that last night when he was accompanying Wang Guichuan and Wang Yanlong for dinner, Wang Yanlong had mentioned in passing that he now owned a construction company called Dalong Construction Company. Zhengyang, let's go, don't pay any attention to him. When she heard the fat guy say that he was some kind of manager and made that much money a month, Jiang Shuoqin felt a little inferior. She tugged on Lu Zhengyang's sleeve, not wanting to get into trouble. Since his wife had spoken, Lu Zhengyang didn't want to argue with the fat guy. He already knew where he worked, and he could deal with him later. Little did he know that this fat guy, after seeing Jiang Shuoqin's beauty, couldn't help but be a little moved. Beauty. You're so pretty, but you're married to such a poor husband? Isn't that like a flower stuck in cow dung? How about this, I'll give you 20,000 a month, come work for me. After he finished speaking, he held out a hand and grabbed Jiang Shuoqin's arm. What are you doing? Let go of me. Jiang Shuoqin exclaimed in shock. You want to die. Lu Zhengyang never expected that this fat bastard would be so reckless as to molest his wife in front of him. Boom. Without a second thought, Lu Zhengyang directly kicked the fat bastard in the stomach. The fat bastard fell to the ground in a heap. Ouch. You poor bastard, how dare you hit me? You just fucking wait. If I, Wang Daon, don't beat you into the hospital today, my surname will be written upside down. The fat man let out a painful cry and pointed at Lu Zhengyang's nose, cursing. Then he pulled out his phone. Chapter 13 You reap what you sow. Hello, is this Sledgehammer? I've been beaten up, so tell the workers to stop working and come to the seafood market quickly. The fat man yelled at the phone, then hung up. He got up, pointed at Lu Zhengyang's nose and yelled, "You poor bastard, don't you dare leave, I'll fucking kill you later." Fine. I'm not leaving. I'll see how you're going to kill me. Lu Zhengyang looked at the fat man coldly, playing with his phone in his hands, recording a video while also sending a text message to Wang Yanlong. "Zhengyang, let's go. Don't pay any attention to him." Jiang Shuiqin was even more panicked when she heard that the fat man had actually called for help. No way. How dare he touch my wife? Today, I will make him regret it. Lu Zhengyang's eyes narrowed as he coldly looked at the fat man. Hey, let me regret it. Wait, I won't let you kneel down and call me grandpa, I don't believe in the king. The fat guy got up, looking at Lu Zhengyang with a fierce expression. In a moment, a contractor-looking man, with a dozen workers, rushed over angrily. "Brother Wang. Which blind idiot dared to hit you?" "It's this poor bastard. Tell him to kowtow and apologize to me, and lend me his wife for a couple of days, or I'll break his legs." The fat guy immediately became arrogant, and pointed his thick fingers directly at Lu Zhengyang's nose. Good. The contractor nodded and immediately surrounded him with his workers. "Kid. Did you hear what my brother said? Choose one of the two, it's up to you. What are you trying to do? Is there still any justice?" Jiang Shuiqin became anxious when she saw so many people. In the past, Lu Zhengyang was timid and afraid of things. Even if some ruffians came to ask him for WeChat or something, he would just pull him away and walk quickly. "I don't know what's wrong with me today, but I'm actually so tough for myself." Jiang Shuiqin was a little moved, but of course she was more anxious and scared. After all, there were so many of them. Ha ha. The law? Our boss is the law. Kid, what do you say? The contractor sneered. Seeing so many people surrounding them, Xiao Adwomi and Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel a little scared. Lu Zhengyang stepped forward and protected the two children behind him. "I, Lu Zhengyang, kneel to the heavens above and the earth below, and to my parents. Even Wang Yanlong is not qualified for me to kneel to him, let alone this fat bastard." Had ha. "So you are prepared to have your legs broken?" The contractor sneered as he walked up, but just as he raised his foot, he suddenly remembered something. Stopping in his tracks, he asked curiously, "Wang Yanlong? You mean that Wang Yanlong? Why? Do you have several Wang Yanlongs at your company, Delong Construction?" Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. You know our boss Wang?" The contractor instantly lost his arrogance and looked at Lu Zhengyang with some doubt. "He called me Brother Yang, what do you think?" "This." Contractor hesitated, and then looked at the fat man. "I said, Sledgehammer. Can you please hurry up?" The fat guy next to him became impatient. "Brother Wang. This guy says he knows our boss Wang, and that our boss Wang has to call him brother." The contractor leader said weakly. "What are you afraid of? Who is our boss Wang? How could he possibly know this poor guy? This idiot must have heard of our boss Wang's reputation somewhere. If he is boss Wang's brother, then I must be Wang Guichuan's father, right?" The fat guy looked disdainful. "Well said." The contractor nodded, and then led the men to continue surrounding them. "Have you thought about it? If what I say is true, you won't be afraid of losing your jobs?" Lu Zhengyang's words once again made the contractor and the others stop in their tracks. Why did they help Wang Daong? Wasn't it just to make their work easier in the future? If they lost their jobs because of him, it would be a loss for nothing. At this moment, Jiang Shuiqin's hands were sweating. A friendly reminder, what you are doing now is already a crime of picking quarrels and provoking trouble. According to our criminal law, you can be sentenced to up to 5 years in prison, detention, or control. Once you have a criminal record, forget about it yourself, and in the future, your children will be seriously affected whether they go to school, join the army, or find a job. Weigh it up for yourselves, is it really worth it? But Lu Zhengyang still had a calm expression. What? You want to sentence someone for beating someone up? No way. I quit. I came to the city to work so that I could send my kid to school. I'm not participating either. I want my son to join the army. Upon hearing this, the workers immediately stopped working, backing away from the scene, trying to distance themselves from the situation. Hearing Lu Zhengyang's words, even the contractor's heart was beating a little. Hey, 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 what are you doing? The law does not punish the masses, so what are you afraid of? As long as you all gang up on him, break one of his legs. After the deed is done, I'll give you 200 yuan each. The fat guy immediately became anxious. No, no, we won't do anything illegal. The group of workers shook their heads. They were honest people, and it was just that they had a weak sense of the law that had encouraged them to come over. Seeing this scene, Zhang Shuoqin, who was hiding behind Lu Zhengyang, couldn't help but be amazed. He remained calm in the face of a crisis, and just a few words were enough to scare these people off. Is this really my man? Dom and Sweet looked at Lu Zhengyang's tall back with admiration and couldn't help thinking to themselves, Daddy Uncle Lu is so awesome, just a few words were enough to scare off so many bad guys. If you don't get this done for me today, I'll fire all of you tomorrow. As soon as the words fell. Yo! Wang Daong, you're pretty awesome, aren't you? A mere project manager like you can just fire people at will? A somewhat angry voice suddenly sounded. What's it got to do with you? Who the hell am I to fire who I want? Why are you here? The angry fat man turned back, but before he could finish his sentence, he discovered that the person who had arrived was his own company's big boss, Wang Yanlong. However, Wang Yanlong ignored him and walked straight up to Lu Zhengyang. Brother Yang. There was a bit of traffic, so I'm a little late. Are you guys okay? We're fine. You're just in time. Lu Zhengyang chuckled and patted Wang Yanlong on the shoulder. This must be your wife? I'm really sorry for not keeping a tight rein on my subordinates. Don't worry, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation for this. Wang Yanlong walked up to Zhang Shuoqin again and apologized sincerely. Ah, it's okay. Looking at Wang Yanlong's flashy and luxurious clothes, Zhang Shuoqin was a little confused and seemed a little constrained. When did her man meet such a big shot? The fat guy and the others on the side were dumbfounded when they saw their boss actually call Lu Zhengyang brother. This boss Wang has really gone too far, and the family doesn't recognize each other anymore. The fat guy had some thick skin and immediately came up with a smirk. Family? Ha ha. Didn't you just want to break my legs? And screw my wife? A horrifying chill flashed in Lu Zhengyang's eyes. The deadly fat man was sweating. Feeling the cold in Lu Zhengyang's tone, Wang Yanlong knew that his brother Yang had really lost his temper. Without further hesitation, he said coldly, Wang Daong, I now announce in my capacity as general manager of Dalong Construction that you have been fired. You can go to the finance department tomorrow morning to settle your wages for this month. Of course. Today, because of his personal matters, he called the workers on the construction site, which seriously affected the construction progress. You need to compensate for this. What? How much do I have to pay? Wang Daong suddenly screamed. It shouldn't be too much, just $1 million or so. Wang Yanlong shrugged indifferently. You're full of shit. You're practically ripping people off. How could I have to pay so much? Since he had already been fired, Wang Daong no longer cared and just started swearing. You can't just say whatever you like. Someone will give you a detailed breakdown of the damage later. Do you really think I'm just playing around with my team of lawyers? Wang Yanlong gave the fat guy a disdainful look. Oh? Xiaolong, you have a team of lawyers? Lu Zhengyang, who was standing nearby, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Yes. Brother Yang, you know, in our line of work, we will always encounter some trouble. That's just what I need to save trouble, I'll just borrow your team of lawyers. After he finished speaking, Lu Zhengyang sent a video to Wang Yanlong. Holy shit. Wang Daong, you're awesome. Molesting women, picking quarrels, publicly abetting, hiring someone to injure someone. The tree is under the ward, you won't be able to get out for at least 10 years. After watching the video, Wang Yanlong suddenly sneered. What? Wang Daong directly collapsed on the ground and then rolled over and crawled, hugging Lu Zhengyang's thighs, crying bitterly, Brother, I know I'm wrong. Please let me go, I don't want to work. We are all adults, we must be responsible for our words and deeds. I hope you can reform yourself and be a good person. At this time, Wang Daong looked extremely pitiful. But there is always something to hate about pitiful people, and Lu Zhengyang didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy for this kind of person. He simply pulled his leg out and left with his wife and children. Back at home, the two children obediently ran off to do their homework, while Lu Zhengyang and Jiang Shueqing, the two of them came to life in the kitchen. Chef Lu Zhengyang and Jiang Shueqing helped out. The scene was very warm. After Lu Zhengyang set the sumptuous seafood feast on the table, Jiang Shueqing was directly amazed, while the two children couldn't stop eating. However, the two of them didn't know that at this time, Jiang Shueqing's younger brother, Jiang Shuehao, secretly took the family's property ownership certificate and went to a lending company. Chapter 14 Jiang Shuehao's actions. Good lending and borrowing lending company. A bald man with a hideous scar on his face sat in the boss's chair, his feet on the boss's desk, playing with a property ownership certificate in his hand and glaring at Jiang Shuehao askance. This person was named Zhu Yong, originally a small-time thug who got rich by lending money, and was nicknamed Scar Wolf. I'll tell you what, buddy. There's nothing wrong with your property ownership certificate, but let me make one thing clear, 2 million for 10 days, that's 1 point of interest per day. 1 point per day? Jiang Shuehao was taken aback. 2 million, that's 20,000 in interest alone. Brother Scar, that's a bit steep, isn't it? The bank's lending rate is only. The bank's rate is low? Then why did you come to me? Jiang Shuehao's words were interrupted by Scar Wolf's disdainful interruption. Well, don't I need it urgently? If I wait for the bank to complete the formalities, it will be too late. Besides, the name on the property ownership certificate is not mine, and the bank won't lend me the money. Jiang Shuehao sneered. Isn't that it? I'm in a hurry, so the interest rate is slightly higher. What's wrong with that? Scar Wolf disdainfully shrugged. No problem. But Scar, can you be a little flexible and lower the interest rate a bit? Jiang Shuehao rubbed his hands together awkwardly. I'm just saying, my usual rate is 3 points a day, and I'm only asking for 1 point, which is already the lowest I can go. If you don't want to borrow the money, that's fine with me. Scar shrugged nonchalantly and casually threw the property ownership certificate on the table. But a trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. No, Scarface, I'll lend you the money. Jiang Shuehao thought for a moment. The 1 million he had previously used to speculate in stocks, apart from the 300,000 he had on hand, had all been borrowed secretly from his parents and relatives and friends. Although Capitaland Group had dropped 10 points today, he firmly believed that it must be a technical adjustment before the rally. He urgently needed money to cover his positions and reduce losses. And he estimates that in 2 or 3 days at most, the Capitaland Group stock will definitely hit the ceiling again. As long as he takes the opportunity to buy low-priced stocks now. By then, he will be able to make 10 points a day, which is 200,000 yuan. By then, he will not only be able to make up for the losses and pay the interest, but also make a big profit. Just thinking about it makes him a little excited. Have you thought about it? Do you really want to borrow? Scar Wolf looked at Jiang Shuehao with a smile. I'll lend it to you. Jiang Shuehao nodded with confidence. Okay, then, sign this first. Scar Wolf took out the contract directly. Jiang Shuehao didn't hesitate and signed it directly. I'm telling you, man. Let me put this bluntly, you must pay me back in 10 days, or else don't blame me for turning my back on you. Scar Wolf put away the contract and started the transfer. Brother Scar, don't worry, I will definitely pay you back the principal and interest in 10 days. Jiang Shuehao was full of confidence as he looked at the extra 2 million in his account. Then he left happily. At this time, Lu Zhengyang was at home. Since Jiang Shueqing had returned, there was only 1 room and 1 bed at home. Therefore, Jiang Shueqing slept with the 2 children in the bed, while Lu Zhengyang had to sleep on the sofa in the living room. Lying on the sofa, looking at the bare walls of his home, Lu Zhengyang calculated in his heart that Shufei Electronics should be able to make a few more boards, and in a few days he would be able to earn about 4 million. At that time, he could trade in for a bigger new house. Maybe he could also buy a mobility scooter. Lu Zhengyang did not plan to tell Jiang Shueqing and Duomi about making so much money right now, because he wanted to give them a big surprise. At that time, he will take them to see the new home, and when it is time to leave, he will suddenly tell them that this is his new home. It is hard to imagine how surprised they will be. Thinking of Jiang Shueqing and little Duomi's surprised faces, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but smile. What are you smirking at on the sofa all by yourself? At this time, Jiang Shueqing walked out of the room holding a slightly worn towel blanket. Although Jiang Shueqing was not wearing any makeup at this time, and was only wearing some old pajamas. But the whole person is like a pure lotus, intoxicating. Nothing, I'm just happy because my wife is back. Lu Zhengyang smiled at Jiang Shuochen. Why didn't I notice before that you were so good at talking nonsense? Jiang Shuochen rolled her pretty eyes, as beautiful as a fairy. Then she covered Lu Zhengyang with the towel blanket. It's a bit cold tonight, don't kick the blanket off. Although it was just a small gesture, it made Lu Zhengyang's heart feel warm. Indeed, a wife is still the best. Wife, you are so good to me. Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but grab Jiang Shuochen's hand, gently pulled her in, and embraced her in his arms. Ah! What are you doing? Jiang Shuochen couldn't help but gasp. Hey, wife, today is Valentine's Day. Lu Zhengyang grinned evilly and breathed in Jiang Shuochen's ear. You're going to die, and the kids are still in the house. No! Jiang Shuochen's pretty face turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly climbed out of Lu Zhengyang's arms. Okay. Lu Zhengyang was a little helpless. At the same time, he was more determined to change his mind about getting a bigger house. By the way, who is Wang Yanlong, who drove us home today? Is he really the boss of Dalong Construction Company? In order to avoid embarrassment, Jiang Shuochen immediately changed the subject. Oh, you mean Xiaolong? Yes. Lu Zhengyang nodded. He's really something. He's so young and yet he's already started his own company and is the boss. He's got a good father, so he's got a good head start, and success is inevitable. Lu Zhengyang laughed. What do you mean? Jiang Shuochen didn't understand. Do you know who his father is? No, who? Wang Guichuan. What? Wang Guichuan? How is that possible? Jiang Shuochen couldn't help exclaiming. What's the big deal? The father and son have even eaten at our house before. You can ask Duomi and Xiao Tian if you don't believe me. Really? Jiang Shuochen couldn't help but widen her eyes. In her mind, Wang Guichuan was a super big shot, so how could he be a guest in her own home? Of course it's true. Lu Zhengyang's face was full of certainty. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's honest eyes, and recalling Wang Yanlong's respectful attitude towards Lu Zhengyang just now, Jiang Shuochen began to believe him involuntarily. Then she asked curiously, so how did you two meet? That's a long story. Lu Zhengyang pulled Jiang Shuochen over to sit down next to him and began to tell her everything. Hey, what do you think? Your husband is awesome, right? After he finished, Lu Zhengyang smirked and flattered her. However, Jiang Shuochen just stared at him without saying a word. Honey, what's wrong? Why aren't you saying anything? Lu Zhengyang scratched his head, thinking that he had said something wrong. Or had Jiang Shuochen found something wrong? Did she know that the person she was with now was no longer the Lu Zhengyang from before? When he thought about this, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Oh. Jiang Shuochen suddenly covered her mouth and softly sobbed. Honey. What's wrong with you? Why are you crying for no reason? This made Lu Zhengyang even more flustered. It's nothing, I'm just so happy. Zhengyang, ever since I married you, I've always hoped that you would grow up and support the family. Jiang Shuochen embraced Lu Zhengyang. Don't worry, my dear, from now on I will be the pillar of the family. Remember, no matter what happens in the future, even if the sky falls, I will be there to support you. Lu Zhengyang let out a sigh of relief, and then gently patted Jiang Shuochen's back. Meanwhile, in the hospital room at the other end of the screen, Hu Wei leaned against the bed and stared blankly out the window. Today was another Valentine's Day. Another Valentine's Day spent alone. Back when her husband was alive, he would give her a little surprise at this time of year. He would be by her side tenderly. Scenes from their past together flashed through Hu Wei's mind. But as she thought about it, she realized that the image of her husband in her mind was growing increasingly blurry, and then it suddenly turned into the image of Lu Zhengyang. What am I thinking? He has a family. Hu Wei suddenly came back to her senses and blushed at her own thoughts. The next morning, after Lu Zhengyang had dropped off the two children at school, Wang Yanlong suddenly called Lu Zhengyang. Hey, what's up, Xiaolong? Brother Yang, are you free right now? That new town construction you were talking about with my dad at dinner the last time, and the tourist lodge and all that stuff? I've been thinking about it a lot these past few days, and I have some immature thoughts that I want to discuss with you. I don't know if you're free. I'm free now, so just tell me where to go and I'll take a taxi there. Great. Call me when you get to the Hongyun Tea House, and I'll come out and pick you up. Wang Yanlong's voice was clearly a little excited. He knew that Lu Zhengyang was a deep and hidden master. Chapter 15 Encountering an old classmate. In a taxi. Man, you're going to Han Yun Tea House? The taxi driver asked curiously. Yes, why? Lu Zhengyang nodded. So you're a member of Han Yun Tea House? The driver couldn't help exclaiming, his eyes full of envy. No. A friend invited me, is there a problem? Lu Zhengyang was a little surprised by the driver's reaction. Then your friend must be pretty awesome, right? Awesome? Just so, why do you say that? Lu Zhengyang was curious. Let me tell you, this Han Yun Tea House is one of the top private clubs in Tianchang. It's a members-only club, and if you're not a member, you can't get in even if you have money. It's said that only people with a net worth of tens of millions can pass the rigorous assessment and get the lowest level of membership, the Black Iron membership card. And I heard that even the lowest level Black Iron members are not allowed to bring anyone in. Your friend was able to invite you in, so he must be at least a bronze level member. The taxi driver was like a walking encyclopedia, talking non-stop. After hearing this, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but suddenly realize why the driver reacted so strongly when he heard that he was going to the Han Yun Tea House. Along the way, the driver talked incessantly about the various rumors he had heard about the Han Yun Tea House. The Han Yun Tea House is not just a place to drink tea, it is actually a one-stop place for dining, entertainment, and bathing. You can say that this place is a paradise for the rich. And I heard that the owner of the Han Yun Tea House is also a beautiful woman, but she rarely shows her face and her identity is extremely mysterious. After listening to the driver's rambling for a long time, Lu Zhengyang just smiled and didn't reply. In fact, there is a place like this in his previous life, and it is worldwide. The minimum requirement for membership is a net worth of at least 10 billion. Finally, the Han Yun Tea House had arrived. Lu Zhengyang was just about to take out his phone to pay the bill. However, he accidentally brought out a few $100 bills and a note from his pocket. Huh? Why do I have so much cash on me? Lu Zhengyang was taken aback, and then picked up the note. It said in a delicate handwriting, "Dear Piggy, you spent so much money on my phone yesterday, and bought so much seafood, I guess you don't have much money left. Here's 500 yuan for you to use, a man can't be without money. But don't gamble with it, save it, okay? Love you, wife." Seeing this, Lu Zhengyang's heart couldn't help but warm. Jiang Shuichen's graceful figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? After paying the bill, Lu Zhengyang opened the car door and prepared to get off. Hey, wait! The driver suddenly stopped Lu Zhengyang. What's wrong? Did I give you the wrong change? Lu Zhengyang turned back a little puzzled. Oh, no! Buddy, I just want to remind you that your friend is a very strong thigh, and you must find a way to hold on to it. If you can get his support, your days of rapid promotion and success will be just around the corner. The driver seemed extremely enthusiastic. Ah, okay. Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but laugh. Let me hold Wang Yanlong's thigh? Are you kidding? Who knows whose leg who's going to be holding? Shaking his head, Lu Zhengyang arrived at the entrance of the Han Yun Tea House. It was worthy of being one of the top clubs in Tianchang, and it did look quite impressive. Looking at the large, antique door, which was more than 10 meters high, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, a Porsche drove up. Seeing Lu Zhengyang, who was dressed a bit shabbily and was staring blankly at the door of the Han Yun Tea House, the Porsche suddenly stopped. The window suddenly rolled down. Sitting in the driver's seat was a pale-faced young man. Hey, it's Lu the monitor. Why aren't you playing mahjong at the tea house today, but instead hanging out here at the Han Yun Tea House? Huang Jishir? Lu Zhengyang frowned slightly after seeing the person approaching, thinking to himself that he had never expected to run into an old classmate here. Although Huang Jishir was an old classmate, their relationship was not good, and it could even be described as extremely bad. Because this kid was also one of his wife Jiang Shuichen's suitors in the beginning. Although this guy's family is well off, what no one expected was that Jiang Shuichen would end up choosing him. I didn't come here to hang around, I was invited here for tea. Lu Zhengyang glanced at Huang Jishir indifferently. What? Someone invited you to Han Yun Tea House for tea? You really think you're someone? Ha ha ha. Huang Jishir laughed disdainfully. He thought Lu Zhengyang was bluffing. What? Isn't a tea house just a place to drink tea? Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow and sneered. Ha ha ha. Do you really think that Hanyun Tea House is an ordinary tea house? After hearing Lu Zhengyang's words, Huang Jisher was even more convinced that Lu Zhengyang was just pretending in front of him. He then took out a membership card from his pocket, waved it in front of Lu Zhengyang's face, and said proudly and arrogantly, "Idiot, let me tell you, this Hongyun Tea House is a private club that implements a membership system. You must have a membership card to get in. I saw how arrogant you were, and I thought you were some kind of VIP member, but it turns out you're just a lowly Black Iron member." After seeing Huang Jisher's membership card, Lu Zhengyang shrugged with disdain. Hey! Do you know that even for a Black Iron member, you need to have at least 10 million in assets to be eligible to apply? Do you understand what 10 million is? I'm afraid you stupid idiot will never be able to earn that in your lifetime. Huang Jisher's face tensed up, and then he sneered. Money is just a number to me. If I want it, what's the point of 10 million, let alone 100 billion? Lu Zhengyang remained indifferent. In his mind, this Huang Jisher was at most a jumped-up clown, and he didn't care at all. Then he ignored Huang Jisher and picked up the phone and called Wang Yanlong. Ha ha. I didn't expect that after a few years, your skills haven't improved, but your eloquence is really impressive. Huang Jisher saw that his bragging had no effect, and he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He then waved at the several tall and strong bodyguards at the door. Mr. Huang, what can I do for you? The two security guards quickly ran over. I said, how are you managing? This is Hongyun Tea House, how can there be such poor people hanging around here? You hurry up and get rid of him, don't let him get in the way. Huang Jisher, who was a little annoyed, took out his anger on the security guards. This Mr. Huang, this gentleman doesn't seem to have done anything, does he? The security guards were a little embarrassed. What do you mean by not doing anything? Look at his shabby appearance. What if I accidentally catch his shabby air? What if my company goes bankrupt then? Are you responsible for that? Get him out of here quickly, or I'll complain about you. Huang Jisher suddenly roared. Fine then. Encountering the somewhat unreasonable Huang Jisher, the security guard was also helpless. They had no choice but to obediently walk up to Lu Zhengyang and say, Sir, this is a private place. If you're not doing anything, please don't hang around here. Who says I'm not doing anything? My friend invited me here for tea. Lu Zhengyang frowned. Haha, your friend? The people who can come here are all people of status. Who would be friends with a poor guy like you? Unless he's out of his mind. Ha ha ha. Huang Jisher on the side immediately sneered. However, before he could finish speaking, a somewhat angry voice suddenly sounded behind him. Who said I have a brain disorder? Exactly. With your poor appearance, if you offend the guests, you will regret it. Chapter 16 A haughty woman. I said it. What's wrong, Long Xiao? Huang Jisher subconsciously replied, but when he turned around and saw the watery-faced Wang Yanlong, he instantly went dumb. You know, Wang Yanlong is a gold member. One of the top people in the Hongyun Tea House. Of course I'm taking my brother Yang in for a chat. What do you have to say about that? Wang Yanlong gave Huang Jisher a cold glare. Then he quickly walked up to Lu Zhengyang and asked, Brother Yang, what's going on? Nothing much, he just thinks I look a bit shabby and is afraid that the company will go bankrupt if it gets infected with my shabbiness, so he wants someone to get rid of me. Lu Zhengyang shrugged and said lightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanlong immediately became furious. He turned his head and looked at Huang Jisher. What's your name? If you don't mind my saying, my name is Huang Jisher, a Black Iron member of Hongyun Tea House. Huang Jisher said in a trembling voice. Very good. I remember that Hongyun Tea House has a rule, if a low-level member offends a high-level member, a high-level member is eligible to cancel his membership. You just not only cursed me, but also offended me. Yang Gu. I now, as a golden member of Hongyun Tea House, cancel your membership. Wang Yanlong said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the security guard on the side walked up and took the membership card from Huang Jisher's hand. Mr. Huang, you are no longer a member of Hongyun Tea House. Cold sweat instantly ran down Huang Jisher's forehead. Young Master Long. I didn't mean to insult you just now. I didn't know that Lu Zhengyang's friend was you. This is all a misunderstanding. I was wrong. Please forgive me. You should know that being a member of the Fortune Tea House is not just a symbol of honor. More importantly, after becoming a member of the Fortune Tea House, you can get a lot of help and expand your network. Back then, Huang Jisher paid a considerable price in order to become a member of the Fortune Tea House. Ha ha. Misunderstanding? Huang Jisher, we are all adults, and we must be responsible for what we say and do. Didn't you just say that if you caught my Yang Ji's poor heir, your company would go bankrupt? Then I congratulate you. Your prediction will come true. From now on, I will use all my connections to suppress your company. Within 3 days, I will definitely make your company go bankrupt. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Jisher felt as if all the bones in his body had been removed, and he slumped in the driver's seat. He knew that he was finished, completely finished. However, Wang Yanlong no longer paid any attention to him. He turned his head and looked at Lu Zhengyang. Brother Yang, are you satisfied with the way I handled this? It's okay. Lu Zhengyang nodded and never looked at Huang Jisher again from beginning to end. Lu Zhengyang didn't care at all about the life or death of such a small character. After all, pretending to be cool in front of him definitely comes at a price. Let's get out of here. Wait, I want to introduce you to someone. After saying that, Wang Yanlong led Lu Zhengyang quickly into the Hanyun Tea House. To be honest, the Hanyun Tea House is really big. The buildings inside are all retro style, with pavilions, buildings, ponds, and rockeries. It's like a huge garden. Lu Zhengyang followed Wang Yanlong for 10 minutes, going around in circles. They finally arrived at a quiet tea room. Stepping into the tea house, a refreshing, light sandalwood fragrance came from it, which was very relaxing. Then, Lu Zhengyang saw a young woman wearing hanfu, with short hair cut even with her ears, and distinctive facial features, sitting in front of a go board, holding black stones in her left hand and white stones in her right hand, playing against herself. Xiaolong, why did you take so long? Hearing footsteps, the woman didn't even look up, her gaze still fixed on the board. Oh, Sister Xian, I just ran into an inconsiderate person outside the door, who bumped into my Yanggu. Wang Yanlong didn't care, and then he told the story. The woman named Sister Xian still didn't raise her head, listening while playing a game of Go with herself. After seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang's brows couldn't help but furrow slightly. I feel that this woman is too arrogant. After Wang Yanlong finished telling the story, Sister Xian had just finished playing the game. She said indifferently, she's just a Black Iron member, so it's fine if you kick her out. Then, when she looked up and saw Lu Zhengyang, she couldn't help but be surprised. Xiaolong. Is this your Yanggu? He does look a bit shabby. Xianjie. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover, and you can't measure the sea with a pint pot. My Yanggu is a person of real ability. My father specifically told me to get close to him. Wang Yanlong was a little unhappy. Then he introduced, Brother Yang, this is my sister Xian. She told him to just call her sister, and not to tell him anything else. Before Wang Yanlong could finish his sentence, Sister Xian interrupted him. Wang Yanlong suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Lu Zhengyang, who was standing nearby, suddenly became angry. This woman had just ignored him for so long. He had given Wang Yanlong face and not lashed out. But now she actually wanted him to call her sister? I'm sorry. No one has ever called me Yanggu before, and no one is qualified to call me sister. Lu Zhengyang immediately spoke coldly. Then he turned around and said to Wang Yanlong, Xiaolong, I'll talk to you about your business when I have time. I don't know this woman, so forget it. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave. I didn't think you had such a bad temper. Did I tell you to leave? Xian's face instantly turned cold. What? Do you want to put me under house arrest? Lu Zhengyang responded defiantly. I said, can you two stop arguing? You two are my brother and sister, can you give me face? Wang Yanlong suddenly had two heads. He quickly pulled Lu Zhengyang back. Today I will give Xiaolong face. Lu Zhengyang had no choice but to find a place to sit down. Okay. Today I will give Xiaolong face, and I won't hold a grudge against him. Xian's sister coldly glanced at Lu Zhengyang. Then she turned to Xiaolong and said, Xiaolong, it's still early, so why don't you play a game of chess with me and we can talk about this later. It was clear that Sister Xian didn't take Lu Zhengyang seriously. Sister Xian, your chess skills are so high, so if I play with you, I'm just asking for trouble, aren't I? So please spare me. Wang Yanlong's face fell. No way? Xiaolong, you can't even beat her? Then it seems you really are a lousy chess player. Lu Zhengyang, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Brother Yang, you don't know, it's not that I'm a bad player, it's just that Sister Xian is too good, she's a professional 9th Dan player. What? She's at that level, and she's a professional 9th Dan? Lu Zhengyang pretended to be surprised. Upon hearing this, Wang Yanlong's heart suddenly sank. You have to know that my sister Xian loves Go, and now Yang is actually questioning her level of play, she's definitely going to be angry. What? You're good at Go? Sure enough, Xian's face instantly turned cold. I'm not good at it, I just know a little bit. Lu Zhengyang was unusually humble. You have to know that in his previous life, he was the one who could make Deep Blue crash. So, do you dare to bet against me? Xian looked at Lu Zhengyang coldly. I have to say, when this woman gets angry, she still has a lot of presence. However, it is completely ineffective on Lu Zhengyang. How do we bet? Lu Zhengyang smiled. You come and play a game of chess with me. If you win, I can promise you one condition, and if you lose, then I won't let you walk out of this door in one piece. Do you dare to bet? As he spoke, Xian's tone had completely turned cold. Wang Yanlong, who was standing nearby, became anxious. He was well aware of Xian's background. She wasn't joking when she said those things. It was possible that Yang would really lose some of his body parts. However, before Wang Yanlong could object, Lu Zhengyang had already stood up and sat down opposite Xian. I don't think this wager is fair. Wang Yanlong said indifferently. What's not fair about it? It's not fair at all for you. What do you mean? Xian was a little confused. With your level of skill, if we play normally, it's like bullying a child. How about this, let's change the bet to I let you go first with 7 pieces. Wang Yanlong said lightly. The best way to deal with arrogant women is to thoroughly defeat them in what they are best at. What? Xian couldn't help exclaiming. This is downright humiliating. And Wang Yanlong on the side was completely dumbfounded. At first, when Lu Zhengyang said the bet was unfair, he was relieved. He thought Lu Zhengyang would refuse the bet. But he never expected Lu Zhengyang's request to be to let Xian lose 7 stones. To let a master of the 9th Dan of Go lose 7 stones? How can this game still be played? Wang Yanlong was already prepared to call his father for help. Good. You have guts. Xian's eyes grew colder and colder. If only my wife knew that I have guts, you don't need to know, just hurry up and play the game. Lu Zhengyang still looked calm and collected. Since you are sincere in looking for death, then you can't blame me. Xian directly picked up the black piece and quickly placed 7 pieces on the board. Chapter 17 A Miracle and a Big Mouth. Your move. After the 7 black stones had been placed, Xian looked at Lu Zhengyang coldly. She wanted to see how Lu Zhengyang was going to beat her. Wang Yanlong, who was standing nearby, was even more nervous than usual. It was as if he were playing the game himself, constantly thinking of ways to respond. Unfortunately, his chess skills were limited, and he simply couldn't think of any way to break the stalemate. In his opinion, if he let the 7 black stones go first, it would be a lost game. Alas! Why is Yang so cocky? At that moment, Lu Zhengyang gave a small smile, casually picked up a white piece, and without hesitation, placed it down. Ha! Knowing that you will lose, you don't even want to struggle? Xian's sister sneered, and then followed with a move. Life is like a game of chess, the last one to laugh is the big winner. How do you know I will lose before the game is even finished? Lu Zhengyang gave a small smile and casually dropped another piece. Humph. Your chess skills aren't great, but your bragging and smart-talking skills are top-notch. Xian's pretty face turned cold, and she immediately began launching a swift offensive. Since she had dropped 7 pieces first, Xian's offensive was exceptionally sharp. Lu Zhengyang was unable to counterattack at all and had to defend bitterly. It had to be said that Lu Zhengyang's chess skills were quite high, and Wang Yanlong, who was watching from the side, was amazed. If it were me on the field, I would have been killed by Xian and my army would have been in disarray long ago. Even Xian's expression became a little grave. If Lu Zhengyang had not let her capture 7 pieces, she really would not have been Lu Zhengyang's opponent. But who told him to be such a show-off? In that case, she would let him become a fool. With this in mind, Xian's offensive became more and more fierce. Lu Zhengyang's position is already in decline. After 20 minutes, Xian's big dragon is almost complete. Lu Zhengyang's white pieces are already surrounded by black pieces. It's over, Yang is going to lose. Wang Yanlong's heart started to pound. Giggle, giggle, giggle. My victory is certain. Since you still have some ability, I'll give you one more chance. In the next game, you don't have to give up any pieces, and the bet will be the same, so we can have a fair fight. Xian was in a great mood and a smug smile appeared on her face. Next game? You're dreaming. Even if I let you win 7 stones, I won't lose if we play at your level. Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow and looked at Xian with a faint smile. What do you mean? Are you trying to renege on the bet? Xian's smile instantly disappeared. On the other side, Wang Yanlong was originally very happy when he heard Xian say that she would give Lu Zhengyang another fair fight. But who knew that his Yanggu was actually so capable? Now the situation on the chessboard, as long as anyone who knows a little bit about Go, knows that Lu Zhengyang will definitely lose. However, Lu Zhengyang did not reply, picked up a white stone, and gently placed it in an unremarkable corner of the board. Subsequently, Xian Jie and Wang Yanlong opened their mouths wide, looking like they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Wang Yanlong pointed at the chessboard, his whole body in shock. It was just one white piece that directly connected the more than 20 remaining white pieces on the chessboard. At this moment, these white pieces seemed to be a broken dragon gate. It directly cut Sister Xian's big dragon in half. This is called being in a dead end and then being reborn. Now who do you think won? Lu Zhengyang still had a calm face and looked at Sister Xian, who was stunned. I lost, you won. I'm willing to accept the consequences, so you can make a request. But I warn you, it's best not to get any crazy ideas and make some outrageous request. Xian took a deep breath, and then became a little annoyed. She was afraid that Lu Zhengyang would ask for something like spending the night with him. Don't worry, I'm a married man, I'm not interested in you. Lu Zhengyang saw through Xian's concerns at a glance, and then said, my request is very simple. In the future, when you see me, you have to call me Brother Yang, okay? Little Xian? After hearing Lu Zhengyang's request, not only Xian but also Wang Yanlong were dumbfounded. After all this time, this guy is actually just unhappy that Xian just asked him to call her Xian? What? Can't you even do this little thing? Then why make a bet? Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow. Brother Yang, you really are a man of substance. I was wrong just now, I shouldn't have judged you by your appearance. Let's formally get to know each other. My name is Lin Xian, the eldest daughter of the Lin family of Tianchang. I'm also the owner of Han Yun Tea House. Lin Xian took a deep breath, stood up, and held out her small hand. So you're from the Lin family, Tianchang's #1 family, no wonder you're so arrogant. I accept your apology. My name is Lu Zhengyang. I'm currently unemployed, so I'm kind of a full-time dad. Lu Zhengyang suddenly understood. He shook hands with Lin Xian, then quickly let go. This gesture won Lin Xian's favor even more. A man who is not greedy for beauty and has great talent will certainly achieve great things. Since you two have reconciled, can we discuss our money-making plans together? Wang Yanlong suddenly became happy. Okay. Tell me what you two have in mind. Lu Zhengyang gave a small smile and sat down. It's like this. After my father talked to you last time, he thought about it in his study all night, and then secretly went on a fact-finding trip. He thinks that the 2 plans you mentioned can definitely take Tianchang's economic development, living environment, and even per capita income to the next level. Wang Yanlong looked at Lu Zhengyang with admiration. This is a must. As long as these 2 things are done well, Tianchang's GDP can definitely catch up with the top 3 in the country. Lu Zhengyang was not at all humble, and immediately asked, so where do you want to start? It's like this, Xian and I want to invite you to set up a real estate company together. Xian and I will contribute money and effort, we will each contribute 10 million yuan, and Yang will be in charge of coming up with ideas. We will split the shares equally. After all, the northern suburbs are too big now, and we don't know where the new city will be planned. Besides, this is a government secret, and my father is unlikely to tell me the specific location. So we want to ask you for advice. While the news of the new city hasn't leaked out yet, and the land prices in the northern suburbs haven't risen, let's see where we should buy a few plots of land in advance. What do you think? Wang Yanlong looked at Lu Zhengyang with anticipation. The idea is good, but I think there's something wrong with this share ratio. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. So what do you think the share distribution should be? Lin Xuanqiu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Does Lu Zhangyang feel that the shares are too high and he is afraid to take so many? Wang Yanlong, who was standing nearby, also thought that Lu Zhangyang felt that he had not earned the reward and that he had been given too many shares, so he laughed and said, "Brother Yang, although you are not contributing a penny, your talent is definitely worthy of 1/3 of the shares, so don't say that it's too much." Who says I'm complaining about it being too much? I'm complaining about it being too little. Lu Zhangyang looked at Wang Yanlong strangely. What? Too little? Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian and Wang Yanlong were taken aback. Lu Zhangyang seemed to have gone too far. So Yang Gu, what do you think we should do with the equity? Out of respect for Lu Zhangyang, Wang Yanlong did not lose his temper. Very simple. I want at least 50% of the shares. And Xiaolong, I want 51% of the shares in your Dalong construction company too. Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly and spoke lightly. His words were like a bomb, blowing both Lin Xian and Wang Yanlong to the core. How much are you prepared to pay? And how much effort are you prepared to put in? Lin Xian sneered. Of course I'm not going to pay a penny. As for effort? That's even more impossible. I'm a full-time dad now, responsible for picking up and dropping off my child at school, helping her with her homework, and taking her out to play when I have time. At most, I'll give you some ideas and give you a general direction to work with. Lu Zhangyang looked as if he was taking it for granted. So what you're saying is that you want half the shares of the new company and 51% of the shares of Xiaolong Company for nothing? Lin Xian's pretty face had already grown frosty. That's pretty much what I meant. Lu Zhangyang nodded with a smile. Ha! I've seen greedy people before, but I've never seen anyone as greedy as you. I originally thought you had some talent, but now I realize that your face is even more impressive than your talent. Lin Xian sneered. Yang Gu, our friendship is friendship, and business is business. You can't do this to your little brother, can you? We're discussing a new company, so why are we talking about my construction company? Wang Yanlong was also full of grievances. Chapter 18 Two Vamps. Xiaolong, why do you think I'm ripping you off? Lu Zhangyang looked at Wang Yanlong with a smile. Ha! You want 51% of the shares for nothing, aren't you ripping him off? Lin Xian, who was standing nearby, sneered. What if I said that I was actually helping Xiaolong, would you believe me? Lu Zhangyang still had a faint smile on his face. No. Lin Xian shrugged disdainfully. What about Xiaolong? Lu Zhangyang looked over. My dear Yang, it's not that I don't want to believe you. It's just that. Wang Yanlong looked so conflicted, he had seen how awesome Lu Zhangyang was. But his own Dalong construction company has a market value of at least 100 million. Lu Zhangyang directly asked for half of it as soon as he spoke, and no one could stand that. Ha, it seems that you still don't have confidence in me. Lu Zhangyang laughed, but he wasn't angry. He then said, since you don't believe in me, why don't we sign a bet agreement? What bet agreement? Lin Xian and Wang Yanlong were a little curious. You each invested 10 million in the new company, which is a total of 20 million, right? That's right. The two nodded. Then let me set a small goal for myself. Within a month, I will turn 20 million yuan into 100 million yuan. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Turn 20 million yuan into 100 million yuan in a month? How is that possible? Lin Xian and Wang Yanlong exclaimed in shock. You have to know that a profit of 20% a year is enough to make capitalists go crazy. Lu Zhangyang actually said that he could make a profit of 400% a month. This is simply impossible in their eyes. Never mind whether it's possible or not. I can sign a bet with you. If I can't do it, then no matter how much money the new company makes, I don't want a single penny of the profits. But if I do manage to do it, then you have to give me 60% of the shares. Lu Zhangyang gave a small smile. Yanga, didn't we just agree on 50% of the shares? Wang Yanlong couldn't help but be taken aback. Yes. But since you didn't trust me, this extra 10% is a little punishment for you. Lu Zhangyang smiled and took a sip of tea. Great. We can sign this bet agreement. Lin Xian, who was standing nearby, thought for a moment. If Lu Zhangyang really does it, even if he is given 60% of the shares, the two of them will only have 20% of the shares, which is still a profit of 10 million yuan becoming 20 million yuan. That's more than double the profit. And if Lu Zhangyang doesn't make it, then the two of them can't lose much. After all, the construction of a new city in the northern suburbs is a done deal. Wang Guochuan has already passed a resolution at the standing committee meeting. We've now reached the site selection stage. The two of us can just spend 20 million to buy a plot of land in the northern suburbs, and it will appreciate in value a lot by then. Okay, next, let me talk to Xiaolong about the VAM agreement for his company. Lu Zhangyang nodded and then asked, Xiaolong, the market value of your company is currently estimated to be around 100 million yuan, right? That's right. Wang Yanlong nodded. If I ask you to give up 51% of your shares, but within a month I can get you to sign a super big deal starting at 10 billion yuan, do you think you'll lose or make money? Lu Zhangyang put down his teacup and asked gently. Ha? A mega deal starting at 10 billion. Of course I'd make a profit. A mega deal starting at 10 billion would mean a profit of at least 10% for me, which is 1 billion. Even if I give you half the shares, I'd still make a profit of 500 million. Wang Yanlong said that he could still do the math. Then let's make a deal. If I can do it, then I'll be the majority shareholder of your company. Of course, don't worry, I won't interfere with your business normally. After all, my time is quite precious, and I want to spend more time with my children. Of course, if I don't make it, even if I only sign a 9.9 billion order, this agreement will be null and void, and you won't lose anything. What do you think of this? Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly. This is embarrassing. Wang Yanlong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You were right when you said that friendship is friendship and business is business. Even brothers have to be clear about their accounts, otherwise everything will be out of order, right? Lu Zhangyang didn't seem to mind, and then he spoke again, since you two have agreed, my bet agreement. From now on, I must be in charge of everything. If you do everything I tell you to do, I can definitely make you all rich. Good. Looking at Lu Zhangyang's confident smile, Wang Yanlong nodded without thinking. Even Lin Xian, who was always arrogant, couldn't help but nod, not realizing that she had already begun to be led by Lu Zhangyang. Do you have a map of the northern suburbs of Tianchang? Lu Zhangyang asked. Yes. Wang Yanlong quickly took out the map that he had prepared long ago. Well, now we have 20 million in capital. Although the land prices in the northern suburbs are very cheap right now, the area we have circled shouldn't be too big. Lu Zhangyang said as he studied the map. Lin Xian and Wang Yanlong couldn't help but nod. Then let's buy all three of these places first. After a little research, Lu Zhangyang simply drew 3 small circles on the map with a pen. Are you serious? Brother Yang, the locations you've chosen are pretty remote, aren't they? If we want to make a profit buying these 3 plots of land, we'll probably have to hoard them for a long time. Wang Yanlong couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the 3 plots of land circled by Lu Zhangyang. The places circled by Lu Zhangyang were all very remote. One was next to the Grand Canal, and although there was a natural harbor there, it had never been developed because the area was so remote and sparsely populated. The second location was even more remote, but fortunately there was a nearby highway entrance and exit, which was acceptable. But the third location was a bit too much, because Lu Zhangyang had circled a small hill. This hill has no fame at all, and it is also a small rocky hill. There are not even a few trees on it, so it is of no value for development. Whether you can make money or not, don't worry about it. Didn't we just agree that I would be in charge of these matters now? You just need to do everything as I tell you. Lu Zhangyang's face became serious, and the aura of a long-time leader suddenly emerged. Wang Yanlong couldn't help but be a little surprised, looking at Lu Zhangyang with some astonishment. Because he felt that at this moment, Lu Zhangyang's aura was actually stronger than his own father's. Lin Xian, who was standing nearby, was about to speak, but was involuntarily scared back by Lu Zhangyang's powerful aura. I don't care what methods you use, you must buy all 3 plots of land I have circled today within 1 week. These plots are in remote locations and have low utilization rates, so I think 20 million should be more than enough. As for this money, you can use it to build houses on these 3 plots of land, or to fence them in. As long as you build something for me, the more the better. Do you understand? Although it seemed like a question, Lu Zhangyang's tone was full of irresistible authority. Understood. The 2 men couldn't help but nod. Very good. If you want to cooperate with me, you must listen to me. Of course, as long as you do what I tell you, I won't rip you off. Anyway, it won't take long, just a month, and you'll be able to see the results, right? Lu Zhengyang dispersed his aura and a smile returned to his face. Brother Yang, I believe in you. Wang Yanlong nodded vigorously. Well, it's almost time for lunch, and I'm hungry. Why don't you join us for a bite? After Lu Zhengyang dispersed his aura, for some reason, Lin Xian felt like a huge stone had been removed from her chest. Yes, Yang, the chef at Xian's Lucky Tea House is a Michelin-starred chef. Although his cooking may not be as good as yours, the taste is also superb. Wang Yanlong on the side also nodded in agreement. Oh? A Michelin-starred chef? Then I won't be polite. Lu Zhengyang raised his eyebrows and readily agreed. The three of them then got up and left, arriving at the restaurant. Chapter 19 Lin Xian became a disciple and arrived in a small, exquisite and luxurious private room. Lin Xian ordered a few signature dishes from the kitchen. Lu Zhengyang nodded slightly after tasting them. The dishes here were not only pleasing to the eye, but also tasted pretty good. I just don't know if they deliver. While he was thinking, Lin Xian suddenly spoke up. Brother Yang, your level of Go is actually so high. How do you usually practice? What? You have to practice to play Go? You just need to have a good hand, right? Lu Zhengyang was taken aback and subconsciously responded. This sentence directly made Lin Xian roll her eyes. That cute expression made Wang Yanlong beside her laugh. He had known Lin Xian for so long, but this was the first time he had seen her get embarrassed. What are you laughing at? Is it funny? Lin Xian glared at Wang Yanlong fiercely. It's not funny. Wang Yanlong helplessly scratched his head. If it's not funny, then hurry up and eat. Lin Xian threw another pretty big white eye at him. Yes, I'm eating. Wang Yanlong had to obediently start eating. Brother Yang, I know you're smarter than me, so can you teach me how to play Go? Lin Xian turned her head and looked pitifully at Lu Zhengyang. Ha! Lin Xian's speed of changing expressions really took Lu Zhengyang by surprise. Do beautiful women all have the skill of changing their expressions? Yang Ge, don't just stand there. Will you teach me how to play Go? Seeing that Lu Zhengyang was not speaking, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Lu Zhengyang's sleeve, shaking it. Pat. Seeing Lin Xian, who looked like a little girl, Wang Yanlong's chopsticks fell from his hands, and he was dumbfounded. Is this still the cold and arrogant Xian sister I know? You want to learn Go with me? Not that it's not possible, but my fees are not cheap. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. I'll give you a VIP card from the Hongyun Tea House as a gift for becoming my disciple, and the tuition fee will be extra, okay? Lin Xian suddenly laughed. A VIP card? What the hell is this? Doesn't the Hongyun Tea House have a membership system? Lu Zhengyang was a little puzzled. Holy shit. Sister Xian, you're being too generous, aren't you? Wang Yanlong on the side exclaimed. What's the big deal? Yang taught me how to play Go, and he's my master. Isn't it normal to give him a VIP card? Lin Xian didn't seem to care. By the way, can you guys explain to me what this VIP card is first? Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but ask. Brother Yang, our Hongyun Tea House still has a certain amount of influence in the entire Tianchang. However, in the vast Yin country, there are countless powerful people. Not everyone wants to become a member of the Fortune Tea House, and some people don't even bother joining. This VIP card is open to people of this caliber. Members like us have to pay a certain membership fee every year. For example, I am a gold member and have to pay 10 million yuan a year to enjoy the services provided by the Fortune Tea House. However, the owner of the VIP card does not need to pay any fees and can enjoy the highest treatment of the Fortune Tea House. I have begged Xuanji many times to get me a VIP card, but she has never agreed. Wang Yanlong spoke up immediately. In that case, can I come here every day in the future and eat for free? Lu Zhengyang's eyes lit up. Of course, not just for meals. Fortune Tea House can also provide you with free car service, security services, and if you like beautiful women, we can also provide you with beautiful women to keep you company. Wang Yanlong cackled at the end. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Xian kicked him. Ouch! Why did you kick me, Xian? Wang Yanlong rubbed his calf a little aggrievedly. My brother Yang is a family man, so don't you go corrupting him. Lin Xian glared at Wang Yanlong. Don't worry, he can't corrupt me, I still have some self-control. Lu Zhengyang gave a slight smile. In his previous life, what kind of beautiful women had he not seen, and what kind of play had he not played? How could I be tempted by a woman who betrays her youth? Immediately, Lu Zhangyang asked for the kind of service he wanted most in his heart. Do you have a delivery service here? The kind that can be delivered to your home? I feel that the dishes here are not bad, so in the future, if I'm too lazy to cook, I'll just have them deliver a little. Oh, what? Delivery service? Lin Xian and Wang Yanlong were a little dumbfounded. What kind of people can come to Hong Yun Tea House? How could they possibly order takeout? Moreover, Hong Yun Tea House is the top private club in the entire Tanchang, and it is all about class. How could there be a takeaway service? What? There's not even a takeaway service here? Lu Zhangyang expressed some disappointment. Since it's Yang Ji's request, it must be possible. Lin Xian immediately spoke up. Then I'll take your VIP card, and if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me, maybe I can help you solve it. Lu Zhangyang nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, Lu Zhangyang was pestered by Lin Xian, who asked him to teach him how to play Go. Since he had accepted the gift of becoming Lin Xian's disciple, Lu Zhangyang taught him with all his heart. Lin Xian also listened with great interest. Time passed quickly, and it was already past 3 o'clock. That's enough for today, I still need to pick up my child. Lu Zhangyang got up and prepared to leave. Brother Yang, you're amazing. Lin Xian benefited greatly from the lecture and even felt enlightened. In contrast, Lin Xian felt that the Go teachers who taught her in the past were just shit compared to Yang. Ha, it's barely acceptable. You have the opportunity to practice more, and combining theory with practice will help you improve faster. Lu Zhangyang looked at the 20,000 yuan tuition fee that had appeared in his phone and was delighted. More money to subsidize the household expenses. Then he slipped a VIP card made of pure gold into his pocket, with his name and broken diamonds, and left in style. Xian, I'm leaving too. Wang Yanlong was also ready to say goodbye. You come back here. Practice with me. Xian, please spare me. Wang Yanlong's face immediately fell. What? You don't want to? Lin Xian's face grew stern. Fine. Wang Yanlong had no choice but to sit helplessly across from Lin Xian. Next, Wang Yanlong was killed by Lin Xian in a horrible way. Wang Yanlong was originally no match for Lin Xian, and now, after Lu Zhangyang's training, Lin Xian's chess skills have improved even more. Wang Yanlong was directly killed, abandoning his weapons and in a state of disarray. It was said that Lu Zhangyang had just arrived at the school gate. However, Ma Feifei suddenly received a phone call. Manager Ma, what's wrong? Lu Zhangyang, I have something I want to ask you. Are you busy right now? Ma Feifei's voice seemed a little nervous. Ask. Lu Zhangyang nodded. I just bought 500,000 Shufei electronics from the Limit Up board. You don't think I'll lose money, do you? Ma Feifei's voice was a little apprehensive. Since the last time she had made 2 bets with Lu Zhangyang in the coffee shop, she had come to deeply understand the terrifying stock trading skills of this man. So she couldn't help but also buy Shufei electronics with him. But after investing 500,000 yuan, Ma Feifei suddenly became worried and couldn't help but give Lu Zhangyang a call. Ha, I didn't think Manager Ma had such good luck, did you? You were able to buy into such a big block of shares that were being suspended from trading. Don't worry, you'll at least make 500,000 yuan in profit from this 500,000 yuan. Lu Zhangyang laughed. This woman is not stupid, she knows to follow behind me and pick up the scraps. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Then I'm relieved. Thank you, when I make money I'll treat you to dinner. Ma Feifei laughed happily. Then you won't get away with that meal. Don't blame me for charging you when the time comes. Giggle, giggle, giggle. You can charge me all you like when the time comes. After saying that, Ma Feifei hung up the phone. At this time, Xiao Adwomi and Xiao Tian also ran over, skipping and jumping. Dad! What delicious food are we having today? Xiao Adwomi threw herself into Lu Zhangyang's arms. What do you want to eat? Lu Zhangyang crouched down and kissed Xiao Adwomi hard. Then he noticed that Xiao Tian was looking at Xiao Duomi with envy, her eyes full of longing. Lu Zhangyang sighed inwardly, knowing that Xiao Tian was longing for his father's love. He then embraced Xiao Tian in his arms. The little girl's face instantly beamed with happiness. Dad, I want to eat spicy chicken. Okay. What does Xiao Tian want to eat? Uncle Lu, I want sweet and sour pork. Okay. Let's go shopping. Then I'll cook a big meal for you. After saying this, Lu Zhengyan walked towards the vegetable market with the two children in his arms. Chapter 20 The Lack of Paternal Love. And returned home. Lu Zhangyang had just finished cooking, and Jiang Shuoqin, who had been busy at work all day, also happened to be home. Opening the door to the house, she saw the delicious food on the table, which looked appetizing and had a nice aroma, as well as the steaming rice. A strong sense of happiness washed over her. Seeing Jiang Shuoqin come home, Lu Zhangyang told the children to go wash their hands, and then quickly went up to take the bag she was holding. My dear, you've worked hard. Go wash your hands and eat. Just those simple words made Jiang Shuoqin forget all her fatigue for the day. Her nose twitched, and she almost cried out of happiness. Since when did you become so sweet-talking? Jiang Shuoqin teased. Hey, I've always been sweet-talking, but only to my wife. Lu Zhangyang smirked. Nonsense. I'm going to wash my hands. Jiang Shuoqin giggled and ran to wash her hands. Then the family gathered around the table to start eating, each taking a small sweet. The scene was exceptionally warm. After finishing eating, Jiang Shuoqin volunteered to go wash the dishes. Lu Zhangyang, meanwhile, went to help the two children with their homework. Day. A knock on the door sounded. Here it is. Jiang Shuoqin wiped her hands and ran to open the door. When she opened the door, she was surprised to see it was Xiaotian's mother Hu Wei. Oh. You were discharged from the hospital but didn't tell us in advance, so I couldn't ask Zhang Yang to pick you up. Jiang Shuoqin said politely. It's fine. I can move around now, so there's no need to go to all that trouble. By the way, where's Xiaotian? Hu Wei laughed lightly. Xiaotian is doing her homework inside. Come in and have a seat. The house is a bit messy, so don't mind it. Jiang Shuoqin warmly invited Hu Wei to come in. In the past, when Lu Zhangyang was busy with work and couldn't take care of things, he would ask Hu Wei to help look after the children. In fact, the two of them got along quite well. After leading Hu Wei into the house, Jiang Shuoqin shouted into the back room, Xiaotian, come out here and see who's here. Yay, mommy. Xiaotian poked her head out, then threw herself into Hu Wei's arms with a face full of joy. Auntie's been discharged from the hospital, congratulations. Zaya Adwomi followed her out. Thank you, Zaya Adwomi. You're so understanding. Hu Wei smiled. Why did you get discharged so soon? Lu Zhangyang also walked out. Oh. My mobility is not affected anymore, and the doctor said I can be discharged. For some reason, when she saw Lu Zhangyang, Hu Wei's heart started pounding, and she was a little afraid to look at him. By the way, Wei, have you eaten? If you haven't, I'll tell Zhang Yang to cook something. Jiang Shuoqin walked over to Lu Zhangyang. Oh, don't bother, I've already eaten. Thank you for taking care of Xiaotian for the past 2 days. Seeing Jiang Shuoqin standing shoulder to shoulder with Lu Zhangyang, Hu Wei suddenly felt a sour feeling in her heart. If the woman standing next to him was herself, how wonderful it would be. Before she could finish her thought, Hu Wei suddenly felt a sharp shock. Why did she have such a shameful thought? Then, as if she had done something wrong, she guiltily picked up Xiaotian. We're going home first. I don't want to go home. What Hu Wei didn't expect was that Xiaotian actually struggled. Xiaotian, be good, listen to your mother, and go home with her, okay? Hu Wei couldn't help but be taken aback, and quickly tried to comfort her. I don't want to. I don't want to go home, I want to live at Uncle Lu's house. I want to eat the food Uncle Lu cooks. Xiaotian, who had always been a good girl, was disobedient today. Xiaotian, what's wrong with you? Are you done? Hu Wei's voice became stern. Wow. I don't want to leave Uncle Lu, I want Uncle Lu to be my father. Xiaotian couldn't help but burst into tears. Pop. What are you talking nonsense about? Hu Wei's face turned red in an instant, and she slapped Xiaotian in a fit of shame and anger. This slap directly stunned everyone. Xiaotian's crying became even louder. After the slap, Hu Wei's heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes. She's so young, why did you hit her? Jiang Shuoqin came back to her senses and quickly picked up Xiaotian. Ah, Auntie Jiang, I've never had a father since I was little, I want Uncle Lu to be my father, okay? Domi also agreed that Uncle Lu could be my father, aw. Xiaotian cried so sadly. Yes. If my father becomes Xiaotian's father, I'll have an extra little sister. Domi, who was standing nearby, quickly nodded. At her age, she doesn't understand the other meaning of this matter. This. Jiang Shuoqin couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. If Lu Zhangyang becomes Xiao Tian's father, what about me? What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? If you talk nonsense again, I'll rip your mouth open. Hu Wei was even more ashamed and angry. She raised her hand again, ready to hit him. This is not how you educate a child. Let me do it. Lu Zhangyang, who was standing nearby, quickly grabbed Hu Wei's hand. Then he turned to Hu Wei and said, "If you don't mind, let Xiaotian recognize me and Shuoqin as her godparents? Is that okay?" Hu Wei looked at Jiang Shuoqin hesitantly. "Of course it's okay. Xiaotian is so cute, and I like her too." Jiang Shuoqin smiled slightly, and she also admired Lu Zhangyang for coming up with a way to satisfy everyone so quickly. "Then can I call you Uncle Lu Dad in the future?" Xiaotian asked weakly with teary eyes. "Of course. But now Xiaotian has to go home with your mother obediently, and then I, your godfather, will come and see you often." Lu Zhangyang took Xiaotian from Jiang Shuoqin's arms. "Then you mustn't lie to me, Dad. You must come and see me." Xiaotian snuggled into Lu Zhangyang's arms and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. "Don't worry. Godfather Lu won't lie to you. Let's pinky swear." "Okay. Pinky swear. Never change." After Xiaotian and Lu Zhangyang pinky swore, Xiaotian said, "Giggle, giggle, giggle. I'm going to have a father too." Her little face was immediately filled with a happy smile. Looking at Xiaotian, who was happy and content in Lu Zhangyang's arms, Hu Wei's eyes couldn't help but become misty, and her emotions were extremely complex. If Lu Zhangyang really was Xiaotian's father, wouldn't that be great? "Okay, let's go home with your mother." Lu Zhangyang patted Xiaotian gently. "Okay, I'll listen to my father." Xiaotian nodded obediently and ran up to Hu Wei. "Mom, let's go home." "I'm sorry." Hu Wei gave Lu Zhangyang and Jiang Shuoqin an apologetic smile. "It's okay, be careful on the road." Jiang Shuoqin smiled. "Xiaotian, you have to call me sister from now on." Xiao Adwomi spoke to Xiaotian. "Got it. Sister." Hu Wei then took Xiaotian back. "Xiao Adwomi, hurry up and do your homework." Jiang Shuoqin patted Xiao Adwomi's head. "Okay." Xiao Adwomi obediently went back to the back room and started doing her homework. "Everyone's gone, what are you still daydreaming about?" Jiang Shuoqin patted Lu Zhangyang, who was still in a daze. "Hey. Xiaotian is a pretty pitiful girl, she never had any fatherly love growing up." Lu Zhangyang sighed. "Are you saying that you feel sorry for the little girl, or are you attracted to her mother?" Jiang Shuoqin looked at Lu Zhangyang with a wicked smile. Lu Zhangyang instantly became alert. This was a loaded question. If he wasn't careful, the vinegar jar in the family would be overturned. Lu Zhangyang's thoughts were like lightning, and without any hesitation, he gave an answer straight away. "My dear, don't worry. Although Hu Wei is not bad looking, you are the most beautiful woman in my heart. I will not have any thoughts about her." After he finished speaking, Lu Zhangyang gently embraced Jiang Shuoqin. "Ha, you know how to talk." Jiang Shuoqin giggled, then her face flushed slightly as she leaned into Lu Zhangyang's ear and whispered, "Tonight, since Xiaotian is not here, you can sleep in the bed with us." Sleep in the bed. Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but get a little excited. Finally, it was time to go to bed. With a trembling hand, Lu Zhangyang opened the door with excitement, walked to the bed, pulled back the quilt, and climbed into bed. Then he reached out and embraced Jiang Shuoqin. "Wait a minute, Domi is still awake." Jiang Shuoqin gently patted Lu Zhangyang's hand away. Lu Zhangyang obediently withdrew. After a while, "Honey, is Domi asleep?" "No, just a minute." After a while, "Honey, is Domi asleep yet?" "Not yet, just a moment." This went on for a few times. "Honey, is Domi asleep yet?" Jiang Shuoqin didn't respond. "Honey." Lu Zhangyang called out again. Still no response. "Honey?" Lu Zhangyang was a little puzzled. At this time, little Domi raised his head and looked at Lu Zhangyang curiously. "Dad, Mom is asleep, why are you calling her?" Lu Zhengyang's heart was burning with anger, but it instantly died down. It's okay, it's late, you should go to sleep too. Oh. Little Duomi nodded obediently and fell asleep immediately. Lu Zhengyang was left with a face full of frustration. He must immediately move to a bigger house and let Duomi sleep separately from him, otherwise. For Lu Zhengyang, tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 21, The birthday party turned into a debt collection meeting. The next morning, Lu Zhengyang got up early to make breakfast with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Hey, Zhengyang, didn't you sleep well last night? Jiang Shuochen, who had finished washing up, came out and looked at the tired-looking Lu Zhengyang with some surprise. I'd better sleep on the sofa from now on. With such a beautiful wife, I can't even touch her, it's almost suffocating me. Lu Zhengyang gave a wry smile. Kiki, look at your miserable face, you'll have your chance in the future. Jiang Shuochen's pretty face flushed slightly as she giggled. My heart is waiting. Lu Zhengyang teased, then served breakfast on the table. By the way, Zhengyang, I want to discuss something with you. At the dinner table, Jiang Shuochen seemed to have remembered something, and she was about to speak but stopped. What is it? Just say it, why are you stammering? Is there anything between husband and wife that we can't talk about? Lu Zhengyang was a little surprised. Oh, it's like this. My father's 50th birthday is in a few days. We're going to set up a few tables at the Peace Hotel. My mother called me last night behind my father's back. What she meant was that she wanted us to go together and use the occasion to improve your relationship with my father. Having said this, Jiang Shuochen couldn't help but sneak a glance at Lu Zhengyang, a little apprehensive. At the beginning, she married Lu Zhengyang without regard for her parents' opposition. She had infuriated her father to the point that he had almost cut off their relationship. Later, Lu Zhengyang became ambitious and unconcerned with his work, which made the family lose face in front of relatives and friends. Every time she went to her parents' house, her father would look at Lu Zhengyang askance, always sarcastic. Lu Zhengyang, who was originally a very male chauvinist, could not stand it anymore and slammed the door and left. His father was also furious and declared that they would never speak again. Although she was his daughter, she was also his wife. She had no choice but to go home with Lu Zhengyang. It had been almost 2 years since she had last been home. Therefore, when Jiang Shuochen and Lu Zhengyang said these words, they were both very cautious, for fear that Lu Zhengyang would fly into a rage. What Jiang Shuochen never expected was that Lu Zhengyang not only did not get angry, but nodded and said, Old Taishan's birthday? Then we must go. It seems that I have to prepare a birthday gift properly in the next few days. What? You're saying we're going? Jiang Shuochen couldn't help but exclaim. To be honest, how could she not miss her parents? Of course. If I, as the son-in-law, don't go to old Taishan's 50th birthday, what kind of a person would I be? Lu Zhengyang said with a matter-of-fact air. Then, no matter what my father and my relatives say, you must try to restrain yourself and not lose your temper, okay? After all, it's my father's birthday. Jiang Shuochen said weakly. Hey, don't worry. I'll listen to my wife and never lose my temper. Seeing Lu Zhengyang nod in agreement, Jiang Shuochen was both happy and excited. She couldn't help but hug Lu Zhengyang and give him a fierce kiss. Kiki, Kiki, Kiki. Mommy kissed Daddy, and Mommy is so shy. Seeing this, the little Domi on the side couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Shuochen was embarrassed and quickly ran off to work. Lu Zhengyang sent the little Domi to school and just wanted to find something to do when the phone rang. When he picked it up, it was the girl Lin Xian. Brother Yang, are you free right now? Come over and teach me how to play Go. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Xian's impatient voice came from the other end. Don't you have to go deal with the 3 plots of land? Lu Zhengyang expressed a little surprise. Just let Xiaolong handle this little matter. Brother Yang, you'd better hurry over. After your pointers yesterday, I've figured out a few more moves. Come and try them with me. Lin Xian urged. Okay. Thinking that his father-in-law's birthday banquet was just a few days away, Lu Zhengyang grinned and nodded. After all, there were quite a few good things at the Hongyun Tea House. Immediately, Lu Zhengyang took a taxi to the Hongyun Tea House and began to experience Lin Xian's new moves. Of course, no matter how novel Lin Xian's moves were, in the end, Lu Zhengyang killed him, leaving him in a state of disarray. I won't go into detail here. The scene shifts to the stock exchange. John Xue House sits in the middle of the hall, surrounded by retail investors. At this moment, they are nervously staring at the large screen of the Capitalan Group, as the stock market bidding is about to end. Up limit. Up limit. Zhang Xuehao stared at the screen, his heart pounding. He had invested all of his 2 million yesterday. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bidding is over. All the voices calling for the limit price to rise instantly stopped. Looking at the green Capitalan stock, which had once again fallen to the limit price, Zhang Xuehao felt his heart break. He had lost another 200,000 yuan in an instant. Did he really miscalculate? No. According to the theory, this stock should definitely rise today. Little Prince. Is this what you call a technical adjustment? How many times has it fallen? Yes. I've already lost half of my money. What a load of shit, Little Prince. I think he's a stooge. Now that it's falling every day, even if we retail investors want to cut our losses and get out, we can't. Say something. Why are you pretending to be stupid here? Yes. We all listened to you and bought this piece of shit stock. Make him compensate for our losses. Yes, pay us back. A group of retail investors finally couldn't hold back any longer and started to explode. Have you had enough? Pay for the losses? When we were making money together, why didn't you give me any of it? The stock market is risky, so you need to be careful when entering it. Did I force you to buy this stock? I've invested 3 million in it, and I've lost more than anyone else. Did I yell? If you can't hold your temper, then why do you speculate in stocks? Go home and hug your children. I'm already distracted. Zhang Xuehao immediately stood up and let out a tirade. Surprisingly, the group of retail investors were really intimidated by him. So what do you say, what should we do now? A retail investor asked weakly. We have to wait now. I have analyzed the data of this stock and I'm sure it will rise sharply, so don't worry. In fact, even Zhang Xuehao himself didn't have a clue. The order has been sealed so tightly that we can't even cut our losses now. We have to wait. The retail investors also nodded helplessly. They then all left, leaving Zhang Xuehao alone, staring at the big screen. He prayed secretly for a miracle to happen, praying that the large order would suddenly be cancelled. However, until the stock market closed, no miracle happened. Zhang Xuehao, who was distraught, got up and prepared to leave. Ding dong dong. But his phone rang. Third aunt, what's wrong? Zhang Xuehao picked up the phone with a strong spirit. Xiaohao, third auntie is a bit short of cash at the moment. Can you please return my 300,000 yuan? I don't want any interest, just the principal. Zhang Xuehao's heart sank. Third auntie, can you please wait a few days? My money is tied up in the stock market, but don't worry, as soon as my father's birthday celebration is over, I'll pay you back with interest. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xuehao didn't have time to let out a sigh of relief. Ding dong ding dong. His phone rang one after the other like a death knell. They were all calling for the money to be returned. It seems that the news of his heavy losses in the stock market has already reached them. Zhang Xuehao said all the right things and managed to get by. The next few days were the darkest days of Zhang Xuehao's life, as Kate Electronics plummeted one after the other. Peace Hotel. Zhang Yang. Wait a minute before you go in, and don't lose your temper. Zhang Shuoqin couldn't help but give a few reminders. Don't worry. Your husband will definitely not embarrass you today. Lu Zhengyang smiled slightly as he carried a box of the best Longjing he had stolen from Lin Xian. This old mountain lion of his likes to drink tea, especially Longjing. I believe he will like my gift. Ah. Sister, you're here too? That's great. Zhang Xuehao, who was standing at the door to greet guests, immediately exclaimed when he saw Zhang Shuoqin. Then he picked up little Domi in his arms. Domi, did you miss your uncle? Yes. Domi nodded. Ha, I missed you too, wait until I buy you a toy. Zhang Xuehao did not greet Lu Zhengyang. Zhengyang, let's go in. Okay. Lu Zhengyang didn't care, after all, he had been a scumbag before. I said, sister, you could have just brought Domi by yourself, why did you bring him? Zhang Xuehao on the side was a little unhappy. He is my husband, and more importantly, your brother-in-law. Why can't I bring him? Jiang Shuochen glared at Jiang Shuehao. Brother-in-law, my foot. He is such a good-for-nothing, lazy bum, I'm ashamed to even know him. Ouch, little Domi, why are you pinching your uncle? Don't you dare say anything bad about my father. My father is the best father in the world. Little Duomi looked serious. Okay, I won't say anything, okay? Then Jiang Shuehao gave Lu Zhangyang a warning glare and said, wait, don't make things difficult for me. Today is my father's 50th birthday, if you make him unhappy, don't blame my fists for being merciless. Lu Zhangyang smiled and nodded. Then the group walked into a large private room with 3 tables. Many relatives had already arrived and were chatting. When they saw Lu Zhangyang and Jiang Shuochen enter, everyone subconsciously looked over. Grandpa. I wish you happiness like the East China Sea and longevity like the Nanshan Mountains. Happy birthday. This is for you. Domi ran up to Jiang Dachuan and handed him a hand-drawn picture of an evergreen pine tree. Domi is so good. I've missed you so much, Grandpa. Jiang Dachuan was suddenly beaming with joy. Dad. Happy birthday. It's getting cold, so I got you this jacket. Jiang Shuochen walked up to him and handed it over. Humph. So you do have a conscience. Although he said this, Jiang Dachuan happily accepted Jiang Shuochen's gift. Dad, I hope you have this day every year. This box of tea is my small token of appreciation. At this point, Lu Zhangyang also walked up and handed over the top-quality Longjing in his hands. Jiang Dachuan, however, did not take it. Lu Zhangyang just stood there, very embarrassed. Jiang Dachuan was a little angry when he saw Lu Zhangyang, who asked him to abduct his precious daughter, not to mention that he was lazy and idle all day long, making his daughter and granddaughter suffer. He subconsciously wanted to scold him. Jiang Shuochen, who was standing nearby, saw the situation was not good and quickly spoke up. Dad, this is Zhengyang's heart, please accept it. Looking at his daughter's pleading face, Jiang Dachuan softened, snorted, took the tea leaves from Lu Zhengyang's hands, and casually threw them behind him. Since everyone is here, let's get started. It's just a little home cooking, so feel free to help yourself. Jiang Dachuan got up and laughed. Uncle, this dish is a bit too casual today, isn't it? There aren't even hard dishes like lobster or crab. Jiang Meili, the daughter of Uncle Number 2, shrugged her shoulders in disdain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dachuan, who was very proud, could no longer hold his face. He froze for a moment. Jiang Shuochen and Jiang Shuehao also looked extremely embarrassed. Jiang Shuochen's mother, Wang Meiwan, who was standing nearby, laughed mockingly. Business at the store has been bad this year, so. I say, sister-in-law, if you're having financial difficulties, just tell me. My eldest brother is celebrating his birthday, so it can't be this shabby. Uncle Jiang Daxia laughed, his face full of smugness. He runs a small factory and is considered the wealthiest of the relatives. You. Jiang Dachuan, with his hot temper, was about to lose his temper. But Lu Zhangyang got up and stopped him. Dad, I remember that the menu had garlic Australian lobster and steamed king crab, so I think they probably haven't been served yet. I'll go and hurry them up. After saying that, Lu Zhangyang turned and left the private room. Yes, we definitely ordered them. They will be served soon. Everyone, eat first. Dad, you sit down too. Jiang Shuochen, who was standing nearby, of course understood what Lu Zhangyang meant. She quickly cooperated. Humph. Jiang Dachuan angrily sat down. A storm was quietly diffused by Lu Zhangyang, and then the scene became lively again. In a short while, the Australian lobster and the king crab were served. Yeah. Such a big one, I'm afraid it's going to cost a lot of money. It doesn't matter if it's expensive or not, as long as everyone is happy. Jiang Dachuan was also putting on a brave face, but inside he was cursing Lu Zhangyang to death. He had personally ordered the dishes, so how could he not know that these 2 dishes had been added later? But if you're going to add them, why did you have to make them so big? Why not just get something smaller and fool everyone? You really don't know how to live. Jiang Shuochen, who was standing nearby, also looked at Lu Zhangyang with some concern. She knew the prices of these 2 items. Even if you buy them at the seafood market, they're still going to cost 1,000 or 2. Now there are 6 of them, and they're in a restaurant, so they're at least 10,000. Don't worry, I've already paid the bill. Lu Zhangyang leaned into Jiang Shuochen's ear and whispered. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuochen let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Third Aunt Jiang Daki is suddenly asked, Shu Etching, it's been a long time since we last saw each other, and you've gotten more and more beautiful. Thank you, Auntie. By the way, where does your husband work? Auntie smiled and looked at Lu Zhengyang. Oh, I don't have a job. Right now, I mainly take care of the children and do the housework. I'm kind of a stay-at-home dad. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Ha? A stay-at-home dad? Isn't that just a bum? Jiang Meili on the side sneered. Exactly. How can a grown man not even have a job? Men are the pillars of the family, how can you not work? The relatives began to sneer. Jiang Shuichen's face was very ugly. She was even more afraid that Lu Zhengyang would angrily leave the table. However, Lu Zhengyang was still smiling, not angry at all. After all, he and they were simply not people from the same world. To argue with them? A waste of breath, it doesn't make any sense. Alas, Zhang Yang, although you are older than my Ling Hao, you must learn from him. He is a top student who graduated from Xiamen University. As soon as he graduated, many companies came to hire him as a supervisor or manager. Third Aunt was full of pride. Wow, Ling Hao is so amazing. When I was a child, I could see that this child had spirit, and I was sure that he would be successful when he grew up. Ling Hao, when you become rich in the future, don't forget us. The relatives all praised him. Haha, actually it's not as exaggerated as my mother said. I've been considering the development prospects of those companies recently, and the benefits they offer me. Ling Hao became a little carried away. Humph. What's so great about graduating from Xiamen University? My little Hao graduated from the finance department of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. And now he's speculating in the stock market, and when times are good, he can make tens of thousands of yuan a day. Everyone calls him the little prince of stock speculation. Right, how? Zhang Dachuan on the side really couldn't bear to watch anymore. Although he has never looked up to Lu Zhengyang, he is still his son-in-law after all. To trample on him like this is to trample on his face, isn't it? So he brought up the best son in his eyes. Ah yes. Zhang Tianhao's expression instantly froze. He never expected his father to mention this. Ha! Little prince of the stock market? Recently, he has lost so much in the stock market that he doesn't even recognize his family anymore. I don't know if he can pay back the 300,000 yuan our family lent him. Ling Hao sneered with disdain. Upon hearing this, the entire room fell silent, and everyone subconsciously looked at Jiang Shuihao. Jiang Shuihao's face instantly turned pale. What 300,000? Xiao Hao, is what Ling Hao said true? Zhang Dachuan couldn't help but be stunned, and then looked at Jiang Shuihao. Of course it's true. At the beginning, he also borrowed 400,000 from my father to speculate in the stock market, saying that he would give a profit of 10 points a year. Now, not to mention the profit, if we can get back the principal, we'll be grateful to the heavens. Zhang Tianhao hadn't even opened his mouth yet when Jiang Meili added her own stab in the back. Alas! Today is supposed to be your birthday, big brother, and no one wanted to say anything, but now that Ling Hao has already said it, I won't hide it from you. Your son Xiao Hao also borrowed 100,000 from me. Uncle Jiang Datan sighed and spoke up. Plop! Zhang Tianhao immediately fell to his knees in front of Zhang Dachuan. Dad! I didn't know it would turn out like this. The numbers I calculated. Pop! That's enough. Stand up. My Jiang Dachuan's son is not a spineless coward. Zhang Dachuan gave Jiang Shuihao a hard slap. Wang Meiwan also quickly pulled Jiang Shuihao up. The total, including interest, is 880,000 yuan, right? Don't worry, after I go back, I'll sell the house and I won't keep a single penny of this money from you. Zhang Dachuan took a deep breath. Haha, sell the house? Old man. Have you asked my opinion? A bald guy with a hideous scar on his face and a property ownership certificate in his hand, accompanied by a dozen small thugs, walked in with a sneer. Who are you people? Zhang Dachuan shouted. Hey, who are we? Shouldn't you ask your precious son? The bald guy held the property ownership certificate like a fan. Brother Scar. It's not even been 10 days yet, why have you come? Zhang Tianhao looked at Scar Wolf and the others with some trepidation. Ha! You lost so much in the stock market, if I didn't come earlier to collect the debt, would you have the money to pay me back the 2.2 million? Didn't you hear that your old man even bought a house to pay off your debt? Luckily, I have the property ownership certificate. Scar Wolf sneered. Tell me. What the hell is going on? Jiang Dachuan trembled with anger. Dad. I was wrong. I was obsessed. I wanted to make a comeback. Jiang Tianhao trembled as he told them everything. Plop. Jiang Dachuan's legs gave way as he heard the news. He fell into a chair, pale as a sheet. 2,200,000. Plus 880,000. I couldn't even come up with that if I sold the house. How Z, you're killing your parents. Wang Meiwan also collapsed to the ground. Dad. Mom. Don't worry. Jiang Shuochen quickly ran over, tears falling from her anxious face. Grandparents, Mom, don't cry. Wow. Little Duomi was also crying from the shock. The relatives, however, were shouting. Big brother. No matter what, you have to first pay me back the 400,000 yuan I lent you. I don't want interest. Big brother. You know, my family is also in a difficult situation, and you can't short me the 100,000 yuan. What are you arguing about? If you want to pay back money, you have to pay back my 2.2 million first. I still have the property ownership certificate in my hands. Scar Wolf suddenly yelled. The whole scene became a mess. Shut up. Lu Zhangyang finally couldn't hold back and stood up. The powerful aura of someone who has been in power for a long time suddenly radiated out, and everyone involuntarily stopped talking. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but look over. In an instant, there was complete silence in the entire box. Chapter 22 I will hold the sky for you if it collapses. You are just a poor man, who are you to talk? After a long pause, Jiang Meili was the first to come back to her senses and looked at Lu Zhangyang with contempt. Yes, a man who can't even support his wife and children, yet he dares to pretend to be important in front of us? Ling Hao also looked at Lu Zhangyang with disdain. Then the relatives began to jeer at once. And the scarred wolf on the side finally came back to his senses. Originally, looking at Lu Zhangyang's powerful aura, the scarred wolf was really impressed. He thought Lu Zhangyang was some big shot. But now, after listening to what the relatives said, and looking at the cheap street goods on Lu Zhangyang's body, he suddenly reacted. It turns out that this guy is just a pretentious jerk. Where the hell did you come from? I'll tell you, you don't have a say here. Otherwise, I'll make sure you never leave this room. Scar Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke coldly. Are you threatening me? Lu Zhangyang was not afraid, but instead, with an imposing air, he came up to Scar Wolf. His eyes flashed with a terrifying cold light. Gulp. Facing this gaze from Lu Zhangyang, even Scar Wolf, who could be considered a man who had seen it all, couldn't help but shiver involuntarily, swallowed, and took a few steps back. Big brother, what's wrong with you? A group of younger brothers were a little surprised. He had killed someone. Scar Wolf's tone was definitely unmistakable. When he was on the streets, he had seen a killer. That killer's eyes were just as cold and ruthless. And at the moment, Lu Zhangyang's eyes were even colder and more ruthless than the killer's. This made him afraid. That's right. In his previous life, Lu Zhangyang held a high position and possessed trillions of wealth. Countless people wanted him dead. In order to protect himself, Lu Zhangyang had indeed killed people with his own hands. Moreover, not just one. Please take your men and stand in the corner, and keep your mouths shut, or I'll make you regret being born. Do you understand? Lu Zhangyang glanced at Scar Wolf indifferently. Yes. Scar Wolf nodded repeatedly, immediately led a group of small brothers, obediently ran to the corner and stood up. After seeing this scene, a kind of relative was a little inexplicable. Shit. Is this still here to collect debts? I was actually scared like that by a poor guy. Ling Hao even yelled in disdain. Pop. A loud slap suddenly sounded. What the fuck gave you the right to hit me? Ling Hao covered his face and roared at Lu Zhangyang. How dare you fucking hit my son, I'll fight you to the death. Zhang Deki suddenly turned into a shrew and was about to pounce on Lu Zhangyang. Get the hell back here. Otherwise I'll hit you too. Lu Zhangyang roared, like a sudden thunderclap. Everyone's eardrums were shaken. Zhang Deki was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. Everyone looked at Lu Zhengyang in some shock. Is this still the same worthless scum from before? Do you know why I hit him? Lu Zhengyang swept a cold glance over. No one dared to speak. In fact, it seems to me that not just him, but all of you here should be hit. As relatives, after seeing Xuehao being forced to pay debts, not only did you not want to help, but you even added to his troubles. May I ask? Is this something human beings do? To be honest, what you have done today makes me very disheartened. Xuehao owes you money, and as his brother-in-law, I will repay you in full, with interest. But after you get the money, don't come to me for help no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future. We don't need relatives like you. Lu Zhengyang spoke word by word, his tone exceptionally cold. Upon hearing this, some of the relatives felt ashamed, some didn't care, and some even thought that Lu Zhengyang was bragging. What? You're going to help Haozi pay back the money? You poor bastard, how much money can you come up with? Jiang Meili gave a disdainful snort. That's right. Jiang Xuehao, you owe us the principal and interest, but it's a whole 880,000 yuan. Not 88 yuan. Don't get it wrong. Ling Hao also looked at Lu Zhengyang with resentment. Zhengyang, where would we get so much money? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuaqin on the side also became a bit anxious. Because she knew that even if they sold the family's broken house, they still wouldn't be able to sell it for 880,000 yuan. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. Go take care of your parents. I told you, even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Lu Zhengyang gave a small smile, then took out his phone and dialed Ma Feifei's number. Hey! Zhang Yang, what are you doing calling me? I was just about to thank you. I've already transferred 20 points from Xufei Electronics. That's a whole 100,000 yuan. How about I buy you dinner tonight? Ma Feifei was a little surprised. I'm a little busy today, but I called because I have a favor to ask. What is it? Sell all of Xufei Electronics for me, and transfer all the money to my card. What? Is it because Xufei Electronics is going to fall? Should I sell it too? Ma Feifei was taken aback. You don't need to sell it, you can still make at least 3 profits. I have an urgent need right now. Please complete the formalities as soon as possible and transfer the money to me. Okay. Just a moment, I'll open a back door for you, and the money will arrive in 10 minutes at the most. Ma Feifei immediately nodded and started to operate. You guys wait for me for 10 minutes, then take the money and get out of here. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhengyang sat down. Cut it out. This bragging is as real as it seems. Exactly. It's only 10 minutes, so we'll just wait for him for 10 minutes. If he can't come up with the money by then, I'll see how he'll get out of this. The group of relatives sneered disdainfully. After hearing Lu Zhengyang's conversation, others may not understand, but Jiang Xuehao, who has been speculating in stocks, knows the Xufei Electronics stock very well. There are at least 3 more trading boards. Lu Zhengyang is not bragging. All stock speculators can see that this demon stock is rising rapidly. If you buy it now, you will make a profit. How many people want to buy it but can't? And today, in order to pay off his debts, his brother-in-law actually sold all of the stock. This act of loyalty was so heavy that Jiang Xuehao could hardly breathe. From that moment on, Jiang Xuehao truly recognized his brother-in-law. When his family was in the greatest danger, he stepped forward and took on all the responsibility. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Zhengyang's phone vibrated, and a text message from the bank arrived. 4,560,000 yuan. Come and get your money. Lu Zhengyang stood up and looked coldly at the group of relatives. You really have the money to pay back? Uncle Jiang Daxia couldn't believe it. Do you want it? Lu Zhengyang gave him a cold look. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Daxia quickly gave Lu Zhengyang his bank card number. Subsequently, Lu Zhengyang repaid all 880,000 yuan of his relatives' debts, including interest. Holy cow! He really paid it back. Ling Hao couldn't believe what he read on his mother's phone. Take the money and get out of here. And don't ever say you know me, Lu Zhengyang. Lu Zhengyang now had no good feelings towards these relatives at all. What's with the arrogance? Does he really think he's someone? What good is knowing you? The relatives shrugged their shoulders in disdain and left one after the other. They didn't know that they had missed the biggest opportunity of their lives. After the relatives had left, Lu Zhangyang gave Scar Wolf, who was still obediently standing in the corner, a finger-crossing gesture. The state has clear regulations. Interest rates higher than 36% per annum are not protected by law. I'm only paying back 2 million yuan of the principal. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Zhangyang asked indifferently. No. I was in the wrong for disrupting the banquet for your father's birthday today. As compensation, you only have to pay me back 1.8 million yuan. Scar Wolf is discerning and can tell that Lu Zhangyang is no ordinary person. He apologizes directly with 200,000 yuan and incidentally makes a good connection. Interesting. In the future, you can call me Brother Yang. Lu Zhangyang was slightly surprised, and then transferred 1.8 million yuan. Thank you, Brother Yang. The money has been received. Here is the contract and the property ownership certificate. Please keep it. After saying that, Scar Wolf left with his subordinates. People always change. When we were kids, the four of us were so close. After everyone left, he looked at the empty box. Zhang Dachuan gulped down a glass of white wine and tears flowed down his face. I'm sorry, Dad. Jiang Xuehao walked over, ashamed. You little brat, why are you so useless? I'll beat the crap out of you. Zhang Dachuan picked up a chair and was about to throw it. Wang Meiwan and Jiang Shuoqin on the side quickly pulled him back. Dad. Xuehao is still young, and it's normal for young people to go astray. As long as he's willing to turn back, everything will be fine. Anyway, things have been settled now, so don't be angry. Lu Zhangyang also stepped forward and persuaded. Everyone said all kinds of things before they calmed down the furious Zhang Dachuan. Zhangyang. Don't worry, I'll pay you back with your money, even if I have to sell the house and go into debt. I'll sell the house and should be able to raise about 2.5 million yuan. I'll pay you back the rest little by little. Zhang Dachuan looked at Lu Zhangyang with a bit of mixed feelings. He never expected that at the most difficult time for his family, it was his son-in-law, whom he didn't think highly of, who stepped forward to help him out of all the trouble. Dad, what are you talking about? What do you mean your money, my money? You've already given me your daughter, what's a little money? Lu Zhangyang laughed. That's right, Dad, don't worry about the money. Jiang Shuoqin quickly agreed, then looked at Lu Zhangyang with curiosity. By the way, Zhangyang, where did you get so much money? I usually make money from stock trading when I'm not busy. I originally wanted to secretly buy you a big house and surprise you, but now I guess I can only buy a slightly smaller one. Lu Zhangyang shrugged. No, this is like a brother and brother calculating things clearly. In fact, I still have more than 1 million in the stock market, and I will just cash out and pay my brother-in-law back then. Jiang Xuehao, who was standing nearby, walked over. This is like my son, talking like a grown-up. Zhang Dachuan nodded. No. Xuehao. Don't sell the shares of Capitalan just yet. Let me ask you, do you want to make a comeback? Lu Zhangyang asked with a smile. Chapter 23 What is family? A comeback? Can I even get up again? Zhang Xuehao gave a bitter smile. It was clear that the series of events that had happened today had destroyed his confidence. Ha, look what you're saying, how can a man easily admit defeat? Lu Zhangyang walked over and patted Jiang Xuehao on the shoulder. But Jiang Xuehao still lacked confidence. There is no but. In fact, your theoretical knowledge of stock market is very solid. What you lack is experience and practical skills. Don't worry, I will help you turn the tide. By then, those who once looked down on you will only be able to look up to you. Lu Zhangyang hugged Jiang Xuehao and cheered him up. Although this brother-in-law used to glare at him, he is very good to his grandchildren. For this reason alone, Lu Zhangyang also wants to help him. Haha, that's good. A man should get up again where he fell. Losing once is not scary, what's scary is not daring to get up again after losing. Zhang Dachuan, who was standing nearby, also came over and cheered for his son. Dad. Brother-in-law. Thank you. Jiang Xuehao's eyes were blurred with tears. He never imagined that he would get into such a big mess. Not only did his brother-in-law and father not scold him, they even inspired him. What is called a relative? These are true family members. I'm not trying to pour cold water on you, but Zhangyang, do you know how to speculate in the stock market? Jiang Shuoqin asked weakly. After so many years of marriage, she had never seen Lu Zhangyang speculate in the stock market. I can confirm that my brother-in-law not only knows how to speculate in the stock market, but his skills are also superb. When I bought Capitaland, my brother-in-law told me to sell as soon as the market opened the next day. Unfortunately, I was too arrogant at the time and didn't take my brother-in-law's words seriously, so I missed the only chance to get out. In the end, I was firmly trapped. Sorry, brother-in-law. Lu Zhangyang hadn't even opened his mouth yet when Zhang Shuihao on the side spoke up. Ha, it's not too late to realize that your brother-in-law is awesome. Lu Zhangyang laughed out loud. Alas! Such a waste of all these delicious dishes. Wang Meiwan on the side couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the dishes on the 3 tables that had hardly been touched. What's a pity? It's a waste if it's eaten by those heartless people. If they don't eat it, we'll eat it. If we can't finish it, we'll take it home and eat it. Come on, Zhang Yang. Come over and have a drink with me. Zhang Dashuan took the unprecedented initiative to invite Lu Zhangyang to drink together. Ah, okay. Dad, I'll toast you and wish you happiness as vast as the East Sea, prosperity and prosperity. Longevity and youth, old age and rejuvenation, joy and longevity. Lu Zhangyang raised his glass with a big smile. How come I never noticed before that you're actually quite talented? Ha ha ha. Zhang Dachuan guzzled his drink. Had ha. This shows that my sister has better taste than you. Zhang Shuihao also came over. You little brat. Looking at the 3 men gathered together, Zhang Shuiqin couldn't help but tear up with happiness. Although it cost nearly 3 million today, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't concerned. But Zhang Shuiqin felt that it was well worth it. After all, what woman doesn't want her marriage to be blessed by her parents and family? The wine flowed freely. The 3 men were all a little drunk. Zhang Shuiqin and Wang Meiwan also took home the leftover food. I've had a great birthday, with you 2 little rascals by my side. Meiwan, go pay the bill. Zhang Dashuan stood unsteadily. Okay. Wang Meiwan nodded. Mom, no need, I've already paid for the bill. Lu Zhangyang stopped Wang Meiwan. Ha? How much is it then? I'll pay for it. Wang Meiwan was taken aback. I said, Mom, what are you talking about? What money? My dear old man is celebrating his birthday today, and if you have to pay for the banquet yourself, doesn't that make me, as the son-in-law, look useless? Lu Zhangyang pretended to be angry. Ha, that's my good son-in-law. Dad didn't raise you in vain. Zhang Dachuan had obviously drunk a bit too much. Wang Meiwan, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, You old shameless man. You still care about him? You scolded Zhang Yang a lot back then, didn't you? That was then, this is now. My good son-in-law is the best. As he spoke, Zhang Dachuan even started singing a mountain song. Okay, let's go home quickly. This is embarrassing. Wang Meiwan quickly hailed a taxi. Xiaohao, remember to come to my house tomorrow. I'll teach you a bit about stock trading, and I'll give you an analysis of the Capitaland stock. Lu Zhangyang waved at Zhang Shuihao in a lurch. Got it. Brother-in-law. Zhang Shuihao gave Lu Zhangyang the OK sign in a lurch, and then got into the taxi. Zhang Yang, are you okay? Holding the already asleep Xiaoad Womi, Zhang Shuiqin asked with some concern. Of course I'm fine. Lu Zhangyang's hazily drunken eyes instantly cleared up, and his swaying body stopped shaking. You're not drunk? Zhang Shuiqin was a little surprised. Of course. Lu Zhangyang smiled. Then why are you? Zhang Shuiqin was very confused. You see, my father-in-law and brother-in-law are both drunk like that. If I were acting like a normal person, wouldn't they lose face? Lu Zhangyang laughed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiqin was touched beyond words. Zhang Yang, you are so good to me. Hey, look at what you're saying. You're my wife. If I'm not good to you, who else would I be good to? Lu Zhangyang gently pinched Zhang Shuiqin's cheek. There's a saying, hurry home. I have another surprise for you. The 2 of them then hailed a taxi and returned home. Zhang Yang, what surprise are you going to give me? Zhang Shuiqin was both looking forward to it and curious. Come on, close your eyes. Lu Zhangyang pretended to be mysterious. Zhang Shuiqin obediently closed her eyes. Then Lu Zhangyang took out his mobile phone and transferred 1.6 million yuan, which was the tuition fees for Lin Xian's lessons over the past few days. Now you can open your eyes and turn on your phone, Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. This is not. Zhang Yang, why did you transfer so much money to me? Zhang Shuiqin was stunned when she saw the long series of zeros in her bank account. It seemed that this was the first time Lu Zhangyang had transferred money to her on his own initiative, and the amount was 1.6 million yuan. Hey, aren't you surprised? Aren't you surprised? Lu Zhangyang laughed slightly. Surprised? Zhang Shuiqin nodded heavily. Of course, I still have a difficult task for you to complete. Lu Zhangyang laughed. What difficult task? Take this money and go buy a new house with Domi as a place to live in the meantime. You want me to go buy a house with Domi, but you're not going with us? Zhang Shuiqin couldn't help but ask. I'm not getting involved in the trivial matter of buying a house. You don't need to worry about the price or the future appreciation of the property. Lu Zhangyang laughed. Buying a house is trivial? Then what is important? Zhang Shuiqin was shocked by Lu Zhangyang's answer. No big deal? That's too much. For example, to accompany Xiao Duomi as he grows up happily and to make your wife happy, these are all big things. Lu Zhangyang thought for a moment and gave a very serious answer. Zhang Yang, you're so good. Zhang Shuiqin was moved to tears. What are you crying for? Just remember, your man is awesome now. In the future, no matter what happens, I can always be there for you. As for money, just ask me. I am your only ATM, and the password is I love you. Lu Zhangyang hugged Zhang Shuiqin. Honey. I love you. The two embraced passionately. Oh, yes. Lu Zhangyang suddenly leaned into Zhang Shuiqin's ear and whispered. What is it? Look, I've given you such a big surprise today, don't you think you should give me one too? What kind of surprise do you want? Zhang Shuiqin was a little confused. Look, Duomi is asleep, so can we? Lu Zhangyang rubbed his hands together excitedly. I'm afraid that's not possible. Zhang Shuiqin's face instantly turned red up to her neck. Why? Lu Zhangyang was a little puzzled. Because I've got my period, it just started this morning. After saying that, Zhang Shuiqin pushed Lu Zhangyang away and ran into the room. #. Lu Zhangyang thought to himself, a million wild horses galloped past in an instant. Chapter 24, Holy Cow. Brother-in-law, you are a godlike being. Early the next morning, Zhang Shuihao arrived at Lu Zhangyang's house early. Hey, sis, are you taking Duomi out? Seeing Zhang Shuiqin dressed up beautifully, leading little Duomi out the door, Zhang Shuihao asked subconsciously. Yes, uncle, mommy is taking me to buy a new house. Little Duomi was full of excitement. Buy a house? Why, aren't you coming with us, brother-in-law? Zhang Tianhao was a little surprised. After all, buying a house was a big deal in his opinion, and as the pillar of the family, how could Lu Zhangyang not be involved? I'm not going, just buying a house is no big deal, as long as they like it. It's just a temporary place to live. I promised Duomi that I would build her a castle so she can be a princess. Lu Zhangyang smiled nonchalantly. Shit. Brother-in-law, when it comes to acting like a jerk, if you admit to being second best, I don't think anyone would dare to be first. Zhang Shuihao was stunned by what he heard. Just stop being a smartass and behave yourself at home and learn how to speculate in the stock market with your brother-in-law. We're leaving. Zhang Shuiqin gave Zhang Shuihao a gentle glare. Got it, sis. Zhang Shuihao ducked his head. Don't be shy about spending money when you go out, just take a taxi, don't take the bus. Lu Zhangyang shouted. Got it. We're leaving. Bye, Dad, Uncle. After the two left, Lu Zhangyang waved. Okay. Zhang Shuihao immediately sat next to Lu Zhangyang. Do you know the essence of stock speculation? Lu Zhangyang looked at Zhang Shuihao with a smile. Of course I know. Zhang Shuihao looked confident and spoke at length. A stock is a share certificate issued by a joint stock company to investors when raising capital. A stock represents the ownership of its holder, i.e. shareholder in the joint stock company. This ownership is a comprehensive right, such as attending shareholders' meetings, voting, participating in major company decisions, receiving dividends, or sharing bonuses. No, you're explaining to me what a stock is, which is not the essence of stock speculation. Jiang Shuihao's words were interrupted by Lu Zhengyang before he could finish. So, brother-in-law, what is the essence of stock speculation? Jiang Shuihao looked at Lu Zhengyang blankly. In fact, the essence of stock speculation is a zero-sum game. In a zero-sum game, one person's victory is necessarily based on the failure of others. One's own win is equivalent to someone else's loss. One's own desire to win is equivalent to wanting others to lose. Studying the market with the aim of making money for oneself is the same as studying the market with the aim of making others lose money. Operating with the aim of making money for oneself is the same as operating with the aim of making others lose money. Therefore, the basic thinking of stock market calculation cannot be simply finding ways to make money, but rather, while designing this method, first think clearly about who will make money as a result of this. Why will he let me make this money? What is the basis for making this money? What is the hard and fast reason I have to make this money from him? He has a good reason to lose the money to me. Only after figuring out all these things and then designing an operation method can you say that you have a correct way of thinking in the stock market. In short, you must first find the loser, figure out the reason why he loses, and then design an operation method to make him comply, so that you can win clearly. If you can't achieve this, then the operation plan is just a beautiful fantasy. After all, stock trading is actually a confrontation of capital. Lu Zhengyang spoke eloquently and said a lot. Jiang Shuihao, who was listening on the side, seemed to understand but also seemed to have figured something out, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt like he didn't understand. Looking at Jiang Shuihao, who was a little confused, Lu Zhengyang gave a small smile. Stock trading is also a big subject, and it's unrealistic to think you can teach someone everything in one day. So Lu Zhengyang laughed and said, "Do you understand a little bit?" "I don't understand at all." Jiang Shuihao looked miserable. "Then let's use the Capitalan stock for an analysis." As soon as he mentioned the Capitalan stock, Jiang Shuihao was depressed. He had lost a lot of money on this stock. Then he asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, last night I carefully studied the data on this stock again. I found that my previous predictions were completely correct, but why is this damn stock still dropping every day?" "Ha, let me ask you a question first. Are you the only one who can read the data on this stock? And who is the person who reads this data the most?" Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but laugh. Of course no one knows but me, but any stock investor who has been in the market for a while will have looked at these data to some extent. And the people who look at these data the most are us retail investors. Jiang Shuihao answered immediately. Then, who is most likely to get ripped off in the stock market? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. That's a no-brainer, of course retail investors are most likely to get ripped off. Jiang Shuihao answered without even thinking. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Shuihao was clearly taken aback. "Brother-in-law, are you saying that these data are actually specifically for retail investors like us?" I can't say that exactly. These data can only be used as a reference. If you believe everything you read, you'll believe nothing. If we want to speculate in stocks, we must first look beyond the surface to the essence. Take Capitaland, for example. It is one of our leading companies. It is mainly engaged in chain fresh food supermarkets and large shopping supermarkets. The market value of this stock is not too big or too small, about 10 billion yuan. In fact, every stock has a corresponding market maker. Do you know who the original market maker of this stock is? Lu Zhengyang asked again. Of course I know. The biggest market maker of Capitaland is the chairman of Capitaland, Li Kuan Yu. Zhang Tianhao looked a little pleased. Very good. Then let me ask you, as a long-term stock market manipulator, do you want your stock to grow steadily with small fluctuations, or to fluctuate like a roller coaster? Lu Zhengyang nodded and continued to ask. Do you need to think about it? Of course I hope for a steady growth. Zhang Tianhao blurted out. Very good, it seems that you have a solid grasp of some basic theoretical knowledge. Lu Zhengyang patted Zhang Tianhao's shoulder with satisfaction, and then took out his mobile phone and opened the stock trading app. Hey, I at least graduated from a finance department. Zhang Tianhao scratched his head a little embarrassed. Now let's go back and look at it. When you bought Capitaland on the first day, did the stock hit the daily limit? Lu Zhengyang opened the stock chart for that day. Yes. Zhang Tianhao nodded. As the saying goes, where there's an unusual occurrence, there's usually a catch. Since the expert wanted the stock to grow steadily, why did he suddenly pull the stock up to the daily limit? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. That day, the stock price was like a roller coaster, so there did seem to be a problem. Zhang Tianhao looked at the stock curve of the day. First, it rose steadily to 2 points, then it suddenly dropped to -5 points, and then it shot up to 5 points. After a small fluctuation within this range, the stock price was directly pulled up to the limit. Then take a closer look and find out what the problem is. Lu Zhengyang handed Zhang Tianhao his phone with a smile. Let me see. Zhang Tianhao began to study it carefully. In a short while, he really found something. The stock price started to fall that day because there were large orders continuously hitting the market. Zhang Tianhao then roughly estimated the situation and couldn't help exclaiming. Goodness! 50 million yuan was actually spent. Well, yes, a mysterious capital has entered the market. But his actions were too large, and he directly surprised the market. Keep reading. Yikes! There are a lot of buy orders here, which means the market maker has reacted indirectly and forcefully pulled up the price by 10 points. Keep going. Lu Zhengyang nodded. Well, there's a small fluctuation here. Damn, there are so many sell orders and buy orders? This should be the market maker and the mysterious capital fighting. Good guy, another 50 million went down. Well, this is the mysterious capital's tentative attack and the market maker's action to protect the market. Keep watching. Lu Zhengyang smiled. Next, the banker directly spent 200 million to stop the price from rising. I think this is the banker warning the mysterious capital that I have a lot of money. Get out of here and don't mess with me. After Lu Zhengyang's patient persuasion, Zhang Tianhao actually also expressed his own opinion. You're right, the banker did think this way. But this move by the banker has given us another signal. Lu Zhengyang smiled and took a drink. What signal? Zhang Xuehao was a little confused again. The banker doesn't have much liquidity left in his hands. Lu Zhengyang said lightly. Brother-in-law, how did you figure that out? Zhang Xuehao felt like he was a little kid who knew nothing in front of Lu Zhengyang. For example, if you were this banker and someone had the capital to short your stock, would you choose to keep fighting with them or would you settle quickly? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. Well, if I have sufficient funds at hand, then I will definitely continue to show off with him, cutting the flesh with a small knife, and let him invest all his money in my stocks. As long as I keep the stock price above the opening price, then he will definitely lose in short selling, and he will definitely lose money. If he loses money, I will definitely make money. Zhang Tianhao thought about it and then said with certainty. Since it is so clear, then if we reverse it, we will know that the dealer does not have much money left. As the mysterious capital that used 100 million to test the market alone has been used, what will the market do the next day? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. Needless to ask, of course it will go all out and go short on everything. Zhang Tianhao spoke without thinking, and after he finished, he suddenly had a sudden realization and said with some hesitation, Brother-in-law. Did you figure all this out that day? So you came to remind me to dump all the stocks as soon as the market opened the next morning? What else? Lu Zhengyang raised an eyebrow as he looked at Zhang Xuehao's shocked expression. Brother-in-law, until this moment today, I realized that you are a being like a god. My admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, like the Yellow River flooding, unstoppable. Zhang Tianhao slapped his thigh and exclaimed. Okay, no need to flatter me. I'm asking you a question. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand and then asked, what do you think the ultimate goal of this mysterious capital is? Chapter 25. Do you want to stand up? Brother-in-law, don't test my poor intelligence. I'm not the mysterious capital, how would I know what he really wants? Zhang Xuehao looked confused. Actually, this can be analyzed. Lu Zhengyang smiled and took out a huazi. No way? This can be analyzed? Zhang Xuehao was a little incredulous, and then quickly helped Lu Zhengyang light the cigarette. Phew! In fact, if you just take the time to analyze many things, you'll find that it's not difficult to come to a result. Lu Zhengyang exhaled gently and then said, let's first assume that this mysterious capital is just ordinary hot money, trying to take Capitaland down by constantly shorting it. Then you can make a fortune. But look at Capitaland, it's been falling for days, hasn't it? It's been 7 days, and the share price has halved. Zhang Xuehao replied with some depression. It is impossible for normal hot money to snipe for such a long time. At most, it will be 2 or 3 days, and then they will make their money and leave. Because the sniping period is too long, it will not only completely anger the market maker, but also easily expose themselves. For hot money, if it is exposed, it is a very dangerous thing. Lu Zhangyang said indifferently. Then, brother-in-law, since this mysterious capital is not hot money, what exactly is it, and what is its purpose? Jiang Xuehao was like a curious child at this moment. I'll tell you his purpose first. Sniping for such a long time means that this mysterious capital wants to compete with the original old dealer. Damn it! Is this mysterious capital sick? The entire Capitaland Group's plate has shrunk by half after he sniped it. What else is there to compete for? Isn't this hurting the enemy 1,000 and injuring yourself 800? Jiang Xuehao didn't understand. You're wrong again. In fact, there is another way to play the stock market, called short selling. As long as the shares of Capitaland fall, he will not only not lose money, but make money instead. Now that the price of the stock has halved, at this time, the stocks in the hands of retail investors have almost been washed out, and it will be easy for him to collect chips. When the chips in his hands exceed those of the old market maker, he can become the new market maker. After he becomes the new market maker, it will be much easier for him to pull up the stock. It can be said that without spending much money, he can directly pull the stock back to its original position. Lu Zhangyang picked up his cup and took a drink to moisten his throat. Fuck! There's so much to learn about the stock market. I really should learn more about it. But brother-in-law, why is it that after this mysterious capital becomes the new market maker, it will be easy to pull up the stock? Jiang Xuehao's head was beginning to swell. It felt like a battle. You who studied finance should know that stocks have a participatory nature. Holding Capitaland Group stock is equivalent to being a shareholder of Capitaland Group. And shareholders have the right to attend the shareholders' meeting, elect the company's board of directors, and participate in major company decisions. The investment will and economic interests of the stockholder are usually realized through the exercise of shareholder participation rights. The size of the shareholder's right to participate in company decision-making depends on the number of shares he or she holds. As long as the number of shares held by the shareholder reaches the actual majority required to influence the decision-making outcome, the shareholder can control the company's decision-making. And once this mysterious capital becomes the new market maker, the number of shares in his hands will definitely reach this amount. By then, he will be able to participate in the board of directors of Capitaland. He may even run for chairman of the board. As an old banker, Capitaland's chairman, Li Kaid, although he has the most shares in his hands, in order to protect his throne as chairman, he is buying stocks like crazy, expanding his own shareholding so much that he can't wait. Do you think he might dump the shares to thwart the new banker's stretching operation? Lu Zhangyang looked at Jiang Xuehao with a smile. Holy cow! This mysterious capital is awesome, making a lot of money while also entering the board of directors of Capitaland. This is literally killing two birds with one stone. Then, based on this assumption, this mysterious capital is most likely a competitor of Capitaland. Jiang Xuehao couldn't help but exclaim in awe. You're not stupid. So, do you have any ideas now? Lu Zhangyang asked with a smile. What ideas? Jiang Xuehao didn't understand. This mysterious capital has screwed you over so badly, don't you want to defeat him? Lu Zhangyang raised an eyebrow. Oh what? Defeat that mysterious capital? How is that possible? We don't even have that much money to compete with him. Jiang Xuehao exclaimed. Don't worry about the money, we don't have that much, but someone else does. I'm just asking if you want to stand up again by stepping on the corpse of this mysterious capital? Lu Zhangyang looked straight at Jiang Xuehao, his face serious. Failure is not scary. A strong opponent is not scary either. But if you don't even have the desire to fight, that's terrifying. This also shows that Jiang Xuehao is not worth cultivating, so I'll just give him an easy job to do and let him muddle through. Yes. I want it. Jiang Xuehao nodded heavily. Ah, very good. Go back first and go over what I taught you carefully. Tomorrow is Monday, the stock market will open, come to my house, I will personally go down and take you to fight a comeback battle. Lu Zhangyang suddenly burst out laughing. To be honest, Jiang Xuehao didn't know where his brother-in-law got his confidence. Because in order to compete with this mysterious capital, the funds would have to be at least 100 million. But although he was full of doubts, Jiang Xuehao still chose to believe in his brother-in-law. Okay, I'll go back first and come find you tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Shuihao nodded and got up to leave. After Jiang Shuihao left, Lu Zhangyang lay on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and after some thought, he took out his phone, found a phone number and dialed it. At this time, Wang Guichuan's office. Although today is Sunday, Wang Guichuan is not resting, but is still in the office, approving some documents for the planning of the new city. This Lu Zhangyang is really talented. If this new city is built, how many jobs will be created? How many people in Tiancheng will benefit? This is a major project that will benefit the country and the people. The construction plan for the new city has now been approved at the standing committee meeting. Now I must speed up the process and push the plan through with all my strength. I must ensure that construction of the new city begins within a month. Wang Guichuan couldn't help but get excited at the thought of the new city construction plan. He then threw himself back into work. And just then, ding dong dong, Wang Guichuan's phone rang. Chapter 26 2 Phone Calls. Why did this guy Li Dekai suddenly think to call me? Wang Guichuan muttered as he picked up the phone and answered it. Old leader, you have to save me. Li Dekai's words immediately left Wang Guichuan a little confused. Dekai, what's wrong with you? Take your time and speak slowly. Old leader, my stocks have been attacked by speculators, and the stock price has already halved. What? What's going on? Wang Guichuan was shocked. Li Dekai had not only been his loyal subordinate, but his Capitalan group was also one of the leading enterprises in Tiancheng. It paid a large amount of taxes to the government every year. A veritable major taxpayer. Moreover, he had tens of thousands of employees under him. If something went wrong with his company, how many people would have to be laid off? This made Wang Guichuan have to be cautious. Alas! It was none other than that foreign capital, the ghost of the Oshan supermarket. Li Dekai sighed and then said, didn't Oshan send someone to talk about financing and buying shares? We are considered a local enterprise. How could I not know what these Russians were thinking? They wanted to use my Capitalan Fresh Market and Capitalan Mega Mall to open up the market in our city and even in Tiannan province. Although they offered a very high and attractive price, I still refused. You did the right thing. Local enterprises should have the backbone of a local enterprise. Wang Guichuan greatly approves of and is gratified by Li Kaidi's approach. But these Russians, they somehow found a stock market expert. He went short selling on my stock directly and caused my assets to shrink by half. I lost 300 million and it didn't even stop his attack. Not to mention that, what's even more terrifying is that next he will definitely take advantage of the low price to buy up a large amount of stocks. With his strength, he will definitely be able to get a huge amount of stocks. At that time, Oshan Services Supermarket can use these stocks to enter the board of directors directly, thereby achieving their goal. Li Kai's voice was full of indignation and sorrow. How can this be? Then how can I help you? We can't directly intervene in the stock market. Wang Guichuan was a little worried. I know that too. Didn't I happen to be building a large shopping mall a while ago? I almost spent all my money on that. Now I don't have that much liquid capital in my hands. And in this world, it's so damn hard to borrow money. Those business partners who used to call me buddy, when they saw my stocks fall like this, not to mention lending money, they won't even pick up the phone to talk to me. I actually called this time to see if my old leader could step in and see if I could borrow 1 billion from the bank. This is when Li Kaid revealed his true purpose. Lend you 1 billion? Kaid, that's a lot of money. If I step in, I'm sure I can get the loan. But even if I give you 1 billion, are you confident you can beat them? If you can't, I'll be in a difficult position. Wang Guichuan hesitated for a moment and then spoke with utmost sincerity. To be honest, old leader, even if you gave me 1 billion now, I'm not sure I could win. How about this? I'll think of other ways. If I really have no way out, please help me, old leader. After some hesitation, Li Kai decided not to drag the old leader down for the time being. That's good. I'll help you think of a way first. If it doesn't work, I'll step in and help you borrow 1 billion. Wang Guichuan nodded. Ha ha ha. Then thank you, old leader. I'll hang up first, and I'll treat you to dinner later. After getting Wang Guichuan's reply, Li Kai's heart settled a little. He then hung up the phone. At this time, Wang Guichuan began to feel annoyed. After all, if the Kai Group was taken over by foreign capital, it would become a foreign-owned enterprise one day. By that time, the Russians would be making all the money, and that was not a happy thought. But Wang Guichuan didn't really know much about the stock market, so he sighed and continued to go through the documents. I'll consult a professional about it later. But as soon as Wang Guichuan picked up the file, his phone rang again. Who is it? Wang Guichuan became a little impatient. But as soon as he picked up the phone and saw the name of the caller, the impatience on Wang Guichuan's face instantly disappeared. There was even a hint of surprise. Ha, Zhang Yang, have you figured it out and want to go into politics? Before Lu Zhengyang could say anything, Wang Guichuan burst out laughing. Lu Zhengyang's forehead suddenly had 3 dark lines hanging down. He never expected that after so long, Wang Guichuan was still thinking about him. Lord Wang, it's actually like this, it's been a long time, I've missed you very much. I don't know if you're free tonight, I'd like to invite you to dinner and chat about the construction of the new city. Lu Zhengyang did not directly answer Wang Guichuan's question. If someone else were to invite me to dinner, I would definitely be busy, but since you, Zhenyang, are such a talented person, I would definitely have time to go out to dinner with you. Wang Guichuan is also a sensible person and knows that Lu Zhengyang still has no intention of entering politics, so he doesn't dwell on the issue. Lord Wang, you praise me, but I don't deserve the name talented person. Facing an elder, Lu Zhengyang says that he should be humble. Then, seemingly casually, he said, Lord Wang, I heard that Li Kaid, the chairman of our Tiancheng Kaid group, is one of your former subordinates. I just have something to discuss with him, so I was wondering if it would be convenient for you to bring him along later? I said, you brat, why did you suddenly want to invite me to dinner? It turns out that you have another agenda. What? Did this Kaid guy offend you? Wang Guichuan burst out laughing. How could that be? He is a big shot, how could I possibly have anything to do with him? Not to mention offending him. I just heard that his group seems to have run into some trouble recently, and I think I can help him solve it. As soon as Lu Zhengyang finished speaking, Wang Guichuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Are you saying that the stock of his company has been cut in half? That's right. Do you have a solution? If we can come to an agreement, I don't think it would be difficult to solve this problem. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. That's great. Just now, this guy Kaida called me to complain about it, and it's annoying the hell out of me. Tell me, time and place, I'll come over with Kaida. And bring this kid, Xiaolong, along to listen, too, so he can learn something. After getting an answer like this from Lu, Wang Guichuan only felt a stone that had been weighing on his heart disappear. Then 7 o'clock, see you at the Piaoxiang Lu in the south of the city. Okay. We won't miss it. Chapter 27 Little Master Xiaodu. Although the Piaohua Lu in the south of the city is considered a high-end restaurant, it is worlds apart from the Hongyun Tea House. Now that Lu Zhengyang is a VIP at the Hongyun Tea House, inviting Wang Guichuan to go there not only instantly raises the bar, but also doesn't cost Lu Zhengyang a single penny. But why doesn't Lu Zhengyang invite Wang Guichuan to go to the Hongyun Tea House? In fact, there is a lot to learn here. Without going into detail, the main reason is that Hongyun Tea House actually has a bit of a chamber of commerce nature to it, and almost everyone inside is from the business world. It would be inappropriate for Wang Guichuan to go there, and if someone with ill intent took a photo of them, it would cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. That's why Lu Zhengyang chose the not low-class and remote Piaohua Lu. After hanging up with Wang Guichuan, Lu Zhengyang didn't put the phone down, but instead called Wang Yanlong. He said that he had invited his father to dinner at the Piaoxiang Lu and asked him to help book a private room. After all, although the Piaoxiang Lu was not as high-end as the Hongyun Tea House, its private rooms were also very difficult to book. Especially if you were not someone of importance, you would not be able to book one on the same day. Of course, with Wang Yanlong on the case, there would be no problem. When he received Lu Zhengyang's call, Wang Yanlong was running the matter of the 3 plots of land. After listening to Lu Zhengyang's demands, Wang Yanlong immediately agreed. Subsequently, because the matter of the 3 plots of land had basically been settled, he asked Lu Zhengyang questions about this and that, and they chatted for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhengyang looked at the time and saw that it was almost 3 o'clock. He estimated that his wife and child would be back soon, so he quickly got up and went to the market to buy food. Although he would not be eating at home that night, he could not neglect the logistics work. After Lu Zhengyang finished shopping, he went home and cooked dinner. Jiang Shuoqin, who was a little tired but extremely excited, returned just as she was holding her sleeping little daughter, Duomi. Wife, you're home. You must be tired after looking at houses all day, right? Seeing this, Lu Zhangyang hurriedly went up to greet her and took little Duomi from her. Well, I am tired, but I'm also very happy. Jiang Shuichen smiled sweetly. Dad, today, Mom and I looked at a lot of big, beautiful new houses together. Domino also woke up at this point and said excitedly. Oh? So, has Domino already chosen which house you want to live in? Lu Zhangyang pinched Domino's little nose. None of those new houses are bad, I don't know which one to choose. Domino shook his head, his expression was very cute. Then why don't you just pick one? Lu Zhangyang pinched the cute little face of his daughter. How can this be? Mom said that even when buying clothes, you have to compare prices and make a decision. And what about buying a house? Dad, we have to be very careful and make a good choice before we can make a decision. Dad, this way of thinking is not good. Domi put on a serious face and lectured Lu Zhangyang like a little adult. Zaya Adwomi is right. Dad was wrong. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Lu Zhangyang laughed out loud. You know when you're wrong, Dad, you're really good. Zaya Adwomi obediently ran to wash his hands. What? Didn't you see any houses you liked today? Lu Zhangyang handed Jiang Shuichen a glass of water. It's not that I didn't like any, it's just that I want to look at more of them. After all, buying a house is a big deal. I'm going to take Duomi to look around again next Sunday. Jiang Shuichen smiled a little embarrassedly. Although Lu Zhangyang had said that buying a house was just a trivial matter, Jiang Shuichen still felt that she should be more careful. You won't think that I'm useless and can't even handle this trivial matter, will you? Seeing that Lu Zhangyang just smiled and didn't say anything, Jiang Shuichen became a little nervous instead. How could that be? You're also capable of running a household. By the way, I have a dinner date tonight, so I won't be eating at home. Lu Zhangyang laughed. Oh. Then drink less and come home early. Jiang Shuichen nodded and gave a reminder. Oh. Okay. Lu Zhangyang was just about to go out when he felt that it was not right and turned back to ask, No, wife, don't you want to ask who I'm going to dinner with? No matter who you go to dinner with, you won't let us down, will you? In that case, why do I need to ask so much and annoy you? Jiang Shuichen smiled. In an instant, a feeling called emotion welled up in her. My dear. I find that I love you more and more. Before Jiang Shuichen was aware of it, Lu Zhangyang suddenly lifted her face and kissed her hard. What are you doing? Jiang Shuichen couldn't help exclaiming. Giggle, giggle. Daddy kissed Mommy, so embarrassing. Domi, who was standing nearby, had just returned from washing her hands. Nonsense. Hurry up and go to the banquet. Jiang Shuichen gently pushed away Lu Zhangyang, her face full of bashfulness. Shit. It's already 6:30. I have to hurry, or I'll be late. Looking back at the wall clock, Lu Zhangyang let out a strange cry and hurriedly ran out. 7 o'clock. Piao Xiang Lu, Wang Guichuan, Wang Yanlong and Li Dekai were already there. After a while of small talk. Old leader, didn't you say you were going to introduce someone to me today who could help me with my company's problems? You're not talking about Xiaolong, are you? Li Dekai asked, a little puzzled. Why would I? Let me tell you, this person is amazing today. Xiaolong is no match for him. He's not even worthy to carry his shoes. Wang Guichuan burst out laughing. What? Upon hearing Wang Guichuan's words, Li Dekai's curiosity grew even more. He knew that his former boss rarely praised people. Moreover, in his impression, Wang Yanlong was also a rather arrogant person. However, today, his performance had surprised Li Dekai. His father said this, but he didn't get angry at all. Instead, he nodded with a smile, saying, That's right. My brother Yang and I are not at all comparable. He is a godlike figure. I won't talk about anything else. Have you ever seen someone with a 9th Dan Go ranking play go against someone with a 7th Dan ranking and still win? My brother Yang did it easily. I say, Xiaolong, just who is this brother Yang of yours? Why isn't he here yet? Li Kaid was already curious and impatient. That's right. This kid said he'd treat me to dinner, but he's actually later than me. Yang, you give him a call and ask. Wang Guichuan spoke up from the side. But he didn't seem angry. After all, it's only right to give special treatment to someone with talent. As soon as Wang Guichuan finished speaking, everyone. Sorry. I'm late. A young man dressed simply and plainly walked in with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 28 Judging a book by its cover? Wait for the shock. Ah, Yang, you're late, wait. You have to drink a cup of punishment, right? Seeing Lu Zhengyang enter, Wang Yanlong immediately got up enthusiastically to greet him and pulled out a seat for him. How is 1 cup of punishment enough? You actually made me wait that long, at least 3 cups of punishment. Wang Guichuan, who was standing nearby, also said with a smile. I dare not refuse the elder's request, so 3 cups it is. Lu Zhengyang laughed and sat down. Is this the Yang you're talking about? He's so young. Looking at Lu Zhengyang's simple clothes and youthful appearance, Li Kaid couldn't help but speak up. I'm saying, Kaid, this is where you're wrong. You can't judge a book by its cover. In ancient times, Xiang Tu was a teacher at the age of 7, and Gan Lu became prime minister at the age of 12. What's wrong with being young? Age is not a measure of talent. Wang Guichuan laughed. Hey, old leader, you're right. But this matter of mine, although it's not life and death, is extremely important to me. So, old leader, can you let me test him? Li Kaid said mockingly. Although his old leader and Wang Yanlong were extremely positive about Lu Zhengyang, he also believed in the judgment of his old leader. Lu Zhengyang is definitely talented. But even if you are talented, you still need to specialize in one thing. What's the point of being good at Go? Does it have anything to do with the stock market? If you want to test Zhengyang, I have no problem with that. To be honest, Wang Guichuan was also a little curious as to what Lu Zhengyang could do to help Li Kaid. Uncle Li, just go ahead and test me, my brother Yang is not afraid of challenges. Wang Yanlong also laughed with a smug look on his face, as if he were Lu Zhengyang. Mr. Li Dong, if you have any questions, just ask. Lu Zhengyang looked at Li Kaid with a smile. Just that composed look made Li Kaid a little impressed. But the question still had to be asked. Have you encountered any trouble in my company? Your company's stock has been attacked, the stock price has been cut in half, and your wealth has shrunk significantly. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. At this point, a flash of disappointment could not help but cross Li Dakai's eyes. What Lu Zhengyang said were all superficial things that anyone who knew even a little about the stock market could say, and there was no technical content at all. Li Dakai was about to speak. But Lu Zhengyang continued, of course. These are just superficial phenomena. But if I'm not wrong, the person behind the sniping of your stock this time should be your competitor, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Kaid's eyes changed instantly. Moreover, their intention is not as simple as suppressing your stock price to make a little money. I think they must have previously approached you about financing or mergers and acquisitions. But you refused. That's why they are desperately suppressing your stock price, causing retail investors to panic and sell their stocks, so that they can buy them at low prices. Once they have a certain amount of stocks in their hands, they can then enter your board of directors with legitimacy. Upon hearing this, Li Kaid was shocked. He had hit the nail on the head. Did he really deduce this himself? Li Kaid couldn't help but look at Wang Guichuan, who was also shocked. Don't look at me. I didn't tell him any of this. Wang Guichuan quickly denied it, while his love for talent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. A near-omnipotent talent like this has no intention of entering politics. It really is a great loss to the country. Uncle Li. What do you think? Are you convinced? My brother Lu is awesome, isn't he? Seeing the expressions on his father's and Li Kaid's faces, Wang Yanlong knew that his brother Lu had been right all along. This made him want to brag again. It was as if he had said those words himself. I'm convinced. You really are awesome, Brother Lu. Li Dikai gave him a thumbs up and even called him Brother Lu, just like Wang Yanlong had done. He then couldn't wait to ask, so, Yang Gu, do you have any good ideas to help me get through this difficult time? Li Dong, you're too polite. You're older than me, so I can't call you Yang Gu. Lu Zhengyang laughed. As the saying goes, there is no order of learning, the accomplished are the teachers. Your talent is much greater than mine, and it's only right to call you Yang Gu, so how can you not be worthy? Li Kaid is also a man of character. Kaid. Zheng Yang has to call me an uncle. If you call in Yanga, then in the future, won't you be one generation younger than me? Wang Guichuan, who was also in a good mood, couldn't help but tease. Eh? Old leader, look what you're saying. We're each talking about our own things. Li Kai didn't take it personally. In the end, the few of them joked around for a while. Ha, it's almost 8 o'clock, aren't you guys hungry? Why don't we eat and chat at the same time? Lu Zhengyang laughed. Okay, let's eat and chat. After Zhang Yang said that, I'm really hungry. Wang Guichuan also laughed. After a while of toasting, I said, Yanga, don't keep me in suspense, I was wrong to judge a book by its cover just now, I'll take a drink as punishment. Li Kai lifted the glass of white wine and gulped it down. Then he said, now, Yang, you can tell me how you're going to help me get through this crisis, right? Upon hearing this, even Wang Guichuan and Wang Yanlong subconsciously put down their bowls and chopsticks, and their gazes all turned to Lu Zhengyang. Actually, I have 2 ways to deal with this situation. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Which 2 ways? Li Dekai couldn't help but ask. The first method is actually a plan. Directly compete with the other party for the chips. However, this method requires a lot of financial support, and it is also a bit unstable. After all, even if my stock trading level is good, it is impossible to grab all the chips. It is still possible for the other party to get enough chips to enter the board of directors. Moreover, just from the performance of the stock market in the past few days, I know that Chairman Li no longer has much cash in his hands. Therefore, this method is the worst choice, and I do not recommend it. Lu Zhengyang smiled lightly. That's right. I've already lost 300 million in the stock market, and I haven't even seen a single penny in return. Now I've scraped together what I can, and I only have a little over 100 million on hand. Li Kai nodded, even more shocked that Lu Zhengyang had actually noticed that he didn't have enough funds on hand. So, Yang, what's the second method? Wang Yanlong couldn't help but ask. Chapter 29. The second method is a bit more complicated to implement. Although I only need 100 million yuan, I need not only the full cooperation of Chairman Li, but also the help of Uncle Wang. Lu Zhengyang looked at Wang Guichuan with a smile. The Kai Group is a major taxpayer in Tancheng, providing a large number of jobs and supporting countless Tancheng citizens. Whether it's for public or private reasons, I should help. But let's get this straight, I'm a man of principle, and the favor you're asking of me mustn't go beyond the pale. Wang Guichuan laughed. You don't trust me to get the job done? Lu Zhengyang responded with a smile. So, Yang, how exactly do you propose to do this second method? At this point, Wang Yanlong appeared even more eager than Li Dekai. It's actually very simple. As long as the next step, the other party wants to do, we let him do not succeed in anything. If I'm not wrong, starting tomorrow, they'll be trying to raise capital. If that's the case, what do you think will happen to the stock price tomorrow? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. Of course the stock price will rise crazily, it might even reach the daily limit. Wang Yanlong chimed in. Good. So what we have to do is continue to short the stock. Lu Zhengyang nodded. Ha? We're going to let the stock price fall? Then won't they be able to buy more shares at a lower price? Li Kai on the side couldn't help but exclaim. Yes. Wouldn't that be a bargain for those people? Wang Guichuan was also a little puzzled. Ha, you can't just look at the immediate benefits. This is just a bait I've set. Next, we can do this. Lu Zhengyang smiled, and then proceeded to explain his plan. Cool. Hi. This trick is really high. After listening to the entire plan, Li Kai couldn't help but swallow his saliva and give a thumbs up. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, glad that Lu Zhengyang was not his enemy, otherwise he would not know how he would die. Brother Yang, this is a really ruthless move. Now these foreigners will not only have to pay back all the money they made from short-selling stocks, they will also lose a large chunk of their principal. Wang Yanlong, who was standing nearby, was also full of admiration. This is a masterful display of the 36 stratagems. You have such talent, it's a pity you're not in politics. Even Wang Guichuan couldn't help but exclaim. Ha, it's really not that difficult. As long as we know what our opponent ultimately wants, we can think of some ways to deal with it. Lu Zhengyang laughed modestly. Right. Brother Yang, it seems we don't know each other, right? Li Dekai suddenly looked at Lu Zhengyang with curiosity. Of course, how could I have known such a big shot as Mr. Li before? Lu Zhengyang laughed. Brother Yang, don't make fun of me. In front of you, how can I be called a big shot? After learning about Lu Zhengyang's abilities, Li Dekai lowered his posture and then asked, since we didn't know each other before, and we are not related, what makes you help me? Ha ha ha. Actually, the whole thing started because my brother-in-law bought some stocks, and he happened to buy some of your Capitaland Group's stocks, and then he lost all his money. My brother-in-law was very upset, so I'm very angry with the person behind this who drove down the stock price. If he makes me angry, he has to pay a price. Lu Zhengyang said this as if it was only natural. But these words made the other three people feel a little uneasy. Especially Li Kaid. This Yang Gu must not be offended. We can only be friends, not enemies. Just think, because his brother-in-law lost money on the stock market, he was able to find out who was behind it and take a chunk of flesh off. If you offend him, he will fix you dead. At the thought of Lu Zhengyang's diabolical strategy, Li Dekai couldn't help but shiver. Of course. I won't help you with this for free. I want 10% of the shares in your Capitaland Group. Of course, don't worry, I won't meddle in the group's specific affairs. Lu Zhengyang spoke again. 10% of the shares? Li Dekai couldn't help but be shocked. You have to know that the true market value of his group is estimated at around 10 billion yuan. 10% of the shares is 1 billion yuan. It has to be said that Lu Zhengyang's appetite is really big. But then, if you don't get Lu Zhengyang's help, it's not just 1 billion that's at stake. The whole group could change hands. Don't think you're losing out, Li. Even if you give Zhengyang 10% of the shares, you'll still be the group's biggest shareholder. And with 10% of the shares, Zhengyang will be considered one of the bosses of your group. With his talent, if he gives you a random idea, you won't have to worry about your group not being able to grow and prosper. Seeing that Li Kaid was a bit at a loss, Wang Guichuan couldn't help but speak up. Ha, the old gentleman really is a wake-up call. It's just 10% of the shares, right? I agree. Chairman Lu will have to give me a lot of guidance then. Upon hearing this, Li Kaid immediately made up his mind. Chairman Li, you're too kind. I can talk about my ideas when it comes to the direction of the group's development. But I'll be upfront, don't assign me any specific tasks in the future. My main occupation is being a father. I have to pick up and drop off my children at school every day, help them with their homework, cook, do the housework, and I'm very busy. I don't have time to manage the trivial matters of your group. Lu Zhengyang said seriously. Brother Yang, you really are a wonderful person, ha ha ha. Li Kaid thought that Lu Zhengyang was joking and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Zhengyang didn't explain again. Since we've settled on what to do with Kaid, Zhengyang, why don't you join me in chatting about the construction of the new town? Wang Guichuan laughed. Since the elder has spoken, how dare I not obey? Lu Zhengyang gave a slight smile, and then he and Wang Guichuan chatted about the construction of the new town. Wang Yanlong, who was standing nearby, also quickly perked up and listened. After all, the three of them had spent 20 million yuan and hoarded 3 plots of land in the northern suburbs. I wonder how much money we'll make. I hope Brother Yang can ask my father a few questions. However, to Wang Yanlong's great disappointment, Lu Zhengyang never mentioned the 3 plots of land. He only discussed with his father the future design, construction and development direction of the new city. The two men had a good chat, and even Li Kaid couldn't help but join in. Lu Zhengyang's eloquence and endless stream of brilliant ideas left Wang Guichuan and Li Kaid in awe. In particular, Lu Zhengyang's idea of building roads first if you want to get rich. It made the two of them nod repeatedly. After all, if you go anywhere, just look at whether the transportation is developed here, and you can tell how developed the place is. In the end, Wang Yanlong, being young and impatient, couldn't help but ask, Dad, you've been talking for so long, where exactly is the new city being built? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, Wang Guichuan gave Wang Yanlong a loud slap on the head. Dad, why did you hit me? Wang Yanlong rubbed his head in distress. You little brat! Do you really think your father is drunk? Don't you know that this is top secret? Everyone has to sign a confidentiality agreement. Can I tell you something like this? Are you trying to dig a pit for your father again? Why did I give birth to you, you son of a bitch? Wang Guichuan glared at Wang Yanlong fiercely, raised his hand and pretended to hit him again. Stop. Stop, Dad. I'm sorry. Wang Yanlong quickly bowed his head and admitted his fault. Ha ha, you brat, don't you want to get beaten on purpose? After seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang and Li Kite on the side couldn't help but laugh. What Lu Zhengyang and the others didn't expect was that, in another private room in the Piao Hua building, Smith, the regional head of Auchan supermarket in Yanghua, was smoking a cigar, holding a glass of red wine, and having a good chat with a middle-aged man with a somewhat cold look in his eyes and a somewhat wretched appearance. Chapter 30 Using alcohol to act crazy, showing the enemy that you are weak. Ha ha ha, Li Chang'an, you are worthy of being a genius in the stock market. In less than half a month, you have suppressed the stock price of the Capitaland Group, and with a capital of 1 billion, not only have you not spent a single cent, but you have also earned me 300 million. Smith looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a face full of appreciation. Hey, don't forget your promise. But Mr. Smith, let me be clear from the start, when the time comes, you can't lose a single cent of the 30 million. Li Chang'an and Smith lightly clinked glasses. Don't worry, we at Auchan Fu Supermarket are absolutely trustworthy. As long as you can help us take over the Capitaland Group, forget about just 30 million, what about 300 million? Smith lightly shook his wine glass, looking proud. That's good. Starting tomorrow, I'll start raising funds, and I'll definitely get Auchan Fu Supermarket on the Capitaland Group board. Li Chang'an nodded in satisfaction. Ha ha, I'm relieved to hear that. I wish us a happy collaboration in advance. Smith raised his glass and laughed. Happy collaboration. Li Chang'an drained his glass. The two then got up and left. At this time, Lu Zhengyang and the others also finished their meal, and everyone was happy. They went to the bar. Lu Zhengyang was about to go pay the bill. Zhengyang, why are you going to pay the bill? Let Xiaolong go, he's the youngest. Wang Guichuan stopped Lu Zhengyang. Uncle Wang, this is not good. I said I would treat you to dinner. How can I let Xiaolong pay the bill? Lu Zhengyang felt a little embarrassed. What's the big deal? You're the guest, and I'm the host. It's only natural that I pay the bill. After saying this, Wang Yanlong didn't wait for Lu Zhengyang to say anything, and ran off to pay the bill. This Xiaolong kid is really fast. According to reason, I gained the most today, so I should be the one to pay the bill. Li Kite, who was standing nearby, even complained that he hadn't moved quickly enough. And at that moment, a rather harsh, slightly arrogant voice suddenly sounded behind Li Kite. Hey, isn't this our big chairman Li? Ha? Smith? Why are you here? When Li Kite turned around, he discovered that it was actually the regional manager of Auchan Supermarket, Yanghua. Ha ha ha. My friends and I are having a celebration party in advance. Smith's voice was arrogant. Celebration party? What celebration party? Li Kite was a little confused. Hey, you must have had a hard time recently, right? You should have agreed to our financing and merger in the first place. Come, let me introduce you, this is our stock market genius, Li Chang'an. Smith sneered. Are you the one who sniped my stock to this state? Li Kite looked coldly at Li Chang'an. Don't look at me with those eyes, I didn't graduate from Seada. The reason your stock has been sniped to this state is because you are too stupid. Take care of your board of directors properly and prepare to welcome Auchan Supermarket. Li Chang'an glanced at Li Kite indifferently. Aha, that's good. There's a common saying in your country, if you don't accept a toast, you'll be forced to drink a forfeited wine. You idiot, if you don't accept our good intentions at Auchan Fu Supermarket, then don't blame us for eating you up, bones and all. On hearing this, Smith laughed even more proudly. Watching these two sing in unison, Li Kite's heart suddenly ignited with an unknown fire. He was about to speak in retort. However, Lu Zhengyang held him back. Lu Zhengyang leaned gently into Li Kite's ear and whispered, a real man can bend but not break. Now, pretend to be crazy with the help of alcohol and show the enemy that you are weak. Li Kite was a veteran, and instantly understood what Lu Zhengyang meant. You guys? Don't think you're so awesome. If you really push me, then I'll go down with you. Li Kite shook himself free of Lu Zhengyang's grip, and walked unsteadily up to the two of them, stammering as he spoke. His breath reeked of alcohol, and it made Smith and Li Kite frown. Humph. Die together? Do you even have the right? Right now, you look like nothing more than a dog with its tail between its legs to me. Smith sneered. Then he arrogantly left with Li Chang'an. At this time, Master Wang Yanlong had returned from paying the bill and happened to see this scene. Brother Yang, are we just going to let them go? Wang Yanlong was full of indignation. What else? Beat them up in public? Not to mention whether we could beat them up, even if we could, it would be illegal. Why would we cause trouble for ourselves? Lu Zhengyang asked back with a smile. But they are so arrogant, I can't swallow this insult. Wang Yanlong looked unwilling. Yanlong, this is a bad idea. Lu Zhengyang suddenly straightened up and said, as the saying goes, a real man can bend but not break. Back in the day, Yu Qinggo Jian could endure hardship and humiliation, and Han Xian could endure being humiliated. Compared to that, what happened to us today is nothing. If you can't swallow this humiliation, how can you accomplish anything in the future? Remember, the fist is drawn back to be punched out more powerfully. Only the person who laughs last is the biggest winner. You need to temper your temperament. In the future, you must not be impulsive when encountering problems. It's strange. If Lu Zhengyang had said these words, Wang Guichuan would have said them, and Wang Yanlong would have been headstrong and stubborn again, not convinced at all. On the contrary, he would have thought that his father's thinking was too old-fashioned and not easy to communicate with. He doesn't understand the minds of young people. But now that Lu Zhengyang, a peer, is speaking, Wang Yanlong readily accepts. I understand, Yang. Wang Yanlong nods with a face full of shame. Zhengyang, you must help me teach Xiaolong in the future. Seeing this, Wang Guichuan on the side is extremely happy. Uncle Wang, you're joking. We're all peers, so how can we be talking about teaching? At most, I'll just exchange ideas with him more. Lu Zhengyang quickly humbled himself. Xiaolong, look. When does your brother speak? You should learn from him more in the future. Wang Guichuan laughed. I know, Dad. My designated driver is here, let's go. Facing his own father, Wang Yanlong once again showed an impatient look. When will you understand your father's good intentions? Wang Guichuan sighed, said goodbye, and left with Wang Yanlong. Lu Zhengyang also said goodbye to Li Dekai and took a taxi home. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang had just dropped off Xiao Womi at school and returned home to start mopping the floor. He hadn't mopped for 5 minutes when Jiang Xuehao arrived in a hurry. Brother-in-law. You said you'd take me with you to fight the market today, but the stock market is about to open, so should we start now? What's the rush? It's not time yet, let's wait until I've finished mopping the floor. Lu Zhengyang continued mopping the floor without looking up. It's not time yet? Brother-in-law, is it because you didn't borrow the money? Jiang Xuehao asked weakly. Money? I borrowed it. Lu Zhengyang opened his phone and clicked on his bank's text message. 1, 10, 100, 100 billion? Holy shit. Brother-in-law, you borrowed 100 million? After taking over the phone, Jiang Xuehao spent a long time counting the series of zeros in the text message. Then he looked at Lu Zhengyang in shock. Even his hands began to tremble, and the phone in his hand almost fell to the ground. It's only 100 million, why are you so shocked? Lu Zhengyang expressed some surprise. After all, 100 million was not even a small goal in his eyes. Just 100 million? Brother-in-law, I have to say, you used the word just really well. Jiang Xuehao gave a thumbs up. If it comes to pretending to be cool, his brother-in-law is definitely the king of pretenders. Little did he know that Lu Zhengyang really wasn't pretending to be cool. Okay, let's go. Looking at the clean home he had cleaned up, Lu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction and said, Go? Go where? Are we going to the stock exchange to make a big deal right now? Jiang Xuehao was excited again. Of course not. Do you think a mere 100 million yuan can move the entire Capitaland Group? Lu Zhengyang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Well, I think with your strength, there shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Xuehao froze for a moment, a little unsure. Wrong. You must remember, don't blindly believe in the strength of any one person or thing. Because even there is no way that just 100 million yuan can take you along with me to win this battle. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. That's the point. Lu Zhengyang lightly tapped Jiang Xuehao on the forehead. Oh, I see. So, brother-in-law, where exactly are we going? Jiang Xuehao nodded as if he understood. We'll know once we get there. Let's go. After saying that, Lu Zhangyang turned and walked out the door. Jiang Xuehao hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 31 Takeaway Trouble. Jiang Xuehao, with countless doubts in his heart, followed Lu Zhangyang to Delhi Investment Company. Brother-in-law. What are we doing at an investment company? Jiang Xuehao was a little curious. We don't have enough capital, so of course we have to get help. Lu Zhangyang looked as if he were taking it for granted. Get help? Do you want to add leverage, brother-in-law? Jiang Xuehao suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help exclaiming. Hey, not bad. Lu Zhangyang smiled and patted Jiang Xuehao on the shoulder. But brother-in-law, isn't the risk too high? If you're not careful, you'll be liquidated. That's 100 million. Jiang Xuehao felt his legs go weak. There are risks in investing, so you need to be careful when entering the market. But just because there are risks, does that mean no one will speculate in stocks? Xiao Hao. Risks are not to be feared. If you wait for the right moment and act decisively, risks can be turned into gains. If you are afraid, then don't mess around in the stock market. Lu Zhangyang laughed. Got it, brother-in-law. Jiang Xuehao obediently nodded. Then he followed Lu Zhangyang to Ma Feifei's office. You've finally come. The Capitalan Group is about to hit the limit, and you still want to short it? Seeing Lu Zhangyang come in, Ma Feifei immediately came up to greet him. Then she looked at Jiang Xuehao curiously and asked, Who is this? My brother-in-law. Why? Your brother-in-law? Ma Feifei was momentarily stunned, but then she reacted quickly and exclaimed, So you're already married? Yes. My daughter is already in first grade. Why? Lu Zhangyang asked back, a little curious. No, nothing. For some reason, upon learning that Lu Zhangyang was already married, Ma Feifei actually felt a sense of loss. You're not interested in my brother-in-law, are you, beautiful? Unfortunately, my brother-in-law already has a sister, so you don't stand a chance. Jiang Xuehao teased from the side. Who said I was interested in him? Don't be ridiculous. Ma Feifei gave Jiang Xuehao a glare, but her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Not interested in him? The best. I wonder what your name is, beautiful? My name is Jiang Xuehao, I'm 22 years old, single, and I'm very happy to meet you. Jiang Xuehao shamelessly held out his right hand. Pop. I'm not happy to know you. Ma Feifei gave Jiang Xuehao no face at all, directly opening his right hand and glaring at him fiercely. Okay. Stop it. Manager Ma, did you take care of the matter I asked you to do yesterday? Lu Zhangyang interrupted the two people's playful banter. Of course. How dare I not complete the task you, Boss Lu, commanded me to do? I called until midnight yesterday, and begged everyone I could to help me get you the 1 billion shares you needed. Ma Feifei asked, taking credit for herself. I'll buy you dinner when it's done. Lu Zhangyang said lightly. You want to buy me dinner for this? How can that be enough? At least 2 dinners. Ma Feifei pouted. 2 dinners it is. Hurry up and sign the contract. Lu Zhangyang shrugged. That's more like it. Ma Feifei nodded with satisfaction and then took out the contract that had already been prepared. Lu Zhangyang was about to sign it. Lu Zhangyang, are you really going to add 10 times leverage to short sell? Capitaland is rising rapidly right now, and the other party is desperately trying to attract investors, and it's about to hit the daily limit. Are you really going to short sell it? The risk is huge. Ma Feifei couldn't help but speak out a little. Don't worry. The greater the risk, the greater the return. Don't you know my luck? Lu Zhangyang smiled confidently and then signed the contract. Brother-in-law, Capitaland has been pulled straight up to the daily limit. Shit. A super large block order of 500,000 shares has been placed. I guess it's not just Auchan supermarkets that are scrambling for shares, even some hot money and countless retail investors have smelled blood and are getting ready to jump on the bandwagon. What should we do next? Jiang Xuehao took out his phone and opened the stock app, exclaiming. You should sell all the stocks you have, buy them when they hit the limit down, and then we'll eat and watch TV. Lu Zhangyang smiled faintly. Eat and watch TV? Lu Zhangyang, are you kidding? The Capitaland Group stock has already reached the limit up. If you don't do something to bring its price down, you'll be liquidated today. That's 100 million. Ma Feifei on the side suddenly exclaimed. Yes. Brother-in-law, the fire is about to reach your eyebrows, and you still have the heart to eat? Zhang Xuehao on the side this time was unified with Ma Feifei's front. Stay calm. Those who achieve great things must first be able to stay calm. Besides, it's already past 11 o'clock, and the morning stock market is almost closing. Does it make sense to operate now? Lu Zhengyang still had an expression of calm and self-possession. But Zhang Xuehao still wanted to say something. There is no but. I'm not in a hurry, so why should you be? I'll order some takeaway and fill my stomach first. After saying this, Lu Zhengyang called Lin Xian. Hey, Yang, the sun is coming up in the west today, isn't it? You actually called me yourself? What, do you have time to teach me how to play Go? As soon as the call connected, Lin Xian's surprised and excited voice came through. I'm not free today. Lu Zhengyang said indifferently. No time? No time, then why did you call me? Lin Xian expressed her unhappiness. Since learning Go from Lu Zhengyang for a few days, Lin Xian's Go skills have skyrocketed. She can now easily defeat her previous Go playing friends, who were on a par with her. Therefore, Lin Xian's greatest joy now is to play Go with Lu Zhengyang. Although she is no match for Lu Zhengyang. But if you let me win a few moves, I can still play with you. I'm hungry. Didn't you say you guys now provide delivery service? So I'm calling you. Lu Zhengyang looked as if he were taking it for granted. What did you say? You called just to order a delivery? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. What else? You thought I called to flirt with you? Lu Zhengyang rolled his eyes. Lu Zhengyang. You're killing me. Lin Xian was half dead with anger. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family and the proprietress of Hongyun Tea House, she could say that very few people knew her private number. But you, Lu Zhengyang, are fine. You don't call for 1,000 years, but when you finally do, you actually ask me to order takeaway? What the hell is wrong with this guy's brain? What? Didn't you promise me before to provide takeaway service? Do you want to go back on your word? Lu Zhengyang's words made Lin Xian feel so bad. You win. Number of people, location. Lin Xian took a deep breath to prevent herself from being angry to death. There are only 3 of us, and the location is the manager's office of Delhi Investment Company. Lu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction. Got it. It will be delivered in half an hour. Lin Xian hung up the phone with gritted teeth. I said, brother-in-law, why do you have to nag for half a day just to order a takeaway? Zhang Tianhao, who was standing nearby, asked curiously. The young lady who answered the phone was not very polite. I'll have to teach her a lesson. Lu Zhengyang smiled faintly. Is there really such a thing? We have to give them a bad review later. Ma Feifei chimed in. Yes, yes. Wait, let's give them a bad review, that's what businesses are afraid of now. Make them be rude. Zhang Xuehao nodded repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but laugh. If Lin Xian knew about this, I wonder if she would be so angry that she would die of a heart attack. However, at that moment, a young man with slicked back hair and a slick, greasy look, like a dog's lick, pushed open the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Ma Feifei couldn't help but frown. This young man was called Zhou Hao, and he was the son of the boss of Delhi Investment Company, Zhou Dafa. A real-life playboy, he had recently fallen for her and come to work at the company. This Zhou Hao is like a fly, pestering her shamelessly. It's annoying. Since he is the young master, there is nothing she can do about him. Fei. You work so hard, it's almost time for lunch, why aren't you going to eat? Zhou Hao strutted over to Ma Fei, while Lu Zhengyang and Zhang Xuehao were simply ignored. Zhou Hao. Don't you know you need to knock before entering someone's office? Ma Feifei frowned. This company belongs to my father, which means it belongs to my family. Why would I need to knock on the door in my own home? Zhou Hao proudly waved his wrist, showing off his new Rolex gold watch. You. Ma Feifei rolled her eyes in anger. Although you look beautiful when you're angry, you look even more beautiful when you're not. Let's not be like this. There's a new steakhouse opened recently, and a steak there costs $28.80. It's not bad, why don't I take you there? Zhou Hao walked up to Ma Feifei and tried to grab her hand. But Ma Feifei avoided it. Then, Ma Feifei suddenly threw herself into Lu Xingyang's arms, turned to Zhou Hao and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but my boyfriend has already ordered takeaway for me, so you don't need to worry about it." This sudden scene. Not only were Lu Zhengyang and Zhou Hao a little dumbfounded, even Jiang Tianhao, who was standing nearby, was a little confused. What the hell is going on? How did my brother-in-law become her boyfriend? This is your boyfriend? Ah, Fei, don't kid around. How can he, dressed like a construction worker, be worthy of you? And what takeaway is that? Takeaways have no nutrition. And they lower the standard of your goddess. Zhou Hao is not stupid, and he knows that Ma Feifei did it on purpose. Takeaway food has no nutrition? Low class? I'm sorry, but I think the takeaway I ordered is of a higher class than anything you've ever eaten in a restaurant. Originally, Lu Zhengyang didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. However, Zhou Hao's comment about dressing like a migrant worker directly angered Lu Zhengyang. What's wrong with migrant workers? The bedroom you sleep in, the toilet you use, the kitchen you cook in, isn't any of it built with the blood and sweat of migrant workers? Haha Feifei, can't you see? Your migrant worker boyfriend has a big mouth, doesn't he? A cheap takeaway is actually higher class than all the restaurants I've ever been to? Do you know how much a meal costs me? Zhou Hao suddenly sneered. The contempt and disdain in his eyes was blatant. However, at that moment, through the window, Lu Zhengyang saw an extended-length Rolls-Royce slowly pull up. "Excuse me, please move aside, my takeaway has arrived." After saying that, Lu Zhengyang pushed Zhou Hao away and walked out of the office. Ma Feifei and Jiang Xuehao hurriedly followed. Even Zhou Hao followed with a disdainful look on his face. He wanted to see what this high-end takeaway was that Lu Zhengyang was talking about. Chapter 32, the most luxurious takeaway in history. Ha, migrant worker. Where's the takeaway you ordered? Where is it? Why can't I see it? Zhou Hao looked around. Apart from an extended Rolls-Royce that had just pulled over, there were no delivery scooters in sight. Are you blind? Can't you see such a big car? Lu Zhengyang gave Zhou Hao a faint glance. What did you say? You're saying that this Rolls-Royce is here to deliver takeaway to you? Ha ha ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Don't you dare take a piss and look in the mirror to see what you look like. I'm afraid you'll never have the luck to ride in a Rolls-Royce in your life, and yet you're still hoping that a Rolls-Royce will come to deliver takeaway to you? Zhou Hao laughed like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Even Jiang Xuehao and Ma Feifei felt their faces burn. They felt that Lu Zhengyang had gone a bit too far this time. However, at that moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce opened. A middle-aged man in a black tuxedo with a noble temperament got out of the car and walked over with long strides. Shocked by the noble aura of this middle-aged man, Zhou Hao's laughter suddenly stopped. In his opinion, this must be a super big customer. I might be able to strike a big deal with him. In any case, this middle-aged man looks like a big shot, and it's definitely a good idea to get along with him. Having thought this, Zhou Hao quickly walked up to him, beaming, "Sir, I'm from Lily Investment Company. It's lunchtime here, and there's no one in the office right now, but I can give up my lunch break and personally receive you. I'm not sure what business you want to conduct." After he finished speaking, Zhou Hao quickly handed over his business card. However, this middle-aged man with noble temperament did not take Zhou Hao's business card at all, and he didn't even take a look at it. This made Zhou Hao a little embarrassed, as he didn't know whether to give away the business card in his hand or take it back. However, this middle-aged man didn't care, and asked, "Excuse me, where is Mr. Lu Zhengyang?" Lu Zhengyang? Does our company have someone called Lu Zhengyang? Why don't I remember? Zhou Hao scratched his head a little strangely. I am. At this moment, Lu Zhengyang stood up and said lightly, "That's right. You, a migrant worker, are Lu Zhengyang? How is that possible?" Zhou Hao was dumbfounded. A big boss of a Rolls-Royce company actually came here to find a migrant worker? Sir, please watch your words. Mr. Lu Zhengyang is a VIP of our company. If you continue to speak rudely, I believe the consequences are not something you can bear. Before Lu Zhengyang could say anything, the middle-aged man with noble temperament coldly looked at Zhou Hao. After being glared at by this imposing middle-aged man, Zhou Hao suddenly became silent and didn't dare to fart. Then, this middle-aged man quickly changed his face and smiled warmly at Lu Zhengyang, saying, "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am your butler for this takeaway service. If you have any needs, you can communicate with me, and I will try my best to meet your requirements. Okay. Lu Zhengyang still looked indifferent and nodded. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, was directly dumbfounded. This imposing middle-aged man is just the butler in charge of Lu Zhengyang's takeaway service? This brother-in-law. Could it be that this Rolls-Royce really came specially to deliver takeaways for us? Zhang Xuehao on the side was also dumbfounded. What else? Lu Zhengyang asked in return. I'm sorry, sir, due to the number of people and things required for this takeaway service, I have specially arranged a stretched Rolls-Royce. Of course, if you're not satisfied, next time I can arrange a fleet of sports cars. I wonder if you have a favorite sports car brand that you can specify. As soon as he heard Zhang Xuehao call Lu Zhengyang brother-in-law, the butler's attitude instantly became warm. No, I'm not dissatisfied, I'm very satisfied. I feel like I'm dreaming that I'm satisfied. Zhang Xuehao stuttered a little. May I ask, Mr. Lu, are you planning to dine outdoors or indoors? The butler smiled slightly, then looked at Lu Zhengyang. You can eat takeout outdoors? Ma Feifei on the side became a little curious. Of course. My beautiful lady. The butler smiled gently. Then my dear, let's eat outdoors. Ma Feifei took Lu Zhengyang's arm and looked at Zhou Hao provocatively. At this time, Zhou Hao was so shocked that he didn't react at all. The butler turned his head and saw Lu Zhengyang nod. And smiled, as you wish, my beautiful lady. Then the butler snapped his fingers. 3 waiters in white shirts quickly got out of the car. They opened the trunk and took out an exquisite set of folding tables and chairs, which they quickly set up on one side. Then they set up a huge parasol. Mr. Lu, you can go and eat. The butler bowed respectfully and made a gesture of invitation. Wow! This is a bit much, isn't it? Zhang Xuehao couldn't help but exclaim, and then promptly sat down on the seat. Huh? Why is this seat still fluffy? Ma Feifei curiously touched the cushion. It is made of high-quality mink, warm in winter and cool in summer. The butler smiled faintly. Made of mink. I'm afraid that costs a lot of money, doesn't it? Zhang Xuehao exclaimed again. Actually, it's not that expensive. A chair costs about 200,000 yuan. The butler said. 200,000 yuan for a chair? That's not that much? Zhang Xuehao suddenly realized that he didn't understand the world of the rich at all. Okay, hurry up and serve the food. I'm a little hungry. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand. As you wish. The butler snapped his fingers again. A waiter took out 3 small golden bowls and 3 pairs of silver chopsticks and placed them in front of the 3 of them. Why are these bowls and chopsticks so heavy? Ma Feifei asked curiously. The bowls are made of pure gold and the chopsticks are made of pure silver. If the beautiful young lady feels that they are a bit heavy, we can exchange them for a set of tableware made of golden phoebe wood. The butler explained with a smile. No need. Ma Feifei quickly shook her head. Then the 3 waiters took out several silver trays from the car, covered with silver half-moon lids. The trays were placed on the table, and the half-moon lids were removed. Holy cow! Brother-in-law, are you sure you only ordered takeaway? Looking at the 4 catty lobster on the table. The 6 catty king crab. The abalone as big as a dinner bowl. Zhang Xuehao couldn't help exclaiming. No need to be so surprised. This is takeaway I ordered from Hongyun Tea House, it's very normal. Lu Zhengyang waved his hand, indicating that Zhang Xuehao should calm down. What? Fortune Tea House? You are a VIP at Fortune Tea House? When Lu Zhengyang said that his takeaway was from Fortune Tea House, Zhang Xuehao and Ma Feifei didn't feel anything, but Zhou Hao next to them was shocked. Because his father is a silver member of Fortune Tea House. How could he not know the power of Fortune Tea House? How could he not know what it means to be a VIP at Fortune Tea House? That's right. Lu Zhengyang nodded, then tilted his head and looked at Zhou Hao. What did you just say? Oh. Saying that I'm a migrant worker and the takeaway I ordered is pretty shitty, right? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Zhengyang's voice was not loud, but when it reached Zhou Hao's ears, it was like a bolt of thunder. Cold sweat ran down Zhou Hao's forehead, and it flowed out in a flash. Since you know you were wrong, but you're still standing here talking to me, doesn't that make you seem more important than me? Lu Zhengyang's fingers lightly tapped the table as he spoke faintly. Plop. Before the words had finished, Zhou Hao's legs went weak and he fell to his knees directly in front of Lu Zhangyang. Big brother. I was wrong, I didn't know who you were, I offended you. I hope you won't hold a grudge and let me off the hook. Since you admit your mistake and are sincere, I will let you off this time. I hope you will never appear in front of me again. Lu Zhangyang turned around and began to eat. Yes. I will disappear immediately, I will leave now. Zhou Hao's heart suddenly felt relieved, and he just wanted to get up and leave. Wait. Lu Zhangyang suddenly stopped him again. Zhou Hao, who had just half stood up, suddenly felt his legs weaken and he knelt down directly. Big brother, what else do you want to tell me? Zhou Hao asked, his heart pounding. I forgot to give you some advice. If you ever look down on migrant workers again, I swear I'll turn your family's life upside down and let you experience the hardships of migrant workers for yourself. I know, I won't do it again, please forgive me, big brother. Get out of here. Lu Zhangyang waved his hand as if he were swatting a fly. Yes. Zhou Hao really rolled on the ground with his hands covering his head. He kept rolling until he reached the corner of the intersection, then got up and fled. After Zhou Hao left, Lu Zhangyang looked up and saw Jiang Xuehao and Ma Feifei. They had stopped eating and were all staring at him. What's wrong with you guys? Why aren't you eating? Why are you just looking at me? Lu Zhangyang subconsciously touched his face, thinking there was something on it. No, brother-in-law, who are you really? Jiang Xuehao asked blankly. I said, have you gone stupid from eating seafood? Who am I? I'm your brother-in-law, who else could it be? Lu Zhangyang gave him a cold glare. Then what is this Hongyun tea house? Why did that guy Zhou Hao, on hearing that you were a VIP at the Hongyun tea house, act like a scared dog? Ma Feifei spoke up next, her pretty face full of confusion. As the name suggests, Hongyun tea house is a tea house, but why did Zhou Hao panic like that? How would I know? You'd better ask him yourself. Lu Zhangyang didn't want to explain too much about these things. Then he turned to the butler, who was holding back his laughter, and said, Can you turn on the TV? I want to watch TV. Your request is our mission. Please wait a moment. Finally, the two other servants also took out a white curtain. In a short while, the Tiancheng Noon News began to play on the curtain. Brother-in-law. You're actually watching TV? Jiang Xuehao couldn't help but ask. Don't talk. You watch first, and I'll quiz you later. After saying that, Lu Zhangyang ignored the two of them again and began to eat in silence. Chapter 33. As soon as he heard that his brother-in-law would test him later, Jiang Xuehao quickly suppressed the many doubts in his mind and began to watch the news seriously. Even Ma Feifei, who was nearby, couldn't help but focus on the news. Here is the broadcast of the Tiancheng lunchtime news. After watching it for a while, Jiang Xuehao felt that he was watching something uninformative. Just as he was about to ask a question, the next news report that was broadcast made Jiang Xuehao feel reinvigorated. According to the latest news, Wang XX, the current CFO of Tiancheng's leading company Capitaland, is suspected of falsifying documents and falsely reporting financial statements. He has now been taken away by the relevant authorities for investigation. Fuck. Capitaland, falsely reporting financial statements? Is this fucking true or not? Jiang Xuehao couldn't help but swear. Of course it's fake. I arranged it. Lu Zhangyang broke off a crab leg and nibbled on it with relish. Brother-in-law, why did you do that? Jiang Xuehao was a little confused. Half of the battle in the stock market is based on stock trading skills, and the other half is actually a battle of information. Because there are many uncertainties in the stock market. And those huge numbers of retail investors are the biggest uncertainty. It is also the part that we cannot control. But although we cannot directly control these retail investors, we can use certain means to achieve our desired goal. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Like this piece of news, you specifically want retail investors to see it? Ma Feifei asked with a knowing smile. That's right. Lu Zhangyang nodded, then looked at Jiang Xuehao and asked, Xiao Hao, if you were a retail investor and saw this news, what would you do? Well. Jiang Xuehao thought about it. Then, as if he had suddenly figured something out, his eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, If I were a retail investor and saw this news, I would definitely cancel all the buy orders I placed this morning at the limit price. Then I would hold on to my funds and wait and see what happens. I would never blindly jump on the bandwagon again. As soon as this news came out, the 500,000 super large orders that were locked up in the morning will definitely be greatly reduced as soon as the market opens in the afternoon. A large number of retail investors and some hot money that know this news will definitely cancel their orders. So that's what happened. Ma Feifei, who was standing nearby, also looked enlightened, and then said, "No wonder you weren't in a hurry just now and still had the mood to eat. It turns out that you had planned it all along. After seeing that 500,000 lot super large order in the morning, I was afraid that you would encounter Waterloo today. After all, even if it were 1 billion, you couldn't place that many orders. You made someone worry for nothing, you're really bad." After finishing speaking, Ma Feifei glared at Lu Zhengyang angrily. "How can you blame me? I was prepared for this. It's obvious, isn't it?" Teacher Lu Zhengyang refused to take the blame for this inexplicable situation. "Where is it obvious?" Ma Feifei asked incredulously. "Exactly. Brother-in-law, after you signed the contract, you didn't even look at the stock market before ordering takeaway. I was so worried." Jiang Xuehao nodded in agreement. "I was sitting tight and enjoying the ride, and do you know what it's called?" Lu Zhengyang smirked. "What's it called?" Ma Feifei asked curiously. "Have you heard of this saying? The emperor is not in a hurry to die, but the eunuch is. I signed the contract, and if I can't suppress the stock price, I'll be the one who loses 1 billion when it's closed out. If I'm not in a hurry, why should you be?" Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. "Indeed. Brother-in-law, you're right." Jiang Xuehao nodded in agreement with Lu Zhengyang. Ma Feifei, who was standing nearby, reacted quickly. She said angrily, "Lu Zhengyang, you bastard. You actually accused me of being a eunuch in a roundabout way. Wow, not bad, you reacted so quickly. Indeed, the brain is a good thing." Lu Zhengyang put down the crab leg and laughed. "Lu Zhengyang, you bastard, I'll kill you." Ma Feifei grabbed a long crab leg and pounced on Lu Zhengyang like a crab. Lu Zhengyang, who had already eaten his fill and was well prepared, took off running, returning to Ma Feifei's office. While the Tiancheng family was in a 5-star hotel. Smith, holding a cigar, stood in front of the French windows. "Ha ha, Li Chang'an, you are truly amazing. In less than a morning, we have already collected over 100 million chips. I believe that in a few days, we will have enough chips." Smith took a deep drag on his cigar and laughed. "We not only have to get enough chips, but also make more money. But Mr. Smith, are you sure that when the time comes, we can split the extra money we make directly in half? Will there be any problems with the company headquarters?" Li Chang'an sat in front of the computer and asked. "Don't worry. Those old-timers at the headquarters don't know anything about stocks and shares. As long as we complete the tasks they assign us and hand over the principal to them, we can split the extra money between us. As long as you don't tell anyone, and I don't tell anyone, no one will know except you and me." After he finished speaking, Smith took out a few $100 cigar and threw it over. "Who? In that case, let's make him rich beyond his wildest dreams." Li Chang'an lit the cigar, took a deep drag, and then looked at the computer, his eyes flashing with greed. In a moment, the second half of the stock market opened. The camera panned back to Ma Feifei's office. As soon as the stock market opened, the 500,000 super large orders from the morning decreased rapidly like an avalanche. In no time at all, it had decreased to 300,000. And the number is still decreasing rapidly. "Ah, brother-in-law, you really are amazing. Such a simple piece of news has already moved 500,000 super large orders." Jiang Xuehao suddenly exclaimed. "Now, take the 1 billion shares I have in my hands and sell them all in 5 separate transactions, in different amounts." Lu Zhengyang remained calm, as if he had expected this all along. "But brother-in-law, if we dump 1 billion and the stock price doesn't fall, then you'll have to close out your position." Jiang Tianhao hesitated. "Cut the crap. Just do it." Lu Zhengyang looked serious. "Fine." Jiang Xuehao had no choice but to comply. In fact, in his opinion, his brother-in-law was taking too big a risk. If 1 billion yuan was thrown down and the stock price did not fall, then his brother-in-law would have no chance of turning the tables. If it were up to him, he would at most test the waters a little, and only after making sure that the stock price would collapse would he throw all his weight behind it. The perspective returns to the 5-star hotel room. What's going on? How did the limit up order get suddenly stopped and the number suddenly dropped? Looking at the stock data on the computer screen, Li Chang'an's brows couldn't help but furrow tightly. Will this affect our plan? Smith on the side asked, a little puzzled. It doesn't affect our plan. On the contrary, if the stock price is lower, the cost of our buying chips will also be lower. It's just that I feel that this is a bit unusual. Li Chang'an shook his head. Who cares if it's abnormal or not? It's not our company's stock, so let him be as abnormal as he wants. As long as we successfully complete the task and make money, that's all that matters. Smith laughed dismissively. Just as he finished speaking. What's going on? Li Chang'an suddenly exclaimed. What's going on? Smith on the side was directly startled. All the 1 billion buy orders I placed this morning have been filled. Li Chang'an exclaimed. Huh? Smith was taken aback, but then immediately reacted. So does that mean we have enough chips in our hands? Yes. We now have enough chips. Li Chang'an nodded. Then, excluding the principal, how much can the two of us get? Smith asked again. Excluding the principal of 1 billion, each of us can get 60 to 70 million. Huh? 60 to 70 million? Although it's not too much, it's pretty good. Ha, I didn't expect this mission to be so easy and enjoyable. Smith laughed proudly. However, his laughter did not stop. Why is this happening? Li Chang'an, who was staring at the computer, opened his mouth wide as if he had seen a ghost. What's wrong with you? You're so jumpy, trying to scare people to death? Smith snapped angrily. The stock has stopped falling. Li Chang'an said weakly. What did you say? The stock has stopped falling? Smith suddenly had a shock and ran to the computer. He saw that the stock price, which had previously been at the upper limit, had plummeted like a diving board, straight down to the lower limit. We've lost 20 points? Smith asked, a little disbelieving. That's right. Li Chang'an nodded weakly. How much money will we two be able to split? Smith asked again. Split the hell out of it. With a 20-point drop, we've lost the principal. If we have to make up the principal, we'll each have to chip in 20 to 30 million. Li Chang'an snapped. What? So what do we do now? Smith suddenly slumped in his chair, no longer the spring chicken he had been before. Right. What now? Should he choose to complete the task given by the headquarters directly, take 30 million and leave, or continue to fight for it? Li Chang'an also began to agonize. Chapter 34 People's hearts are insatiable. What should I do? At this time, Smith also began to panic. Although he has now basically completed his task, he has lost tens of millions of the principal. It's all his own fault for being overconfident and reporting the good news to the stubborn old men at headquarters in advance. He even vowed that he could easily join the board of directors of the Capitaland Group. Now, well. Even though he has completed his task, the stubborn old men will definitely scold him for losing tens of millions of the principal. Then they will pin the blame on you for not doing your job properly and send you to the frontier. You will even have to pay back the principal out of your own pocket. This is really like kicking the bucket with the last kick. Thinking about this, Smith became more and more anxious, and then he looked at Li Chang'an. You are a genius in the stock market, aren't you? How did you get into this situation? How would I know that things would turn out like this? Do you think I want to? Li Chang'an was in a bad mood and they started arguing directly. After a while of arguing, phew! Is there any way to make up for the money lost now? Smith asked testily, puffing on his cigar with great depression. What other options do I have? All the capital is in the stock market now, and even if I want to cash out, I can't do it until tomorrow. Even if I'm a great stock trader, I can't do anything without money. Li Chang'an looked depressed. How much money do you need? Smith asked. At least 300 to 500 million. If I want to get my money back quickly, I'll have to resort to some tricks and start pushing up the stock price tomorrow. Li Chang'an thought for a moment and gave an answer. If you let me raise 300 to 500 million, I can still find a way. 300 to 500 million? Are you crazy about money? Where the hell am I going to find that much money? Smith couldn't help exclaiming. Ha! You can come up with 300 to 500 million? Li Chang'an's eyes lit up, and he then said, actually, it's not impossible to have 350 million. We can go directly to an investment company and add 10 times leverage. It's just that the risk is a bit high, and if it doesn't go well, the position will be forcibly liquidated. Then how confident are you that you can pull up the stock price? Smith asked tentatively. At least 80% confident. This time, there is definitely an institution that is shorting this stock. Today, I was unprepared and he caught me off guard. If we continue fighting tomorrow, he won't be so easy. After all, my reputation as a stock market genius is not undeserved. Li Chang'an looked confident. Okay. I'll lend you 50 million immediately. You must help pull up the stock price. Smith gritted his teeth and immediately picked up the phone to start borrowing money. Don't worry, the stock of Capitalan has hit rock bottom. The more we invest now, the more we will earn in the future. I can't guarantee more, but while completing the task, each of us will at least be able to share a profit of 100 million. Li Chang'an was confident. Ha ha ha, good. I like a man like you. Smith suddenly burst out laughing, and immediately transferred the 50 million he had just received to Li Chang'an. Ah, trust me, you can't go wrong. Let's work together happily. Seeing the 50 million in his account, Li Chang'an also let out a loud laugh. Happy cooperation. Smith raised his palm. Pa! The two men gave a loud slap. In their eyes, there was a fiery gleam of greed. Little did they know that from this moment on, they had already stepped into the trap that Lu Zhengyang had carefully woven for them. The camera returned to Ma Feifei's office, and the time returned to when Lu Zhengyang ordered Jiang Xuehao to directly sell the 10 billion shares in 5 different large orders. Brother-in-law. It's all sold. But there are still tens of thousands of locked orders. Jiang Xuehao pointed at the tens of thousands of locked orders on the trading limit on the computer screen and spoke anxiously. What's the rush? They'll be withdrawn soon, and the stock price will plummet. Lu Zhengyang took out a cigarette with a calm face. As soon as he finished speaking, "Look!" Ma Feifei suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the computer screen. Jiang Xuehao immediately turned his head and looked over. However, Lu Zhengyang remained motionless, leisurely smoking his cigarette. Holy shit! Those buy orders are rapidly decreasing. Holy shit! All those buy orders have been withdrawn. The stock price has started to fall. No way? It's going down so fast? It's not even a dive. Holy shit! How is it possible that it's actually stopped falling? In less than a minute. Jiang Xuehao couldn't help but swear directly. Even Ma Feifei, who was standing nearby, was completely dumbfounded, looking at Lu Zhengyang in disbelief, and beginning to doubt whether this guy was even from planet Earth. Otherwise, why would the stock market be like it was his family business? He said that whatever would happen next would immediately happen? Holy cow! The limit down order is sealed. Hundreds of thousands of orders are sealed. Brother-in-law, the short selling worked. Jiang Xuehao couldn't help but exclaim, trembling with excitement. Because in just one day, his brother-in-law had made nearly 200 million yuan. When did money become so easy to make? How did you do it? Why did the limit orders disappear as soon as you sold the stocks? And why did the stock price plummet? Ma Feifei looked at Lu Zhengyang in disbelief and asked a series of questions. It's actually very simple. Just think the opposite and work backwards. First, the news I released at noon. Will it scare away many retail investors and hot money that don't have much of an opinion? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. Yes. Ma Feifei and Jiang Xuehao nodded. Then let me test you. Who would have left those remaining orders? Lu Zhengyang smiled and stubbed out his cigarette. Some of them must be from the Auchan supermarket, and some of them should be retail investors and hot money who insist on their own views and believe that the news is false, and are prepared to take a risk. After some thought, the two gave their answers. Not bad, very insightful analysis. Lu Zhengyang nodded with satisfaction and then said, the people at Auchan supermarket are preparing to collect chips like crazy, so whether or not the news is true, it won't scare them. Then we'll just ignore them. So the question is, what method should we use to discourage these opinionated retail investors? This. Jiang Xuehao started scratching his head. We just need to convince them that the news you released is true. Ma Feifei suddenly brightened up and exclaimed. Ha, you are a quick learner. Lu Zhengyang laughed. But my brother-in-law released a news that is obviously false. how can we make them believe it is true? Jiang Shuahao on the side was still confused. That's why I told you to split the 1 billion into 5 different huge orders and smash them down at the same time. Lu Zhengyang laughed. What's the connection between the two? Jiang Tianhao obviously felt that his brain capacity was a bit insufficient. You're so stupid. You don't understand this at all. Ma Feifei couldn't help but speak up. You're smart? If you're smart, you explain it. Jiang Shuihao pouted unconvinced. Chapter 35 Education that combines practice and theory. Explain it. Listen carefully. Ma Feifei said with a proud expression on her face, if you are a retail investor and see a large order of 100 million or 200 million yuan, what do you think is the first reaction? I would definitely think that an institution placed the order. After all, where would retail investors and general hot money come up with so much capital? Jiang Shuihao spoke without thinking. Then you might not feel much when you see an institution suddenly placing such a large order, but if you saw 5 different institutions placing huge orders almost at the same time, what would your reaction be? Ma Feifei asked again. I would definitely wonder if there was something wrong with the stock and if the trading halt would be broken soon. At this point, Jiang Shuihao suddenly brightened up and exclaimed, I understand. At this time, those retail investors and hot money will remember the news from earlier that day. In the minds of these retail investors and hot money, they will subconsciously believe that institutional news is more accurate than theirs. If 5 institutions simultaneously make a move to crash the market, does that mean the news from earlier in the day is true? If I were one of those retail investors and hot money, I would definitely withdraw my order as soon as I thought of this. It seems that you two are not stupid at all. Lu Zhengyang suddenly burst out laughing. Now we know why these orders were suddenly cancelled, but why did the stock price plummet so crazily? Ma Feifei was still a bit puzzled. In fact, it's easier to figure it out. We all know that Ocean Services only has about 1 billion yuan in its hands. If I dump 1 billion yuan, not only will I scare away all the retail investors and hot money, I'll also wipe out their orders. Such a huge amount of orders will disappear instantly. Do you think it will cause panic among retail investors and hot money? Moreover, this is the information age, and retail investors are connected to each other. Some retail investors and hot money that we scared away previously have actually decided in their hearts that the news I released is true. At this time, do you think a normal person will rush to tell those people around them who speculate in stocks about this news? Their thoughts will quickly spread like wildfire. Combining today's stock trends, they will think that this stock will definitely fall. In order to reduce their losses, they will definitely be unable to wait to dump their chips. In fact, when it comes to stock speculation, it's not just about stocks, but more often than not, it's about people's hearts. Lu Zhengyang explained again with extreme patience. Lu Zhengyang, I've discovered that you really are a demon. You can actually control people's hearts so subtly. You're terrifying. After listening to the analysis, Ma Feifei couldn't help but exclaim. Don't make me sound so scary, I'm just a normal person, okay? Lu Zhengyang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Although Ma Feifei was actually praising him, the way he was doing it sounded really unpleasant. Lu Zhengyang said he couldn't accept it. By the way, brother-in-law, although you succeeded in short selling today and made nearly 200 million yuan, isn't your ultimate goal to defeat the people from Ocean and prevent them from successfully collecting enough chips to enter the board of directors of Capitaland? But now all of your family's 1 billion shares are in their hands, and they should have enough chips in their hands now. They should already be eligible to join the board of directors of Capitaland Group. Are you trying to trick Li Ka-dai? Jiang Shuihao on the side suddenly became a little confused. What are you thinking about? I'm fine. Why would I trick him? And do you think I would go back on my word after promising him something? Lu Zhengyang rolled his eyes and spoke angrily. But now the Ocean Group already has enough leverage. Jiang Shuihao said, a little unconvinced. So have they already taken a seat on the board of directors of the Capitaland Group? Lu Zhengyang asked in return. Well, they haven't. Jiang Shuihao shrugged. Then it's settled, isn't it? Lu Zhengyang rolled his eyes again. But I can't figure out what you'll do next. Do you think they'll give back the leverage they've already taken? Jiang Shuihao scratched his head. Of course they will spit it out. Lu Zhengyang's face was smiling, but his tone was quite confident. This is impossible, unless they are stupid. Jiang Shuihao looked unbelieving. Wrong. Not only are they not stupid, on the contrary, they are very shrewd. Let me ask you, what is the greatest original sin of mankind? Lu Zhengyang asked. It's greed. Greed is the greatest original sin of mankind. Ma Feifei immediately answered. Good. Lu Zhengyang nodded and continued, although Smith now has enough chips in his hands. The stock price fell by 20% directly after he got enough chips today. This sudden drop not only gave up all the profits made before, but also lost some of the principal. And now the situation is that the people at the headquarters are not here and don't know that Smith and the others have already completed their task. And the headquarters doesn't know how much they have earned or lost in the stock market. And Smith has a highly skilled stock market genius, Li Chang'an, working for him. If it were you, what would you do? If it were me, I would definitely try to borrow funds and then ask Li Chang'an to find a way to push up the stock price. After making enough money, I would report back to the headquarters. Jiang Xuehao spoke up immediately. Good. Human nature is greedy. The profit in front of them now is not just a few 100,000, but tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. In the face of such huge profits, 99% of people will lose their heads. After all, a gamble can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lu Zhengyang laughed. What if Smith chooses to go back to the headquarters and complete the task honestly? Ma Feifei, who was standing nearby, however, had a different opinion. I met Smith once, and I can sense that he is a very greedy person. Of course, the possibility you mentioned cannot be completely ruled out. Therefore, I have also prepared a second plan. But the second plan is more complicated, so it would be best if it could be avoided. But now I am basically 99% sure that Smith has not chosen to report to headquarters. Lu Zhengyang smiled confidently. Why? Ma Feifei was a little puzzled. Because I haven't received any urgent call from Li Kaid. It's been more than an hour now. If Smith has already reported to headquarters, I'm sure Ochenfu headquarters will notify Li Kaid to convene a board meeting as soon as possible. Lu Zhengyang stood up with a stretch. What if the people at Ochenfu headquarters didn't notify Li Kaid in time? Ma Feifei asked with some reluctance. After all, it is also a large listed company. If it doesn't have this level of efficiency, wouldn't it have gone bankrupt long ago? If you don't believe me, you can call your colleagues right now and ask them. Within the next half hour, there will definitely be a big order starting at 10 million with 10 times leverage. Lu Zhengyang moved around a bit. Ma Feifei was also busy, quickly taking out her phone and dialing. She really wanted to see if Lu Zhengyang was really that amazing. However, soon, she got her answer. Lu Zhengyang really was that amazing. She had received the exact news that someone had just signed a large order of 50 million with 10 times leverage. And that person's name was Li Chang'an. At this moment, Ma Feifei was completely in awe of Lu Zhengyang. Well, it's about time. I have to pick up my child too. Lu Zhengyang looked at the time. It was already 2:59, less than a minute before the stock market closed. Xiao Hao. Buy back the stocks I just sold, and then return them after the market closes to terminate the contract. You pay Fei for any handling fees. Lu Zhengyang smiled. Okay. Jiang Xuehao quickly got to work. Fei. Although the contract will be terminated in a while, you need to ask those institutions to keep the stocks for now. I want to continue to add 10 times leverage in short stocks tomorrow. Lu Zhengyang spoke to Ma Feifei again. Got it. You made 200 million in one day. Next time you really have to treat me to dinner or takeaway. Ma Feifei nodded. Got it. I'm going to pick up the kids. After saying that, Lu Zhengyang waved his hand and left quickly. After all, in his opinion, no matter how big the matter is, it is not as important as picking up his little daughter from school. They arrived at the school gate. Lu Zhengyang happened to meet Hu Wei, who had come to pick up Xiao Tian. What a coincidence! Lu Zhengyang smiled and said hello. What a coincidence! Seeing Lu Zhengyang, Hu Wei's heart beat faster for some reason, and she felt a little nervous. By this time, the students had already finished school. Xiao Duomi and Xiao Tian also walked out of the school gate holding hands. Dad! After seeing Lu Zhengyang, Xiao Duomi quickly ran over. Xiao Tian, who was standing nearby, also brightened up when she saw Lu Zhengyang, and shouted out, Daddy! As she threw herself into his arms, along with Xiao Duo. This made Hu Wei, who was standing nearby, blush, and she felt very embarrassed. Chapter 36 Xiao Tian missed her father. Duor, Xiaotian. Were you too good at school today? Lu Zhengyang crouched down and embraced the two children in his arms. Facing his two adorable children, Lu Zhengyang's smile was always gentle and sweet. We were very good. The teacher even praised us. Xiao Adwomi was full of pride. Oh. You deserve a reward. Wait until Dad makes your two favorite dishes, sweet and sour pork and pork tenderloin, okay? Lu Zhengyang laughed softly. Yes. I love Dad's sweet and sour pork the most. Xiaomi happily clapped her hands. Xiaotian, on the other hand, looked a little downhearted. She hugged Lu Zhengyang tightly and said with a grievance, Dad, you said you would come and see me, but you haven't come for several days. Looking at Xiaotian, who was in his arms and desperately yearning for his father's love, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but sigh. He just wanted to say something to comfort her. Xiaotian, what are you talking about? Uncle is usually very busy, you can't keep pestering him. Let's go, hurry up and go home with me. Hu Wei, who was standing nearby, spoke up first and then grabbed Xiaotian's arm, ready to pull her out of Lu Zhengyang's arms. Little did she know that Xiaotian's reaction was extremely fierce. She shook off Hu Wei's hand and then clung to Lu Zhengyang, crying out, He's not my uncle, he's my father. I don't want to go home, I want to go back with my father. The child's violent reaction attracted quite a crowd, who stopped to watch. What is going on here? Deserting his wife and child, having a child out of wedlock? Maybe the man had a mistress and after the child was born, the child accidentally found out that the man was his father. The crowd's pointing and grumbling made Hu Wei feel even more embarrassed. What are you talking nonsense about? Hurry up and come with me, or I'll beat you up, believe it or not. Hu Wei shouted at Xiaotian. No way. I'm not going. Xiaotian stubbornly shook her head, holding onto Lu Zhengyang's hands, which were getting tighter and tighter. You little brat, you're getting more and more unruly, aren't you? I'll beat you up. Amidst the pointing and jeering of the onlookers, Hu Wei was ashamed and angry. She couldn't help but raise her hand and yell at Xiaotian. Stop. Lu Zhengyang grabbed Hu Wei's wrist and then softly said, You can't teach a child by beating and scolding them. Besides, it's not her fault. I know it's not her fault, but what should I do? Hu Wei's heart was in a mess, and tears couldn't help but fall. Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was naughty and made you angry, so please don't cry, okay? I know I was wrong. Seeing her mother actually crying, a flash of pain crossed Xiaotian's eyes, and she immediately let go of Lu Zhengyang and threw herself into Hu Wei's arms. Originally, Hu Wei was still able to hold back her emotions, but after being comforted by Xiaotian like this, Hu Wei's emotions completely collapsed. The mother and daughter just crouched on the ground, hugging each other and crying. At this time, the crowd of onlookers grew even more, and they started pointing and talking at the same time. Xiaotian is my goddaughter, and there is no problem with her calling me dad. But things are not what you think, so please stop gawking and talking, okay? Lu Zhengyang stood up and spoke to the crowd. Although his voice was not loud, his aura of self-assurance radiated, and the crowd dispersed. Dad, Xiaotian and Auntie who are crying really hard. Shall we go comfort them? Although he didn't understand why they were crying, seeing his good friends so sad made Domi feel really bad. Good. Lu Zhengyang nodded, and led the sensible Domi over to the mother and daughter. It's okay, Wei. You're all grown up now, don't be acting like a child. Lu Zhengyang handed over a tissue and cracked a joke to lighten the mood. Sorry to make you laugh, but I'm the same. Hu Wei took the tissue and forced a smile. Don't mention it, I understand. Lu Zhengyang patted Hu Wei's shoulder gently. At that moment, Hu Wei suddenly felt an urge to throw herself into Lu Zhengyang's arms and find support there. However, reason restrained her impulse. Xiaotian, be good, don't cry. It's Daddy's fault, I didn't keep my promise to you. Lu Zhengyang gently put his arm around Xiaotian and then said, How about this? Today, I'll take Xiao Adwomi to your house with me, and I'll cook something delicious for you, okay? Yes. Yes. After hearing Lu Zhengyang's words, Xiaotian instantly stopped crying and started smiling. How can I do that? It's too much trouble for you, isn't it? Hu Wei, who was standing nearby, felt a little embarrassed. What's the trouble? I have to cook when I go home, too, don't I? Lu Zhengyang laughed. Then he took out his mobile phone and called his wife Jiang Shuiqin. After briefly explaining the situation, The gentle and virtuous Jiang Shuochen not only didn't think much of it, but also asked Lu Zhangyan to spend more time with Xiaotian. After all, the little girl who had lacked a father's love since childhood was really pitiful. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhangyang took the little hands of the two children. "Let's go. We'll go to the market to buy food first." Hu Wei hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the market, she saw Lu Zhangyang skillfully selecting vegetables and bargaining with the vendors. A warm feeling suddenly welled up in Hu Wei's heart. If only he were really her daughter's father. A crazy idea slowly grew in Hu Wei's heart. However, before it could take root and sprout, she had already extinguished it. He was a married man with a wife, children, and a warm family. And he is so good to his mother and daughter. How can I interfere and destroy their happy family? Hu Wei, are you still a human being? How can you have such a despicable thought? Lu Zhangyang did not notice Hu Wei's unusual behavior. By now, he had already bought the groceries, was holding the two happy children, and was laughing loudly, saying, "Let's go home and cook you a delicious meal. Let's go home and cook you a delicious meal." After saying this, Lu Zhangyang called Hu Wei and, with the two lovely children, quickly walked out of the vegetable market. Along the way, Xiaotian took Xiao Adwomi's hand and excitedly pointed the way. Lu Zhangyang, on the other hand, carried the vegetables and walked shoulder to shoulder with Hu Wei. Sigh. This child really is too attached to you now. I don't know what to do in the future. Hu Wei sighed, a sour smile on her face. Ha, is it abnormal for me to be attached to you? Which daughter doesn't cling to her father? Lu Zhangyang didn't think much about it and laughed heartily. In his opinion, the two precious daughters walking in front of him were two angels sent to him by heaven. That's right, you are now his godfather. Hu Wei smiled awkwardly, but lamented in her heart. You can be Xiaotian's father, but you can't be my man. For a moment, Hu Wei's heart felt as if she had poured a bottle of mixed emotions, and it was unbearably sour. It wasn't long before they arrived at Hu Wei's place. The house was a bit messy, I'm sorry. Hu Wei opened the door and ran a little panicked to the sofa. Because on the sofa were her unwashed underwear that she had collected but hadn't had time to fold yet. Ah, it's okay, it's quite clean. Lu Zhangyang looked at Hu Wei's blushing face and smiled. In fact, apart from the pile of clothes on the sofa, the whole house, although small, was clean and tidy. It can be seen that Hu Wei is also a self-disciplined person. Domi, Xiaotian. Dad is going to cook, so you hurry up and do some homework first. Lu Zhangyang patted the little heads of his two children, then carried the groceries into the kitchen. Hu Wei hurriedly followed him in and helped out. Lu Zhangyang fried the food while Hu Wei washed and chopped the vegetables. The small kitchen was filled with a warm atmosphere. Hu Wei wished so much that time could stop and this moment could last forever. Unfortunately, she had not known Lu Zhangyang when he was single, and she had only come to know him when he was already married. Hu Wei could only bury this warm feeling of love deep in her heart. In no time at all the meals were ready. As she left the kitchen, Hu Wei felt a vague sense of reluctance. The two adults and two cute children gathered around the table, happily eating their meal, and it was another extremely warm scene. After dinner, before Lu Zhangyang could get up, Hu Wei started to clear the table. I'll wash the dishes. You're smart, go and see the kids with their homework. Yes. I want my father to help me with my homework. Xiaotian excitedly took Lu Zhangyang's hand and walked to the room. Lu Zhangyang sat behind the two children, smiling, and watched them do their homework. When they encountered something they didn't understand, the two children would ask Lu Zhangyang. Lu Zhangyang would explain to them in a humorous way. And at that moment, ding dong! Ding dong! The open computer on the side table suddenly beeped. Yay! Finally someone contacted me. Hu Wei, who had just finished washing the dishes, came in and heard the sound. Immediately, she ran to the computer and started fiddling with it. Ha! You even have an online shop? Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but feel a little curious after seeing the interface on the computer. Well, I've always wanted to open a shop myself, but the rent for shopfronts is so expensive these days that 100,000 yuan just isn't enough. It so happens that a girlfriend of mine is in the micro business, and she sells a weight loss product that works really well, so I thought I'd give opening an online shop a try. Hu Wei smiled apologetically. It's not bad to have an online shop. I have more free time and can take better care of Xiaotian. So how's your business? Lu Zhangyang nodded and asked casually. Well, my online shop is just getting started, and I don't have much experience, so at the best of times, I only sell a few tens of dollars worth of stuff a day. Hu Wei laughed awkwardly. Haha, actually, I could tell you were a novice when I saw you chatting with customers. How can you talk to them like that as a seller? Let me teach you a thing or two, and I'll help you decorate your shop. Lu Zhengyang smiled as he sat down next to Hu Wei. Hu Wei quickly moved a little to make room for Lu Zhengyang. As Lu Zhengyang got closer, a masculine, manly scent filled the air. Hu Wei's heart instantly turned into a little deer, and it started pounding wildly. Chapter 37 Lu Zhengyang's Business Philosophy. What's wrong? Lu Zhengyang looked at Hu Wei's blushing face and was a little surprised. Ah, nothing, I'm just surprised. Can you cook and do business? Hu Wei panicked a little and made something up. Haha, of course, I can do a lot of things. Besides, can't a chef do business? Lu Zhengyang didn't care and laughed. Are you serious? Don't brag. To hide her embarrassment, Hu Wei pretended not to believe him. Brother Yang, how could I brag? Watch this. Lu Zhengyang raised his eyebrows and pointed at the screen. The customer asks how effective the diet is. Will she have the same significant results as you after using it? How can you reply that you're not sure? But everyone's body is different, and I really can't be sure how effective it will be for her. What if she doesn't see any significant results? Wouldn't that ruin my reputation? And then she'll definitely give me a bad review. Hu Wei became serious when it came to her business, and she retorted a little defiantly. I understand what you mean. Indeed, integrity is the key to doing business. But if you say that... Lu Zhengyang typed a few words back to the customer on the computer. I guarantee that our diet pills will definitely work. As long as you eat sensibly and exercise more, I can guarantee that your weight will drop significantly. In fact, I'm telling the truth when I say this, as long as you control your diet and exercise more, it's hard not to lose weight. Saying this also gives the customer a sense of your professionalism. It will also make the customer feel a sense of trust in you. Lu Zhengyang explained with a smile. Really? Hu Wei looked at Lu Zhengyang doubtfully. Before the words had finished leaving his mouth. Ding dong. The customer replied. Really, if I just do what you say, I can lose weight? The customer asked. Of course. Lu Zhengyang replied first. Then he immediately followed up with a remark. Since our shop is newly opened, we are holding a special promotion. What promotion? This remark immediately aroused the customer's curiosity. In fact, you don't know, do you? Our ancestors were the imperial doctors of the imperial family. They passed down a set of healthy recipes for longevity. Once a big boss abroad wanted to pay 10 million for the patent of our recipe, but we didn't sell it to him. As long as you buy 3 courses of diet pills at a time, we will give you this set of healthy recipes for longevity for free. I guarantee that if you take our diet pills regularly, follow our recipes closely, and exercise more, you will lose at least 10 pounds in a month. Lu Zhengyang sent a long message without batting an eyelid. Is that true? The customer was a little skeptical. Of course it is. We are purebred Chinese people, and this set of healthy recipes is our family heirloom. It is also the essence of the wisdom of our ancestors. How can we let those foreigners have an advantage? Don't you agree? Lu Zhengyang responded with another paragraph. Well, that's a good point. Then I'll have the 3-course treatment first. The customer didn't hesitate this time and placed the order directly. Lu Zhengyang's clever actions directly dumbfounded Hu Wei, who was standing nearby. She had been busy for a week or two and had only sold a few trial sets. Lu Zhengyang has only received his first order, and he has already sold 3 full courses of medicine. This is a bit too scary. However, before Hu Wei could react, Lu Zhengyang started replying again. Okay. However, since our healthy recipes are an ancestral secret recipe, and they are free for you to use. In order to prevent this ancestral secret recipe from being leaked, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement with us. If you leak our ancestral secret recipe, we will have the right to recover all losses from you. Lu Zhengyang said it matter-of-factly. Then he opened Word and, with lightning-fast fingers, started tapping on the keyboard to quickly draft a confidentiality contract. You've already sold it, so what's the point of signing a confidentiality contract? What if she doesn't buy it? Hu Wei, who was standing nearby, was getting a little anxious. A course of diet pills costs more than 1,000 yuan, and you can make more than 300 yuan. 3 courses would be 1,000 yuan. Don't worry. She'll definitely buy it. Lu Zhangyang gave Hu Wei a look of calm, and then sent the drafted confidentiality contract. Sure enough, the customer agreed to sign the confidentiality contract without hesitation, and then placed an order directly for 3 courses of diet pills. Hu Wei was stunned by this wave of operations. How did you do that? Hu Wei looked at Lu Zhangyang like she was looking at a monster. Ha ha. In fact, sales is not just a job, it is an art. A good salesman not only knows the advantages and disadvantages of his product, but more importantly, he knows how to tell a good story. At the same time, he has to make the customer feel that they have made a profit by buying it. Lu Zhangyang laughed. Tell a story? What story? And make the customer feel that they have made a profit by buying it? How is that possible? You have spent money on the product, and the money is already spent, so how can you turn it around? Hu Wei looked puzzled. Listen, a product like the one you're selling is actually similar to many weight loss products on the market, and it has almost the same effect. At the same price, why would customers buy your product? Lu Zhangyang asked. I don't know. Hu Wei shook her head in confusion. If you want to stand out among products of the same price and quality, you have to have enough gimmicks. That's what I mean by storytelling. I just said that I have an ancestral recipe for longevity. I have made up a very grandiose story around this non-existent recipe. It directly gives the customer the feeling that 3 courses of diet pills are not as valuable as this recipe. In fact, if you search for this kind of recipe yourself, you can find a lot of them. If you really follow this method of eating, even if you don't take any diet pills, you can lose 10 pounds in a month. But the customer doesn't know this. Plus, I made it sound so serious at the end with the confidentiality clause, the customer will definitely believe it and place an order directly. However, in fact, we didn't spend an extra penny, but we made more money all at once. Lu Zhangyang talked endlessly. This is what it's like. You're really amazing. Hu Wei finally looked like she had an epiphany, and she admired Lu Zhangyang even more. I'm not saying I'm amazing, but why don't you take Xiaotian to take a bath while I help you decorate the website, create a recipe for you, and then summarize some of the experience for you? Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Then I'll leave it to you. Hu Wei was sincerely grateful. Then she took Xiaotian and thought about taking Duomi with her to take a bath. And Lu Zhangyang's fingers were like lightning, rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Before long, Hu Wei's website had a brand new look. Lu Zhangyang not only added a sensational gimmick to the website, a free set of ancestral imperial longevity and health recipes would be given away with the purchase of 3 courses of products. He also found a few full-body photos of Hu Wei and then searched the internet for a few photos of fat women. He set them a bit and directly replaced the faces of those fat women with Hu Wei's face. Then he put these photos together and used them as a before and after comparison. After all this, Lu Zhangyang went online and downloaded several healthy recipes. After making a few minor changes, he saved them in a folder on his desktop. Finally, Lu Zhangyang typed up all the questions that the customer might ask and the answers in a Word document. After all this was done, Hu Wei came over in her pajamas with the 2 washed children. Everything is done, I have saved it on the desktop, you can have a look yourself when the time comes. It's getting late, I need to take Domi home too. Lu Zhangyang stretched and said with a smile. Dad, you still need to go home? Why don't you stay here tonight? Xiao Tian's eyes were full of reluctance. What are you saying, little girl? The house is so small, where would you and Uncle Lu and Domi sleep if you slept here? Hu Wei gently patted Xiao Tian on the head. Dad can sleep with Mom, and Duomi can sleep with me. Xiao Tian's face was full of innocence. You. Hu Wei's pretty face instantly turned red. Xiao Tian, your father and mother aren't married, so they can't sleep together. It's very late today, and your father needs to take Duomi home first. I'll come and see you again when I have the chance, okay? Lu Zhangyang was also a little embarrassed, and quickly crouched down to coax her. Okay. Well, then, you must be careful when you go back, it's dark outside. Little Sweet nodded obediently. Okay, then, I'm leaving now. You must be good at home. After saying this, Lu Zhangyang took little Domi by the hand and walked towards the door. Auntie. Little Sweet, goodbye. After walking out the door, little Domi turned around and waved to Hu Wei and little Sweet. Goodbye. Little Sweet waved back as hard as she could. After Lu Zhengyang left. For some reason, Hu Wei's mind was filled with the handsome figure and handsome face of Lu Zhengyang. Oh dear. He's a married man, how can I think about him like this? Hu Wei shook her head sharply, but she still couldn't get rid of the sound and appearance of Lu Zhengyang. Fortunately, at this time, ding dong. The computer suddenly sounded a system prompt. It attracted Hu Wei's attention. There was actually another customer consultation. Hu Wei hurriedly went to the computer. She opened the Word document with the reply dialogue left by Lu Zhengyang. She began to copy Lu Zhengyang's reply and reply to the customer's questions. Sure enough. Following Lu Zhengyang's approach, Hu Wei successfully sold 3 courses of products herself. Another 1,000 odd yuan in her pocket. Hu Wei was thrilled. However, she hadn't had a chance to relax for 2 seconds. Ding dong. Ding dong. Customers actually came to the door for consultation one after another. Hu Wei was both excited and moved. She quickly got back to them, flustered. Chapter 38 Li Chang'an strikes back. Early the next morning, Lu Zhengyang made extra portions of food in airtight containers for Duomi to take to Xiaotian. After dropping Duomi off at school, Lu Zhengyang returned home and started cleaning up leisurely. Although he had a glamorous life in his previous life, he was too tired. Very often, he had no choice but to do things, and he had no personal space at all. How leisurely is this compared to the present? In fact, the life of a stay-at-home dad with a wife and kids is also a kind of enjoyment. Just as Lu Zhengyang was cleaning while feeling sentimental, Jiang Xuehao rushed in. Brother-in-law, what time is it? How can you even think about cleaning? What's wrong? A young person should not panic in the face of trouble, but remain calm. Lu Zhengyang remained calm. I want to remain calm, too, but look at this. Jiang Xuehao handed him a newspaper. After investigation and evidence collection by the relevant departments, it has been determined that Capitalan's financial statements do not contain any false information. A huge headline on the front page of the newspaper caught Lu Zhengyang's eye. Li Chang'an is quite capable, responding so quickly. He's quite the talent. Lu Zhengyang gave a faint smile, then threw the newspaper in his hands and continued to clean up. I said, brother-in-law, how can you still be cleaning up? Jiang Xuehao saw this and his liver ached with worry. If I don't clean, who will? Why don't you do it? Lu Zhengyang shrugged, saying that he was now a full-time father and cleaning was his real job, right? As for going to the stock market to speculate, or getting a company to buy some shares, that was all just part-time work. Otherwise, it's called putting the cart before the horse. Of course, Jiang Xuehao would never know about Lu Zhengyang's thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't understand. I said, brother-in-law, the fire is burning our eyebrows, but why are you still joking? As soon as the news was released, the stock market just opened. Although Capitalan Electronics was still on the limit down board, once the news came out, the large orders on the limit down board had already begun to be withdrawn. Jiang Xuehao took out his phone and opened the stock app. Then he exclaimed again, brother-in-law. The limit down board has started to loosen. So what if it's loosening? What's your hurry? Lu Zhengyang picked up another rag and started wiping the table. Of course I'm in a hurry. Li Chang'an used 10 times leverage yesterday and raised 500 million yuan. If the limit down board loosens, he can use the 500 million yuan to push the stock price up, and it's even possible to push it back up to the limit up board. Jiang Xuehao was so anxious that sweat was beading on his forehead. Isn't it great that the stock price is rising? I'd even prefer it if he pushed it up to the daily limit. Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Xuehao's anxious expression. No. Brother-in-law, are you feverish? Jiang Xuehao was taken aback and quickly reached out to touch Lu Zhengyang's forehead. Pop. Lu Zhengyang slapped Jiang Xuehao's hand away and gave him a disgruntled look. You're the one who's feverish. If I don't have a fever, why am I talking nonsense? Jiang Xuehao looked at Lu Zhengyang strangely, and then said, brother-in-law, Li Chang'an and the others now have enough chips in their hands. The reason they are not reporting to headquarters now is because they have lost their principal. And then they want to make some money. But if they push the stock price up, they may sell the extra shares for pennies. And then they will report to headquarters. In that case, brother-in-law, won't you lose? Now, Lu Zhengyang can be said to be Jiang Shuaihao's belief. Anyone can lose, but my brother-in-law can't lose. These words are sincere. But Lu Zhengyang's words confused Jiang Shuaihao. I said, Xiaohao, your math was taught by the gym teacher, right? No, brother-in-law, why do you say that? Jiang Shuaihao was a little confused. So you can't do the math? From yesterday to now, Li Chang'an has lost 30 points on 1 billion yuan. Even if the limit is pulled up today, he will still lose more than 10 points. Not to mention that in order to pull up the stock price, he will have to invest 500 million yuan. No matter how you calculate it, they won't get their principal back today. It will take at least a day or two to pull it up. But do you think I will give them a chance? Today I will push them to the brink and make them desperate enough to take risks. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Damn! Brother-in-law, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Jiang Shuaihao suddenly realized. Yes, if your own brother-in-law isn't in a hurry, why should you be? Okay, let's go out and grab a bite to eat, and then go find Fei Fei. At this time, Lu Zhengyang had finally finished cleaning. Great! Jiang Shuaihao nodded excitedly and followed him obediently. Meanwhile, in the 5-star hotel room. Ha ha! Sure enough, as soon as I released the good news, the limit down order has begun to be cancelled in large amounts. Li Chang'an stared at the constantly decreasing data on the computer screen and laughed. So why don't you hurry up and start pushing up the stock price? Smith, who was standing nearby, was a little apprehensive at this point. After all, the 50 million was borrowed by him, and it had to be paid back. Don't worry. After all, there are still people eyeing us. If we don't know for sure that he won't short the stock today, we'll be trapped if we invest the money recklessly. Having learned from yesterday's lesson, Li Chang'an has become wiser. He decides to wait and see. Thanks to the good news, it didn't take long before the limit down order began to loosen. The stock price began to rise slightly. Why hasn't it started to rise? Smith looked at the stock price, which was fluctuating near the lower limit, and he was anxious and his bowels were itching. Not yet. Right now, those retail investors and hot money are also waiting and testing the waters, for fear that the mysterious institution from yesterday will short the stock again. I think there will be a bottleneck near the -5 points and the opening price. It will be very difficult to rise. We only have 500 million, and we have to set aside most of the funds to place limit orders, so we must use them at the critical moment. Li Chang'an explained. Is this what you yen people call using the best steel on the sharpest edge? Smith was a little puzzled. Although he was anxious, he didn't really understand the stock market, so he had to obediently listen to Li Chang'an. But it must be said that Li Chang'an really did have some skills. All of his predictions came true. The stock price kept rising within a small range, but when it reached -5 points, it met with resistance from the market. For a full 10 minutes, the stock price hovered at 5 points, unable to break through. After seeing this, Li Chang'an didn't hesitate to place a large buy order of 50 million. He ate up the sell orders in front of him in an instant. This move directly sent a clear signal to those retail investors and hot money a big buyer had started to prop up the stock price. The next moment, many retail investors and hot money rushed to get on the bandwagon. The stock price quickly soared, reaching a climax. But when the stock price rose to near the opening price, it encountered an upward resistance. The pressure of an ultra-large sell order of nearly 150 million yuan deterred countless retail investors and hot money. At this time, Li Chang'an knew that it was his turn to act again. He then waved his hand, directly eating up the 150 million yuan ultra-large sell order, instantly opening up the upward channel. And the sending of this signal made countless retail investors and hot money understand his determination to push up the stock price. Immediately, these countless retail investors and hot money, like piranhas that smell blood, poured in like crazy. The next moment, the stock price shot up like a rocket, soaring higher and higher. Before long, the stock price soared directly to the daily limit. And at this moment, Li Chang'an did not hesitate for a second and directly sealed off the 300 million single order. This move made those retail investors and hot money who were slow to react and had not yet gotten on the bandwagon feel remorseful. However, it also strengthened the resolve of these retail investors, who firmly believed that the share price of Capitaland had hit rock bottom. Now that there was a super buyer pushing up the share price, the time had come for a bottoming out and a harvest of dividends. So these retail investors and hot money could not wait to get on board. The limit order for the trading board became increasingly large. In no time, it became hundreds of thousands of shares. Ha ha ha, Li Chang'an. You're really something. You actually managed to push the stock price up to the limit. Smith, who was standing nearby, immediately burst out laughing with excitement when he saw the bright red stock price. However, Li Chang'an ignored him and kept a close eye on the screen. He was a little puzzled. Because this time, his attempt to push the stock price up had been really unsuccessful. He hadn't encountered any unexpected events at all, and the smoothness of it all had made him feel a little uneasy. Could it be that the mysterious institution that had shorted the stock yesterday felt that it had made enough money and would no longer make any moves? However, when the morning stock market closed, Li Chang'an didn't notice any unusual movements in the market. The stock price was still firmly pegged to the daily limit, which slightly alleviated Li Chang'an's uneasy feeling. However, at this time, Lu Zhangyang and Jiang Shuihao had just finished eating and drinking, and leisurely arrived at Ma Feifei's office. I said, "Why are you only here now? The share price of the Capitalan Group has already been capped." As soon as she saw Lu Zhangyang come in, Ma Feifei yelled anxiously. "Capped? Isn't that great?" Lu Zhangyang looked unimpressed and sat down directly on the sofa. "That's okay? Are you out of your mind?" Ma Feifei snapped back. "The higher the share price now, the greater the profit margin for me when I short it later. What's so bad about that?" Lu Zhangyang spread his hands wide and asked curiously. "But people released good news early in the morning, and there are now 500,000 to 600,000 super sealed orders on the trading limit board. You're financing 1 billion yuan worth of stocks, can you make a splash?" Ma Feifei looked at Lu Zhangyang with some concern. I don't know when it started, but Ma Feifei began to unconsciously care about Lu Zhangyang's affairs. "Ha, if he can release good news, can't I release bad news? Wait and I'll show you how I'll screw them over." Lu Zhangyang laughed out loud. He then proceeded to sign a contract with Ma Feifei. "So what do we do now?" Jiang Shuihao asked excitedly after the contract was signed. "Let's take a nap first. Wake me up at 2 o'clock. Lu Zhangyang walked over to the sofa and lay down directly. "Oh, what? Take a nap? And I'll wake you up at 2 o'clock? Ma Feifei was dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? At this critical juncture, he actually has the heart to take a nap? Yes. Don't you know that a proper nap is good for your physical and mental health? After saying that, Lu Zhangyang really closed his eyes and began to cultivate sleepiness. Humph. You just go ahead and sleep. It's not my money anyway, so you can do whatever you want. Wait and see what you're going to do." Ma Feifei glared at Lu Zhangyang angrily. However, Lu Zhangyang ignored her, because at this moment, he really fell asleep. Chapter 39 Lu Zhangyang, you are probably just a monster, aren't you? At this moment, in Ma Feifei's office, apart from Lu Zhangyang's light snoring, Jiang Shuihao and Ma Feifei were the only ones left, staring at each other. What do we do now? Jiang Shuihao was a little at a loss. What else can we do? The emperor isn't even worried, he can sleep, so what are we worried about? Do you want to be a eunuch again? Ma Feifei glared at Jiang Shuihao in annoyance, then picked up a pillow. She lay on the table and started to sleep. But even so, how could Ma Feifei sleep? In no time, she got up again, took out her phone and looked at the data. Jiang Shuihao, on the other hand, was so anxious that he didn't know whether to stand or sit. Although he knew in his heart that his brother-in-law must have a way to deal with it, he still couldn't help but worry. After all, there is always a possibility. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, and the two of them immediately gathered in front of the computer and opened the stock market software. Their eyes fixed on the data, and they prayed secretly that a miracle would happen and the large order on the trading limit board would quickly decrease. However, it was clear that their prayers had no effect. The large order of 500,000 units on the trading limit board not only did not decrease, but instead continued to increase. 550,000 units. 600,000 units. 650,000 lots. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and the large, locked-in order had reached 650,000 lots. However, at this time, Lu Zhangyang slowly woke up. At the same time, in the 5-star hotel room, Li Chang'an let out a sigh of relief. It was already 2 o'clock, and the large, locked-in order had reached 650,000 lots. The mysterious capital should not be short-selling the stock anymore. At least not today. Ha, it's safe to say that today is a done deal. If this trend continues, the Capitalan stock will be trading at the upper limit for the next few days. We're going to make a fortune. Li Chang'an couldn't help but raise the glass of red wine next to him. Ha ha, he's truly a genius of the stock market, just as expected. Cheers. On hearing that they could make a fortune, Smith laughed even more excitedly. Ding. The two lightly clinked glasses and drank the wine. Little did they know that the demon that was about to send them to the depths of hell had just woken up. The scene returns to Ma Feifei's office. Ah! What a comfortable nap! Lu Zhengyang stretched and sat up. Then he looked curiously at Jiang Shuihao and Ma Feifei, who were leaning over the computer screen, eager to get inside. What? You haven't slept? Brother-in-law. Look at what you're saying, how could we possibly fall asleep? This dead-end big order has already risen to 650,000 contracts. Jiang Shuihao couldn't help but smile wryly. That's right. It's already 2 o'clock, and the market will close in an hour. How can you even think about sleeping? I don't know what you're going to do. Ma Feifei glared at Lu Zhengyang angrily. Ha ha, what's the rush? Let me make a call. You're about to witness a miracle. Lu Zhengyang couldn't help laughing. After finishing talking, he took out his phone, turned on speakerphone, and called Li Kaid. The call was answered immediately. I said, Yang Gu, why did you only call me now? I was so worried. Ha ha. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I was just carefully planning. Lu Zhengyang said with a straight face. This made Jiang Shuihao and Ma Feifei roll their eyes. You were just carefully planning? I'm afraid you were just planning in your dreams. That's good, Yang, I've really put my neck on the line this time. If your plan doesn't work, I'll lose a lot of money. After all, I begged my wife all last night about this. Of course, Li Kaid didn't know that Lu Zhengyang was talking nonsense. Ha, Li Dong, don't worry. You don't trust me to get things done? It's almost time, you can release the news. Lu Zhengyang smiled. Okay. I got it. After finishing talking, Li Kaid hung up the phone. Brother-in-law. What explosive news did you let Li Kaid release this time? Jiang Shuihao asked with extreme curiosity as soon as the phone hung up. If you take out your phones and look at today's hot news, you'll know. Lu Zhengyang shrugged. On hearing this, the two immediately took out their phones. They started to open the news websites and check the hot news. Holy shit! The Tancheng Police Department has arrested 2 suspects during another anti-pornography operation, and the male suspect is suspected to be the chairman of the Capitalan Group. This is some pretty explosive news. Jiang Shuihao exclaimed immediately. I have this too. The chairman of Capitalan Group actually likes to have affairs? Ma Feifei exclaimed in shock as well. The two then looked through various major websites and found that they were all similar news. At this point, the two of them realized why Li Kaid had just said that he was willing to risk his reputation. I say, brother-in-law. This news is explosive, but at most it is just a matter of Li Kaid's personal style. It shouldn't have a big impact on the share price of the Kaid Group, should it? Jiang Shuihao asked, a little puzzled. I say, can you guys widen your eyes a little when you look at things? Lu Zhengyang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Ha? What do you mean? Jiang Shuihao scratched his head a little, not quite understanding. Ma Feifei on the side exclaimed again, under the headline, it's actually did you know? If you commit the crime of stealing a girlfriend, how many days will you be locked up for? Ha? Jiang Shuihao also reacted and quickly checked it out. He found that under each explosive news story, there was a similar explanation about this crime. Indeed, just one explosive news story alone could not cause panic among retail investors and those with hot money. But then I followed it up with another one. If Li Kaid did commit this crime, he will be sentenced to 10-15 days of administrative detention, or even 6 months of re-education through labor, and a fine of no more than 5,000 yuan. The fine is a trivial matter. But if Li Kaid is arrested for 10 to 15 days, or even 6 months, then the entire Kaid Group will be leaderless. If you are a retail investor or those hot money, will you still have confidence in this stock? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. Of course not. Jiang Shuihao's head immediately shook like a rattle. What would you do then? Lu Zhengyang asked. If I haven't gotten on the train yet, then I would immediately cancel the order. If I have already gotten on the train, I would try every means to sell all the stocks I have to reduce the loss. Jiang Shuihao answered loudly without even thinking. So what will happen to the stock price? Lu Zhongyang asked again. The stock price will definitely plummet, and it may even go down to the daily limit. Ma Feifei, who was standing nearby, answered excitedly. So, will my short selling today fail? Lu Zhongyang asked with a smile. Of course not. Jiang Shuihao and Ma Feifei shook their heads together. Then why were you so anxious just now? Lu Zhongyang asked with a smile. Brother-in-law, this battle is measured in billions, not in tens of millions. If you had told us your plan beforehand, of course we would have been worried. Jiang Shuihao shrugged. Exactly, just now the other party had already pushed the stock price to the limit, but you were still sleeping. You didn't tell us the countermeasures, and you didn't seem to be thinking of any. How could we not be worried? Ma Feifei pouted, her tone quite unpleasant. Ha ha ha, you too. You really need to calm down and think things through. This game in the stock market is actually quite similar to playing chess. When normal people play chess, they tend to think one move at a time. Then when people who are a little more skilled play chess, they think 3 moves ahead. When truly skilled people play chess, they may have already calculated the entire game after just one move. In this case, when I face off against Li Chang'an in a remote duel, if I wait until he makes a move and then try to figure out how to respond, then I will already be on the passive side. Therefore, in order to win this battle, I have actually set up all the moves from the beginning. Any subsequent move he makes is actually within my calculations. Since I know exactly what he will do next, do you think I need to worry? Lu Zhongyang shook his head and laughed. So you had it all planned out, brother-in-law? Jiang Shuihao froze for a moment before he reacted. He then picked up a glass of water and prepared to take a sip to calm down. Of course. In fact, last Sunday during the day when I was teaching you how to trade stocks, I had already calculated all the possibilities and subsequent developments. Lu Zhongyang nodded with a self-righteous look. Poof. On hearing this, Jiang Shuihao's unswallowed water squirted out directly. He looked at Lu Zhongyang as if he had seen an alien. Lu Zhongyang. You're probably just a demon. Ma Feifei, who was standing nearby, even called out Jiang Shuihao's thoughts. Have you ever seen such a handsome demon? Lu Zhongyang glared at Ma Feifei. Then he said to Jiang Shuihao, Xiaohao, the next step is the same as yesterday. When the number of orders decreases to about 100,000, divide the 1 billion shares into 5 large orders of different amounts and sell them at the same time. Then when the stock price drops to the limit, buy back all the shares that were sold. Great. You're really something, brother-in-law. Today is another 200 million from the boss. Jiang Shuihao rubbed his hands together in excitement as he watched the computer screen and saw the number of outstanding orders keep decreasing. Stay calm. In fact, in my opinion, there is no essential difference between 100 million and 1 yuan. Lu Zhongyang took out a cigarette and lit it up leisurely. If it were in the past, Jiang Shuihao would have thought that Lu Zhongyang was being pretentious. But now he finally understood that his brother-in-law never bothered to pretend to be something he wasn't. At this moment, in that 5-star hotel room, Smith and Li Chang'an were singing and drinking, talking about life. Suddenly, Li Chang'an glanced at the computer screen unintentionally. Pop! The red wine glass in his hand suddenly slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, broken into pieces. Chapter 40 Burn your boats and fight to the death. What's wrong with you? How can you not even hold a glass of wine steady when you drink? Are you too excited because we're about to make a lot of money? Ha ha ha. Smith looked at Li Chang'an curiously from the side. How could this happen? However, Li Chang'an ignored Smith, his eyes like a spell, still staring at the computer screen. What do you mean, how could this happen? At this time, Smith also noticed something was wrong, and his gaze involuntarily shifted over. This glance was not important. Pat. The glass in Smith's hand also slipped from his hand. It fell directly to the ground and also shattered into pieces. How could this be? Where are those large lot closing orders? Just now, wasn't it 650,000 lots? How come there are only just over 100,000 lots left now? Smith couldn't help but scream. Don't panic. This could be a coincidence, we can't lose our heads just yet. Li Chang'an was the first to react. You're right. This must be a coincidence, and he must be a coincidence too. Smith took a deep breath and began to comfort himself. However, before he could finish speaking, the number of sealed orders on the screen suddenly changed from 100,000 to 0. 5 super large orders of different amounts smashed the closing order directly. Then the stock price began to plummet. The stock price curve dropped in a straight line like a diving board. Before the two of them could react, the stock price directly fell to the limit. How is this possible? Looking at the computer screen, which was a sea of green, Li Chang'an was dumbfounded. We lost again? Smith's voice trembled a little. Li Chang'an nodded weakly. What about my 50 million? Smith swallowed dryly. It's been closed out. Li Chang'an closed his eyes in pain. Same routine, same ending. I've actually been beaten twice in a row by someone in the stock market, where I'm the best. I was the stock market genius who hadn't lost a single bet in 10 years, wasn't I? Li Chang'an's confidence was shattered, and he fell into a deep state of self-doubt. What? It's closed? Damn it, I borrowed that 50 million. I have to pay it back. You're telling me it's closed? At this moment, Smith's emotions broke down, and like a mad dog, he pounced on Li Chang'an and started fighting like crazy. You said it was just a coincidence, didn't you? Why did it turn out like this? You said we could make a fortune. Why did it stop falling again? You motherfucker, give me back 50 million. Smith roared furiously, fighting. Li Chang'an, however, was like a lost soul, oblivious. Hoo. In less than 2 minutes, Smith was panting like a cow, grabbed Li Chang'an by the collar, and snarled ferociously, Aren't you a genius in the stock market? Aren't you awesome? Why did it turn out like this? I don't care. You must fucking find a way to make me 50 million back. Otherwise I'll take your life. Smith's eyes flashed with a fierce coldness. Li Chang'an couldn't help but shiver. He knew Smith wasn't joking. Because he knew that Smith's 50 million had been borrowed from a group of people overseas who liked to wear black gloves. If the 50 million couldn't be paid back with interest, those people would do anything. It was a matter of life and death, and Li Chang'an had to muster his strength. After taking a deep breath and thinking for a moment, Li Chang'an gritted his teeth and said, Now, if we want to turn things around, we must break with the past and risk everything to come back from the dead. What does that mean? Smith couldn't help but feel a little confused. It means that we must now sell all the stocks in our hands. Then, with that money, we can play against the other side again. Li Chang'an took a deep breath and clenched his fists, saying, Are you fucking crazy? If we dump all the stocks now, won't our mission be ruined? Smith couldn't help but exclaim. Then do you still have a way to borrow money? Li Chang'an asked indifferently. Are you kidding? It was so fucking hard for me to borrow 50 million, and in the blink of an eye you've blown it all. Where am I going to borrow money? Smith exclaimed directly. So, do you think your life is more important than the mission? If we don't sell all the stocks in our hands before the stock market closes, according to the other party's ruthless tactics, tomorrow will definitely be another drop limit. By then, we will lose another 70 million. Li Chang'an looked at Smith coldly. Hoo. Smith began to pant heavily, and a fierce battle began in his mind. But in the end, Smith decided to take a gamble with Li Chang'an. After all, if the task is not completed, he will be removed from office at most. But if the 50 million is not paid, he may have to face the firing squad. Sell it. This is our last chance, I hope you can seize it. Smith was a little weak. I know, this time I will do my best. After saying that, Li Chang'an sold all the stocks in his hands. It happened to be bought by Jiang Shuihao. When the stock price hits the floor tomorrow, I'll buy it back. Then, I'll keep releasing good news to boost the stock price. Li Chang'an's mind started racing. I'll be looking forward to your performance. Smith was a little annoyed and scratched his hair. Meanwhile, in Ma Fei's office. The stock market is closed. Brother-in-law, you're amazing, you've made another 200 million today. Jiang Shuihao was so excited that he almost jumped up. Ha, it's only 200 million yuan. Is there any need to be so happy? Lu Zhangyang waved his hand and then said, Xiaohao, tomorrow morning at the opening bell, use these 400 million yuan to push the stock price up to the daily limit. Now that I have watched the stock twice like a roller coaster, there shouldn't be many retail investors or hot money left, so it shouldn't be a problem to push the price up to the daily limit with 400 million yuan. Ah. Brother-in-law, shouldn't you continue to suppress the stock price and trap those people at Auctionfew? Why do you want to push the stock price up? Wouldn't that be doing someone else's wedding dress? Zhang Xuehao was a little puzzled. Ha ha ha. If I guess correctly, they have already sold all the stocks in their hands. Lu Zhongyang said with a smile. Sold them all? How is that possible? Zhang Xuehao looked incredulous. Let me do some calculations for you. Right now, their principal has already lost nearly 300 million. For this huge loss, even if they complete the task, Smith will probably still get a scolding from headquarters. And don't forget, the 50 million they used to increase leverage has already been closed out today. I don't think they can come up with any money anytime soon. But now they want to make up for the more than 300 million in principal and the 50 million hole. Lu Zhongyang looked at the two men with a smile. I can only dump all the stocks I have in my hands and turn them into cash, and then use this money as the principal to take another gamble. Zhang Xuehao thought about it and then gave his answer. And, under normal circumstances, I will continue to suppress the stock price. I think Li Chang'an can definitely think of it. So I will do the opposite and directly pull the stock price up first. If he wants to get on the train, he has to do it at a high price. That way, he won't have any room to maneuver tomorrow. Then, I'll release some good news to make him think I'm going to start pushing up the stock price. Lu Zhongyang spoke with confidence. So are we going to push up the stock price or not? Ma Feifei was a little confused. Of course we're going to push it up. But it definitely won't be tomorrow. Because tomorrow, as soon as Li Chang'an dares to get on the train, I'll dare to increase leverage and directly short the stock price. Once again, I'll nail the stock price to the bottom. Lu Zhongyang's face was beaming with a confident smile. Damn it! Brother-in-law, you're really too cruel. You're letting them get on the train at the highest point, and then directly suppressing it by 20 points. By then, not only will they not have enough chips in their hands, they'll also lose so much money they won't even know what to do, and they'll be trapped in the market. Zhang Xuehao slapped his thigh and shouted in great excitement. Lu Zhongyang, I suddenly feel a bit sad for your enemies. Ma Feifei couldn't help but exclaim. Then it would be good not to become my enemy, wouldn't it? Lu Zhongyang smiled, then got up and said, It's getting late, I need to pick up my child. After saying that, Lu Zhongyang left the office with style. Chapter 41, Pray to get in the car. Early the next morning. In the room of that 5-star hotel. Li Chang'an and Smith sat in front of the computer early, waiting for the stock market to open. I said, Laoli, we are now in the same boat, so you must not let me down, okay? Smith was a little restless. Don't worry. As soon as the stock market opens, I'll go straight for the bottom. Then I'll release the good news. If I do it right, in just a few days we'll be back on top. Li Chang'an took a deep breath to calm his nerves. That's good. Smith nodded, then started playing with his phone. Suddenly, Smith saw a piece of news. Laoli. Did you arrange this news? What news? Li Chang'an frowned. Logically, the good news that he had arranged should not have been released so soon. He glanced curiously. Li Chang'an suddenly went dumb. It has been confirmed by the relevant departments that the person who had an affair with Capitaland Group chairman Li Kada was his wife. This is not the good news that I had someone post. If it wasn't posted by me, then who posted it? Li Chang'an suddenly had a thought that made him feel a little uneasy. He quickly took out his phone and started browsing the news. Sure enough, there were not only news about whitewashing Li Kaid, but also good news about the Kaid Group, big and small. But I didn't release any of this news myself. I made a mistake in my prediction. I don't think the other side will suppress the stock price today. On the contrary, they will start to push up the stock price. Otherwise, they wouldn't release so much good news all at once. Li Chang'an was a little disheartened. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent, who played both real and fake cards and didn't play by the rules. What do you mean? Smith was a layman and was confused. Alas! After the opening bell today, the stock price should be directly capped. We sold too early yesterday and lost 10 points. Li Chang'an shook his head helplessly. At this time, the stock market had opened and the call auction had ended. Capitaland Group did open at the upper limit. So what should we do now? Smith was a little panicked. Don't panic. With all the good news that the other side released today, and the good news that I released, the share price of Capitaland will skyrocket. So as long as we get on the train now, we can still turn things around. It's just that it will take a couple more days. Li Chang'an said reassuringly. That's good. So what are we waiting for? Hurry up and buy. Smith urged. I hope we can buy and get on the train today. Otherwise, we'll have to wait. Looking at the large order of over 100,000 on the trading board, Li Chang'an helplessly smiled wryly. I don't want to wait any longer. The headquarters has already called me a few times, and I've been stalling with excuses. Smith said with a sad face. Then we'll just have to pray. Li Chang'an helplessly shrugged. Yes, let's pray. After saying that, Smith really took out a cross and prayed piously. At this time, because Lu Zhangyang had instructed Jiang Shuihao yesterday to pull the stock price up to the daily limit when the market opened for call auctions in the morning. Jiang Shuihao did not go to see Lu Zhangyang, but went to Ma Feifei's office early in the morning. Phew! Brother-in-law is really a genius, and indeed 400 million yuan was enough to pull the stock price up to the daily limit. After completing the task Lu Zhangyang had given him, Jiang Shuihao finally let out a sigh of relief. Ma Feifei, however, looked listless. By the way, why didn't your brother-in-law come with you? Him? I guess he just dropped the kids off at school. At this hour, he should be at home cleaning the house. Jiang Shuihao leaned back in his chair and then looked at Ma Feifei with curiosity. He asked, Miss Ma, why do I feel that you're listless every time you don't see my brother-in-law for a day? You're not having an affair with my brother-in-law, are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Feifei's pretty face quickly flushed, and she was about to retort. A handsome figure appeared at the office door. Who are you calling a dog in the manger? Oh. Brother-in-law? Why are you here so early? Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. Ouch. My ears are going to fall off. Jiang Shuihao felt a sharp pain in his ears and couldn't help but stand up. You little brat. You can't just say whatever you like. I don't care, but Feifei is still a young lady. If this gets out, how will she ever be able to show her face again? And what will your sister think? Lu Zhangyang let go of Jiang Shuihao. I know, brother-in-law, I was just joking, wasn't I? Did you really have to hit me so hard? I'll tell my sister that you bullied me. Jiang Shuihao rubbed his ear, looking aggrieved. How old are you? You're still acting like a child and snitching. Lu Zhangyang laughed. Shouldn't you be cleaning? Why are you here so early? Ma Feifei asked curiously. Because I reckon Smith and Li Chang'an are praying that they can get on the bus today. As a kind-hearted person, how can I let their prayers come to nothing? Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. You're still a kind-hearted person? I reckon in the hearts of those two unlucky people, you'll be even more terrifying than the devil when the time comes. Ma Feifei rolled her eyes. You're such a pretty girl, why do you have to say such mean things? How did I become the devil? Have you ever seen such a handsome devil? Because of this stock market showdown, today's basically over, and Lu Zhangyang was in a better mood, so he even cracked a joke. Brother-in-law, actually, I think what Feifei said makes a lot of sense. For family and friends, you're like an archangel who can protect us from the wind and rain. But for enemies, you're really more terrifying than a devil from hell. Put yourself in their shoes. If I were Li Chang'an or Smith, I would probably even want to kill myself. Jiang Shuihao, who was standing nearby, thought for a moment and then spoke with a serious expression. Okay, quickly fulfill the wishes of Li Chang'an and Smith, and I'll treat you to lunch later. Lu Zhangyang waved his hand, and then signed a short selling contract with Ma Feifei with 10 times the leverage. Xiaohao, you start by selling all of the 10 billion shares, but you must do 2 things. First, don't alert the enemy. Second, make sure they get on board. Can you do it? Lu Zhangyang patted Jiang Shuihao on the shoulder. Don't worry. Brother-in-law, I just need to divide the 10 billion shares into different amounts of varying sizes and sell them over time. Jiang Shuihao said there was no problem and quickly got to work. Today is all good news, so why are you still so confident in shorting the stock? Ma Feifei, who was reading the news, asked with some concern. Don't worry. I've got a super bomb ready to go. When I release it, no amount of good news will matter. The stock price will definitely plummet. Lu Zhengyang laughed confidently. What super bomb? Ma Feifei asked curiously. Hey, you'll find out then. Right now, you should think about where you want to eat lunch. After Xiaohao is done, I'll take you out to eat. Lu Zhengyang smiled mysteriously. Humph. You're so bad. You always tease us. Failing to get the answer she wanted, Ma Feifei couldn't help but pout. Then she said viciously, Today I'm going to choose the most expensive place. I'm going to kill you. Ha ha, welcome to the slaughter. Lu Zhengyang smiled indifferently. Then Ma Feifei also became depressed. Lu Zhengyang was a man who could casually make 200 million a day. Where could she go to eat that would hurt him? Half an hour later, Zhang Xuehao completed his task. Then, at Ma Feifei's request, the three of them went to one of the most expensive restaurants in Tiancheng, the Haoju restaurant. After entering the luxuriously decorated Haoju restaurant, Zhang Xuehao became excited. Damn! I heard that just casually eating here costs thousands of dollars. I've heard friends talk about it before, but I've never been here before. No way. I have to take some pictures, post them on WeChat Moments, and act like a big shot. After saying that, Zhang Xuehao picked up his phone and started snapping photos everywhere. Lu Zhengyang watched on, shaking his head and smiling wryly. It seems that he will have to take his brother-in-law out and show him the world more often. And just then, pang! Zhang Xuehao, who was too busy taking selfies, didn't notice a vase next to him and accidentally bumped into it, breaking it. Chapter 42 How dare you humiliate my brother-in-law Lu Zhengyang? What's wrong with you? Can't you see where you're going? Do you know how much this vase is worth? A female lobby manager who had come to hear the news began to scold Zhang Xuehao, pointing at his back. Ah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. How much do I have to pay for it? As soon as Zhang Xuehao turned around, he noticed that the lobby manager looked familiar. Are you Wang Shui? And you are Zhang Xuehao? The lobby manager froze for a moment, and then also recognized Zhang Xuehao. Hey, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhang Xuehao scratched his head and smiled a little embarrassed. He never expected to meet his ex-girlfriend here. What a coincidence! Why, it seems that you are doing pretty well now, and you can even come to such an upscale place to eat? Wang Shui said with a smile. It's okay, my brother-in-law is treating today, so. Zhang Xuehao laughed awkwardly. Ha! It seems that you are still as useless as before, and you even need someone to invite you to a meal. Wang Shui's face flashed with disdain, and she immediately said, I'll tell you, the vase you broke is an antique. It's worth 1 million. What did you say? It's just a broken vase, and it's worth 1 million? Zhang Xuehao couldn't help exclaiming. What? Do you even know what an antique is? Not to mention just 1 million, there are even antiques worth billions. Poor people are ignorant. It's a good thing I didn't really go out with you in the first place, otherwise I'd be so embarrassed. Wang Shui gave a disdainful snort, her eyes squinting at Zhang Xuehao. My! Mockery brought back Zhang Shui's sad past. What happened? Originally, Lu Zhengyang and Ma Feifei were still chatting, but after hearing Zhang Xuehao's exclamation, they realized that something seemed to have happened. Brother-in-law, I just accidentally broke a vase. She said it was an antique and I have to pay 1 million for it. After seeing Lu Zhengyang, Zhang Xuehao felt as if she had found a backbone. What? A vase is actually worth 1 million? You guys are practically robbing people. Before Lu Zhengyang could say a word, Ma Feifei beside him suddenly exclaimed. If it really is an antique, how could the hotel have put it in the aisle? Hey, young lady, please watch your words. Otherwise, be careful, we'll sue you for defamation. Wang Shui shrugged disdainfully. What defamation? It's obvious that you're bullying the customer. I want to complain about you. After she finished speaking, Ma Feifei took out her phone and was about to dial the complaint number. Give me her phone. Wang Shui directly spoke to the security guard next to her. Yes, Manager Wang. The security guard next to her immediately stepped forward and snatched Ma Feifei's phone away. What are you doing? Why are you taking my phone? Give me back my phone. Ma Feifei exclaimed in alarm. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhengyang's face had already begun to darken. Want your phone? Fine, as long as you pay 1 million in compensation, I can give you back your phone and let you make the complaint call as you wish. Otherwise, Wang Shui said, playing with Ma Feifei's phone and sneering. What if you don't? Do you want to restrict our personal freedom? Do you know that illegal detention is punishable by more than 3 years in prison? Lu Zhangyang, who was standing by, couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward. Are you Jiang Xuehao's brother-in-law? What, are you jumping in now? Do you want to help him pay the compensation? Wang Shui sneered at the slightly shabby clothes on Lu Zhangyang. It's only 1 million, right? I can pay for it, but bring me the person in charge here. You're not even worthy of talking to me. Lu Zhangyang sneered. Ha, you're arrogant, aren't you? The lobby manager of our Haoju restaurant isn't even qualified to talk to you? I'd like to see what kind of person you are. An arrogant laugh came over. I turned my head and looked. I saw a young man in a suit and leather shoes, accompanied by a group of security guards. Honey, why did you come out just now? Upon seeing the person approaching, Wang Shui fell limp and slumped against him. Yendong? Jiang Xuehao, who was standing nearby, glared at the young man with a mixture of anger and frustration in his eyes. It was Yendong who had taken Wang Shui away from him in the first place. However, Yendong didn't even bother to look at Jiang Xuehao. It seemed that in his eyes, Jiang Xuehao was not worth mentioning. Jiang Xuehao was naturally furious after being blatantly ignored by Yendong. But he dared not react. Because he knew that Yendong's connections were behind him, the Lin family. The Lin family. A century-old family in Tiancheng with deep roots and wealth of over 100 billion. If you offend Yendong today, it may attract retaliation from the Lin family. Jiang Xuehao was just about to speak. Are you the person in charge here? Lu Zhangyang had already spoken. That's right. I am Yendong, the person in charge of the Haoju restaurant. I just heard that you will pay 1 million. Yendong asked with a smirk, putting his arm around Wang Shui. If this vase is really an antique, then I will pay whatever it is worth. I will pay you not just 1 million, but even 100 million. But what if this vase is not an antique? Lu Zhangyang asked coldly. Ha, you look like a poor man, but you can sure brag, can't you? 100 million? I wonder if selling you would be worth that much. Upon hearing this, Wang Shui on the side sneered disdainfully. What's the point of arguing with this poor guy? It'll lower your status. Yendong also disdainfully pursed his lips, and then immediately pointed at Lu Zhangyang's nose and said in a stern voice, "Country bumpkin. Listen carefully. I say this vase is an antique, and it is an antique. You have to pay the 1 million compensation whether you want to or not. In that case, are you trying to extort money?" Lu Zhangyang's face grew more and more gloomy. Say what you want. Otherwise, we will be rude if you don't fix it. Yendong waved his hand, and a dozen security guards instantly surrounded them. What do you want? Do you still have the law on your side for doing this? Ma Feifei, who was standing nearby, was suddenly scared and exclaimed. Brother-in-law, let's just forget about it, we'll admit defeat. Yendong is related to the Lin family. Jiang Xuehao also became a little scared. Pop. Before the sound died down, Lu Zhangyang gave Jiang Xuehao a scalp. I said, can't you be a little more assertive? You're my brother-in-law, Lu Zhangyang, and the Lin family is just a mere family, so are you already scared of them? Lu Zhangyang was a little frustrated. Humph. What a big mouth. Just a mere family? As soon as Lu Zhangyang said this, Yendong's face instantly turned dark. He then pointed at Lu Zhangyang's nose and angrily shouted, "Country bumpkin. Do you know that this comment of yours is enough to cripple a leg? Do you know that even Lin Xian, of the Lin family, does not dare to speak to me in this manner?" Lu Zhangyang sneered, and the aura of power that had long resided in his position suddenly burst forth, instantly stunning Yendong. Lin Xian? Which Lin Xian? Yendong stuttered a little. Does your Lin family have a second Lin Xian? Lu Zhangyang asked back. Are you talking about the eldest daughter? Do you happen to know our eldest daughter? Yendong's cold sweat on his forehead instantly flowed down. However, Lu Zhangyang paid him no heed at all, and directly took out his phone and dialed Lin Xian. As soon as the call connected. Without waiting for Lin Xian to speak, Lu Zhangyang said to himself, I don't care where you are right now. What are you doing? I'll give you 20 minutes to come to the Haoju restaurant. Otherwise, I will regard it as the Lin family declaring war on me, Lu Zhangyang. After saying that, before Lin Xian could react, Lu Zhangyang hung up. To be honest, Lin Xian felt a little puzzled and even a little angry when she received Lu Zhangyang's call. However, after thinking about it for a while, Lin Xian understood that someone at the Haoju restaurant had offended Lu Zhangyang. Although Lin Xian did not think that Lu Zhangyang could be an enemy of the entire Lin family. However, Lu Zhangyang was after all her go-teacher, and he really should be capable. There was no need to make an enemy of the Lin family over a trivial matter. Having thought about this, Lin Xian no longer hesitated, and immediately arranged for the driver to hurry over. At this time, at the Haoju restaurant. You really called our young lady? Yan Dong's mind was a bit confused. What else? Lu Zhangyang walked straight up to Yan Dong and, together with Jiang Xuehao and Ma Feifei, took a seat. Yan Dong. What's wrong with you? What nonsense is this bumpkin talking? How could he possibly know the Lin family's eldest daughter? Did you hear how arrogant he sounded when he was on the phone? I don't even think he called, he was just pretending to scare us. If it really was the young lady on the other end of the phone, how would he dare threaten to go to war with the Lin family, no matter how arrogant he is? Who does he think he is? Wang Shui on the side disdainfully shrugged. Yes. Our Lin family is the local snake in Tianchang. Even if the strong dragons from the provincial capital come to Tianchang, they dare not easily make enemies with the Lin family. Although this Lu Zhangyang does seem to have a bit of an air of authority, judging from his clothes and appearance, he doesn't look like a powerful person at all. After Wang Shui's little hint, Yan Dong had a sudden feeling of enlightenment. He then waved his hand and loudly ordered, "This country bumpkin not only insulted my Lin family with his words, but also threatened to go to war with my Lin family. If we don't show him some colors, we'll really be taken advantage of. Get on it. Today, he must be beaten to the point where he can't take care of himself. After it's done, I'll give a 1,000 yuan bonus to one person." The eyes of the 10 or so security guards immediately lit up, and they immediately gathered around, rubbing their hands together and getting ready. What do you want? Ma Feifei stood up a little panicked, subconsciously shrinking behind Lu Zhangyang. Don't even think about touching my brother-in-law, I'll fight you to the death. Jiang Xuehao, who was standing nearby, grabbed a chair directly and confronted the security guards. Only Lu Zhangyang remained calm and sat motionless in his seat. Chapter 43, break both of their legs and throw them out. What are you all still doing? It's just someone with a chair, isn't it? Go on, beat them to death. Yan Dong urged. Upon hearing this, the group of security guards gritted their teeth and prepared to act. Your wages and benefits as security guards at the Haoju restaurant should be pretty good, right? Lu Zhangyang suddenly spoke up in a light tone. The group of security guards subconsciously stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Lu Zhangyang. Have you ever thought about what would happen if I really knew your boss? Lu Zhangyang continued. If you really knew our boss, then if we hit you, we would definitely get fired. One of the security guards blurted out without thinking. Good. You heard it just now, I will only give your boss 20 minutes. Do you mean that you would rather take the risk of getting fired than wait 20 more minutes? Lu Zhangyang raised one eyebrow, then picked up the teapot nearby, poured himself a cup of tea, and slowly drank it. Hearing this, the group of bodyguards could not help but stop in their tracks. Yes. It is really not cost-effective to give up such a good job with such good pay and benefits for a mere 1,000 yuan that you may or may not be able to get. What nonsense are you listening to? He is just bluffing and trying to scare you. Hurry up and beat them up for me. Seeing that the group of security guards did not move, Wang Shui immediately became anxious. You actually disobeyed my order? Do you still want to keep your jobs? Yan Dong was also furious. President Yan, it's not that we don't listen to you, but what if they really know miss? Yes, President Yan, it's just a matter of waiting 20 minutes, can't we even wait that long? A group of security guards spoke at once, none of them willing to take the first move. Well, I'll just wait here for 20 minutes. If Missy doesn't show up, you'll have to fend for yourself. After saying this, Yan Dong also pulled over a chair, hugged Wang Shui and sat down. After seeing this, Jiang Xuehao also carefully put down the chair and sat back down. Brother-in-law, do you really know their Miss Lin Xian? She was the one who delivered the takeaway I ordered last time. What do you think? Lu Zhangyang sipped his tea with a face of indifference. So she was the one who delivered the takeaway? No wonder it was so luxurious. At this moment, Ma Feifei also sat back down, her heart at peace. Ha, dear, did you hear that? That bumpkin actually said that the Lin family's eldest daughter delivered takeaways to him? Does he not know what he looks like? How dare he say such outrageous things? Wang Shui, who was snuggled in Yan Dong's arms, sneered with disdain. Ha ha. Who can't brag? There's less than 10 minutes left, and I'll show them why I'm so successful. Yan Dong sneered disdainfully. As soon as he finished speaking, day. A sound of high heels could be heard coming from the front door. A stunningly beautiful woman wearing a black trench coat, black sunglasses, and short haircut that reached her ears, walked quickly in, looking extremely capable, with a few burly bodyguards following her, and wearing black high heels. Big sister. You really came? After seeing the person coming, Yan Dong, who had been arrogant, suddenly had a shock, and like a spring, stood up from his chair. Wang Shui, who had been glued to him, did not have time to react and fell directly off him, landing in a big pile. However, Lin Xian did not pay any attention to him. She didn't even look at him. She walked straight up to Lu Zhangyang, pulled out a chair, and sat in front of him. I said, Yang Go, what's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly so angry? You made me rush here in 20 minutes. Plop. Hearing his lady call Lu Zhangyang Yang Go, Yan Dong's legs gave way and he fell. He fell squarely on Wang Shui, who had just tried to get up. Wang Shui screamed in pain. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them. It seems that you really do consider me your brother. You arrived in less than 15 minutes. Lu Zhangyang opened his phone and looked at the time, smiling quite contentedly. Ha, your brother Yang said that if I couldn't arrive within 20 minutes, you would go to war with our Lin family. Lin Xian said half-jokingly. Lu Zhangyang didn't care, and then smiled faintly. This Haojue restaurant should be your Lin family's business, right? That's right. I wonder which inconsiderate person offended my brother Yang and made him so angry. Lin Xian nodded and asked with a smile. There were indeed two inconsiderate people who not only insulted my brother-in-law, but also threatened to cripple me. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Miss. Things are not as you think. In fact, they started the fight and insulted our Lin family. I did this to defend the Lin family's reputation. Yan Dong saw that things were not going well and came rolling over to explain. Yes, Missy. It's all their fault, it has nothing to do with us. At this point, Wang Shui also realized the seriousness of the situation and hurriedly crawled over. I'm too lazy to argue with them, I've already sent you the video, watch it yourself. Lu Zhangyang directly forwarded a video to Lin Xian. What? You recorded a video? Yan Dong suddenly exclaimed. Of course, no one paid any attention to him at this time. Lin Xian also opened the video with some curiosity. After quickly watching it, an anger involuntarily appeared on Lin Xian's face. Ah, you're good, Yan Dong. Originally, I gave you a position with considerable benefits because you are the son of my father, the old driver Yan Shu. I didn't expect you to take advantage of your position for personal gain. I won't say anything to you. And you even took revenge and blackmailed customers? Is this how you protect the Lin family's dignity? Do you know how much damage this video will do to the Lin family's reputation if it gets out? Lin Xian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Miss Lin. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please give me a chance. Yan Dong's knees buckled and he fell to the ground. Brother Yang, you decide what to do with this. I'll do whatever you say. Lin Xian ignored Yan Dong completely. Xiao Hao. This pair of dog lovers is yours, you can do whatever you want with them. Lu Zhangyang turned to Jiang Shuihao. Really? Jiang Shuihao couldn't help but be happy. Our Miss Lin has spoken, what do you think? Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Okay. Jiang Shuihao excitedly came up to Yan Dong and kicked him to the ground. You think you're pretty awesome, don't you? You think you can do whatever you want because the Lin family is backing you up? Brother Hao, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Yan Dong was so scared that he didn't even dare to dodge, let alone fight back. Ha, let me tell you, I'm Lu Zhangyang's brother-in-law, not just anyone can bully me. After he finished speaking, Jiang Shuihao gave him a few hard kicks. Then he returned to his seat triumphantly. That's it? Lu Zhangyang couldn't help but laugh. After all the trouble he went through to get Lin Xian here, you just kicked him a few times and that's it? Ha ha ha, brother-in-law, you really shouldn't say that. Just kicking him a few times really gave me some satisfaction. Jiang Shuihao laughed complacently. Okay, you're still too kind-hearted. Lu Zhengyang laughed and shook his head. He didn't blame Jiang Shuihao either. After all, being kind-hearted is a good thing. Brother Yang, once you're done here, I'll carry out the family punishment. Lin Xian of course understood that Lu Zhengyang wasn't really happy. Since he was already here, he might as well settle the matter once and for all, so that neither side would have any hard feelings. Enforce family law. No. Missy, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Yendong was so scared that he peed his pants. Yendong, you have abused your power, bullied people, and taken revenge for personal reasons. You have seriously tarnished the Lin family's image. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family, I announce that I am dismissing him from his position. I am breaking both his legs and expelling him from the Lin family. As for Wang Shui, let her pack her things and get out now. And notify all companies that have financial dealings with my Lin family that they are forbidden to hire this person. Lin Xian gave the order directly. No. Miss, please spare me for my father's sake. Yendong knelt before Lin Xian and kept begging with kowtows. Wang Shui, on the other hand, also had a deathly face. She knew she was finished. Not only did she lose her job, which paid more than 20,000 yuan a month, but she would never be able to find any work in Tiancheng in the future. At this moment, she regretted it. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. If it weren't for the respect for Uncle Yan, you would have broken not just your legs, but your neck. Lin Xian paid no heed to Yendong's pleas, and then waved her hand gently. Two burly bodyguards immediately stepped forward and, as if carrying a chicken, dragged Yendong to the side. Crack! Two crisp sounds of broken thigh bones and Yendong's heart-wrenching howl sounded at the same time. Jiang Shuihao and Ma Feifei, who were watching, were both shocked and their faces changed dramatically. Lin Xian, however, didn't even bat an eyelid. However, what Lin Xian found a little strange was that Lu Zhengyang's face still had a faint smile on it, as if breaking both legs was a very ordinary thing. If Lu Zhengyang had been born into a big family, his behavior wouldn't have surprised him, but according to his own research and understanding, Lu Zhengyang was just an ordinary person. Why was he so calm? Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a little curiosity towards Lu Zhengyang. Then she asked with a smile, Brother Yang, are you satisfied with the way I handled things? That's barely acceptable. Lu Zhengyang nodded with a smile. Seeing that I've been so cooperative today, don't you think you should play a game of chess with me? Lin Xian gave a smile that was like a wax plum blossom in the midst of a harsh winter. It gave the impression of a proud and aloof person with a slightly sweet temperament. Jiang Shuihao, who was standing nearby, was completely transfixed. She was just too beautiful. Well, okay. Anyway, we're not in the mood to eat here now, let's go to your Hongyun tea house for a meal first, and I'll accompany you for a couple of games in the afternoon. Lu Zhengyang thought about it and nodded in agreement. That's great. I haven't played chess with you in a long time, so I'll let you see if my chess skills have improved. As soon as the subject of chess was brought up, Lin Xian immediately became excited. Immediately, the group got into Lin Xian's Bentley and drove towards Yun Tea House. Chapter 44, Lin Xian in a state of collapse. In the Bentley, apart from Lu Zhengyang and Lin Xian chatting and laughing, Jiang Shuihao and Ma Feifei both looked a little awkward. Although Lin Xian was indeed very beautiful and had no airs and graces, her innate aristocratic air made the two of them involuntarily feel a little inferiority complex. Ma Feifei was fine, but Jiang Shuihao didn't even dare to lift his head. Lu Zhengyang could do nothing about this, and could only slowly cultivate Jiang Shuihao in the future. To put it bluntly, this kid has just seen too little of the world. Arriving at Hongyun Tea House, whether it was the magnificent front door or entering the quaint, small private room filled with a light sandalwood fragrance, Jiang Shuihao couldn't help but want to exclaim in awe, but he still held himself back. Because he didn't want to embarrass his brother-in-law. The meal was very luxurious and delicious, but it was a bit dull. Lin Xian's identity put too much pressure on Jiang Shuihao and Ma Feifei. After a hard time finishing the meal. Brother-in-law, the stock market is about to open, do you really want to go play chess? Jiang Shuihao couldn't help but ask before leaving. It's fine. I've made all the arrangements, this duel should be over today, wait until the market closes, you take back the stocks, and then cancel the contract with Feifei. Starting tomorrow, I won't have to continue short selling. Lu Zhengyang gave a small smile. Okay, brother-in-law. Jiang Shuihao nodded. The two of them then greeted Lin Xian. Lin Xian then arranged for a car to take them back to the office. They arrived at Lin Xian's chess room. I didn't know you also traded stocks? Lin Xian asked casually as he took out the chessboard. I know a little. I've been remotely battling against others for a few days, and I should be able to finish today. Lu Zhangyang smiled modestly. It seems you know quite a bit. Judging by the serious look on your brother-in-law's face, I guess you've made a lot of money? Lin Xian began to arrange the chess pieces. Not bad. I've only made 5 or 600 million. Lu Zhangyang helped to arrange them together. How much? Lin Xian couldn't help exclaiming. 5 or 600 million, what's wrong with that? Lu Zhangyang was a little puzzled. Kiki, Yang. I didn't realize that in addition to your superb chess skills, your bragging skills are also second to none. Seeing Lu Zhangyang's serious expression, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh, thinking that Lu Zhangyang was joking with her. Don't look at the Lin family's vast wealth and assets, which amount to hundreds of billions, but most of that is fixed assets. In fact, the Lin family's annual net profit is less than 10 billion. Lin Xian might even believe that Lu Zhangyang had said that he had made a few million or even tens of millions from stock speculation. But earning 5 or 600 million in a few days? This is simply impossible in Lin Xian's opinion. Believe it or not. How many stones do you want to let me have this time? Lu Zhangyang shrugged nonchalantly. After all, his strength was there, and there was simply nothing to prove. Well, let's try 5 first. After witnessing Lu Zhangyang's terrifying chess power, Lin Xian didn't dare to be presumptuous. After some hesitation, he spoke. What? Now you're so confident? In the past, I let you have 7 discs, and you still couldn't beat me, and now you're only asking me to let you have 5? Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. Hey, of course. I'll tell you, I've been practicing hard for the past few days, and my chess skills have definitely improved. Maybe even if you let me have only 5 discs, I'll still be able to beat you. Lin Xian smiled slightly with pride. Okay, let's see just how much progress you've made. Lu Zhangyang smiled. The two of them then played quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xian looked at her broken dragon with disbelief and froze for 10 seconds. Then she weakly said, Brother Yang, why don't you let me have 6 pieces? Good. Lu Zhangyang nodded. 15 minutes later. Brother Yang, why don't you let me have 7 pieces? Lin Xian pouted in frustration. Good. Lu Zhangyang still nodded with a faint smile. 20 minutes later. Lin Xian was completely convinced. Brother Yang. What on earth is going on? I clearly feel that my chess skills have improved a lot, could it be that this is just an illusion? Lin Xian said with some grievance. Well, actually your chess skills have indeed improved a lot. This is not an illusion. Lu Zhangyang shrugged and spoke honestly. Then why can't I beat you? Lin Xian was a little confused. Do you want the truth or a lie? Lu Zhangyang looked a little embarrassed. Nonsense, of course I want the truth. Lin Xian gave Lu Zhangyang a cold glare. The truth is that you and I are not opponents on the same level. In fact, it makes no difference to me whether I let you have 7 discs or just 1. Lu Zhangyang said seriously. What? So just how big is the gap between us? Lin Xian was a little reluctant to believe it, but the harsh reality made her believe it. Let me give you an analogy. If the chessboard is big enough, I can easily let you place 80 pieces, and there shouldn't be a problem. Lu Zhangyang thought about it for a while and then gave a more understandable example. Am I really that bad? Lin Xian was a little disheartened. In fact, you are not bad at all. On the contrary, compared to many ordinary chess masters, you are very good. But if you compare with me, then you can't just be described as mediocre. Lu Zhangyang shrugged his shoulders and said something comforting. But it was better that Lu Zhangyang didn't comfort her, because with this comfort, Lin Xian was about to cry in anger. Since you're so good, why don't you know how to let me win? Do you know that if you always win against girls, they won't like you? Lin Xian pouted angrily. She looked very cute. If Wang Yanlong were here, he would be shocked. Usually, Xian, who is so cold and arrogant, actually has such a cute scene. Actually, I don't need girls to like me, as long as my wife likes me, that's fine. Lu Zhangyang thought about it very seriously. As a result, Lin Xian, who had been arguing, almost bled. I don't care. You have to let me win one game. Otherwise, I'll bite you to death. Lin Xian pouted angrily. Okay. So how do you want me to let you win? Just let you win? Lu Zhangyang asked helplessly. It's no fun if I just let you win. Lin Xian said without thinking, and then after some thought, she said, how about this, you let me win by 7 points, then turn your back and not look at the board. I'll tell you where I'm going to move, and you give me your position and I'll help you move. Okay, it's just like playing blindfolded with you. Lu Zhangyang was completely unconcerned. Then he turned his back and stopped looking at the board. He just reported the position and played. But after 40 minutes. Lu Zhangyang, you're a monster. How can you beat me at chess like this? I'm never playing with you again. Looking at the board, Lin Xian was about to collapse at the sight of her own broken dragon. She almost had the urge to quit chess. Why don't we play another game? This time I promise to let you win? Seeing Lin Xian's devastated look, Lu Zhangyang felt a little bad for her and weakly spoke up. No way. I'm never playing chess with you again. Lin Xian angrily pushed the chessboard away. Ding dong ding. At that moment, Lu Zhangyang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up. It was actually a call from Li Kaid. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30. Lu Zhangyang also understood the purpose of Li Kaid's call. What's up, Li Dong? Brother Yang. Do you really think we should release this news? Li Kaid's voice was a little entangled. Of course. Lu Zhangyang nodded affirmatively. But although this news is false, it is too shocking. I'm afraid that it will scare the retail investors and hot money away, and they will be afraid to touch my stock in the future. Li Kaid was a little worried. Ha, Li Dong, what are you panicking about? Haven't I already made all the arrangements? As long as you do what I say, there will definitely be no problem. If you hesitate at this critical moment, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Lu Zhangyang smiled. Okay then, I'll release the news right away. Li Kaid finally made up his mind. Well, after the stock market closes, come pick me up. We should also go visit Smith and Li Chang'an, and then get everything settled. Lu Zhangyang said with a smile. To be honest, after playing with these two small fry for so many days, Lu Zhangyang said he was a bit tired of it. Since he was tired of it, he would end the game as soon as possible. Okay. Li Kaid hung up the phone. Who gave you the phone? Lin Xian asked curiously. Li Kaid. Lu Zhangyang said casually. You know Li Kaid? I didn't think you had a wide range of friends. Lin Xian was a little surprised. It's okay. Why, do you know him too? Lu Zhangyang asked with a smile. It's still early, why don't we play another game? He is a gold member of our club, of course I know him. Lin Xian rolled his eyes and then said, it's not impossible to play another game, but you have to make sure I don't notice and lose to me. Otherwise, I won't play with you. After saying that, Lin Xian pouted his cute little mouth. Well, to be honest, this request of yours is really more difficult than letting you win 10 games in a row. But it's not difficult for me either. Lu Zhangyang nodded. The two of them started to fight again. Meanwhile, in the 5-star hotel room, due to their previous 2 days of failure, Smith and Li Chang'an were still staring at the computer screen, not daring to relax at all. It's already past 2:30. It seems that the other side definitely won't short today. It should be a continuous trading halt next. Li Chang'an let out a sigh of relief after checking the time. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the large orders on the trading halt suddenly retracted like crazy. Chapter 45 Li Dong, are you burning through your money? This is not what you want. Please don't fall. Li An's lips kept trembling as he began to pray frantically. What's wrong with you, Lian? Smith saw that Li An's expression was a little off and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He then looked at the computer screen. As soon as he looked, he took out a cross and knelt on the ground, praying frantically. No. Please hold on, don't fall. However, this time, their prayers did not work. The huge volume limit on the trading board was like taking a laxative, and it was going crazy. In less than a minute, the huge volume limit of hundreds of thousands of hands was all removed. What followed was a dive in the stock price. I could only see the stock price curve plummeting, and in no time at all, it went from red to green, and finally got nailed to the limit downboard. The body temperatures of Li Chang'an and Smith also dropped rapidly. At the moment, they were cold all over, as if they were in an ice cellar. Why is this happening? What the hell is going on? Didn't you say that there would be several consecutive trading halts, and then we would turn a profit? Why has the trading halt returned? Tell me. Why? Why? After a long period of inertia, Smith transformed into a mad dog, barking furiously. This time, Li Chang'an ignored him and silently took out his phone to browse the news. Then he saw a crazy piece of news. Due to the continuous turbulence in Capitalan's stock, the Securities Regulatory Commission has intervened and the stock may be suspended. Crazy people. They are simply crazy. How could they release such news? They are not suppressing the stock price at all, they are trying to kill the stock. Li Chang'an screamed in shock. Smith, who was standing next to him, quickly snatched the phone away and read it. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Capitaland is going to suspend trading? Then all our money is locked up in it, isn't it? Before the words had finished leaving his mouth. Ding dong ding dong. Smith's phone rang. It's over, it's a call from headquarters. What should I do? As soon as he saw the caller ID, Smith's sweat broke out in a panic. What else could he do? Are you daring to reject the call? Li Chang'an spoke with a weak voice. Hello, Chairman. Smith had no choice but to pick up the phone. What the hell is going on? Why are Capitaland's stocks about to be suspended? A tirade came over the phone. Chairman, let me explain. Explain my ass. Now immediately withdraw all funds from the stock market. Otherwise, once Capitaland's stocks are suspended, not only will we not be able to enter the Capitaland board of directors, but our funds will also be locked in. And who knows how long it will be locked for. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, but... Smith was just about to explain when the phone beeped. It's over. It's all over. Head office wants us to withdraw all our funds from the stock market immediately. Smith felt as if all the air had been let out of his body and he slumped to the ground. We can withdraw the funds tomorrow, but we don't know if we can get them out. And we have to pray that the suspension doesn't happen tomorrow. Li Chang'an was exhausted. So what do we do now? Smith was in a panic. What else could he do but wait for death? Ha ha. Li Chang'an gave a bitter smile of self-deprecation. His opponent this time was not a human at all, he was simply a demon from hell. The two of them just collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. The only difference was that Li Chang'an's eyes were dull and lifeless, without any luster. Smith's eyes, however, kept flashing, pondering something. The image returned to one of the chess rooms in the Hong Yun tea house. Ah, I finally won against you once. Although she knew that Lu Zhengyang was letting her win, Lin Xian was still happy as a child. Okay, it's about time for Li Kai to arrive, and I have to go too. Lu Zhengyang stood up and stretched. Just let me win one game and you want to run away. Lin Xian pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. Okay, I really have something to do, I even asked her mother to pick up my child today. Next time I'll let you win more, okay? Lu Zhengyang smiled helplessly. Lin Xian is quite competitive. Okay. By the way, Xiaolong has already bought the 3 plots of land, and is now building things on the land as you instructed. Don't forget our agreement. I also want to see how you can turn our 20 million into 100 million within a month. Lin Xian suddenly reminded. Don't worry. I will definitely treat you to a feast when the time comes. Lu Zhengyang smiled confidently, then turned around and walked away. As soon as he reached the entrance of Hong Yun Tea House, Lu Zhengyang saw a Mercedes-Benz S-Class slowly approaching. In the car, Li Kai took out his phone and was about to call Lu Zhengyang. He looked up and saw that Lu Zhengyang had already walked out. He quickly got Lu Zhengyang into the car. I said, Yang, how did you know I would be here at this time? Li Kai was a little surprised. Haha, it's actually very simple. It's now 3:20, and your company is only a 20-minute drive from Hong Yun Tea House. Given your temperament, you would definitely come find me as soon as the stock market closed, so I just had to time it right and walk out just at the right time to meet you. Lu Zhengyang said with a smile. Yang, you really are amazing. Upon hearing this, Li Kai immediately gave a free for all ass kicking. He then asked, Smith still has about 600 million worth of shares in his hands. How much do you think we should pay him to transfer the shares to us? I wonder what Chairman Lee's price is. Lu Zhengyang didn't give a direct answer, but asked with a smile. Well, my price is 500 million. If he really doesn't want to sell, I can add another 50 million. After a moment's thought, Li Kai spoke with a face full of certainty. What? 550 million? And after hearing Li Kai's offer, Lu Zhengyang couldn't help but exclaim. Li Kai looked dumbfounded, as if he had offered too little. That was possible. After all, he would definitely have to push up the stock price later, and these stocks in Smith's hands were all potential stocks. However, Lu Zhengyang's next words made Li Kai directly dumbfounded. I say, Mr. Li, were you born a philanthropist? Or are you just someone with too much money to spend? Lu Zhengyang looked at Li Kai with some confusion. Well, I was born in my supermarket, and I don't have so much money that I can't spend it all. Yang Go, why did you say that? Li Kai was a little confused. So you're still going to give Smith 550 million? How much should I give then? Li Kai asked weakly. If it were me, I would give him 100 million to satisfy headquarters, and then give him another 50 million to pay off his debts. 150 million, I won't give him a single cent more. Lu Zhengyang said with absolute authority. 150 million. Yang Ge, are you serious? Smith will never agree to that. Li Kai exclaimed. He won't have a choice. If he doesn't agree, I'll make sure he doesn't get a single cent. Lu Zhengyang spoke with confidence. Brother Yang, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Although Li Kai knew that Lu Zhengyang was very capable, he didn't think that Lu Zhengyang could be that capable. 150 million to buy someone else's stock worth 600 million? Who would sell? Unless that person is a fool. But Smith is the head of Auchan supermarket in Yanghua. Would someone in that position be a fool? What? Don't believe me? Lu Zhengyang asked with a smile. I don't mean to doubt you, Yang, it's just that. Li Kai felt a little embarrassed. How about we make a bet? If I really pull this off, then you give me 10% of the shares. If I don't, then I don't want the 10% of the shares you promised me before. Lu Zhengyang grinned evilly. After thinking about it, Li Kai realized that no matter the outcome of the deal, he would not lose much. Okay. Let's make a deal. Li Kai agreed to Lu Zhengyang's bet. Then wait, don't say a word, just let me handle it all. Lu Zhengyang's face still wore a faint, confident smile. In a short while, the Mercedes-Benz had arrived at the entrance of the five-star hotel.